Blackstone Audio presents The Crystal Cave by Mary Stewart. This book is read by Derek Perkins. O Merlin, in your crystal cave, deep in the diamond of the day, will there ever be a singer whose music will smooth away the furrow drawn by Adam's finger across the meadow and the wave? Or a runner who'll outrun man's long shadow driving on, burst through the gates of history and hang the apple on the tree? Will your sorcery ever show the sleeping bride shut in her bower, the day wreathed in its mound of snow, and time locked in his tower? Edwin Muir. Prologue. The Prince of Darkness. I am an old man now, but then I was already past my prime when Arthur was crowned king. The years since then seem to me now more dim and faded than the earlier years, as if my life were a growing tree which burst to flower and leaf with him, and now has nothing more to do than yellow to the grave. This is true of all old men, that the recent past is misted, while distant scenes of memory are clear and brightly coloured. Even the scenes of my far childhood come back to me now sharp and high-coloured and edged with brightness, like the pattern of a fruit tree against a white wall, or banners in sunlight against a sky of storm. The colours are brighter than they were, of that I am sure. The memories that come back to me here in the dark are seen with the new young eyes of childhood. They are so far gone from me, with their pain no longer present, that they unroll like pictures of something that happened not to me, not to the bubble of bone that this memory used to inhabit, but to another Merlin, as young and light and free of the air and spring winds as the bird she named me for. With the later memories it is different. They come back, some of them, hot and shadowed, things seen in the fire. For this is where I gather them. This is one of the few trivial tricks, I cannot call it power, left to me now that I am old and stripped at last down to man. I can see still, not clearly or with the call of trumpets as I once did, but in the child's way of dreams and pictures in the fire. I can still make the flames burn up or die. It is one of the simplest of magics, the most easily learned, the last forgotten. What I cannot recall in dream I see in the flames, the red heart of the fire, or the countless mirrors of the crystal cave. The first memory of all is dark and fire-shot. It is not my own memory, but later you will understand how I know these things. You would call it not memory so much as a dream of the past, something in the blood, something recalled from him, it may be, while he still bore me in his body. I believe that such things can be. So it seems to me right that I should start with him who was before me, and who will be again when I am gone. This is what happened that night. I saw it, and it is a true tale. It was dark, and the place was cold, but he had lit a small fire of wood, which smoked sullenly but gave a little warmth. It had been raining all day, and from the branches near the mouth of the cave water still dripped, and a steady trickle overflowed the lip of the well, soaking the ground below. Several times, restless, he had left the cave, and now he walked out below the cliff to the grove where his horse stood tethered. With the coming of dusk the rain had stopped, but a mist had risen, creeping knee-high through the trees so that they stood like ghosts, and the grazing horse floated like a swan. It was a grey, and more than ever ghostly because it grazed so quietly. He had torn up a scarf and wound fragments of cloth round the bit, so that no jingle should betray him. The bit was gilded, and the torn strips were of silk, for he was a king's son. If they had caught him, they would have killed him. He was just 18. He heard the hoofbeats coming softly up the valley. His head moved, and his breathing quickened. His sword flicked with light as he lifted it. The grey horse paused in its grazing and lifted its head clear of the mist. Its nostrils flickered, but no sound came. The man smiled. The hoofbeats came closer, and then, shoulder-deep in mist, a brown pony trotted out of the dusk. Its rider, small and slight, was wrapped in a dark cloak, muffled from the night air. The pony pulled to a halt, threw up its head, and gave a long, pealing whinny. The rider, with an exclamation of dismay, slipped from its back and grabbed for the bridle to muffle the sound against her cloak. She was a girl, very young, who looked round her anxiously until she saw the young man, sword in hand, at the edge of the trees. "You sound like a troop of cavalry," he said. "I was here before I knew it. Everything looks strange in the mist." "No one saw you? You came safely?" "Safely enough. It's been impossible the last 2 days. They were on the roads, night and day." "I guessed it." He smiled. "Well, now you are here. Give me the bridle." He led the pony in under the trees and tied it up. Then he kissed her. After a while, she pushed him away. "I ought not to stay. I brought the things, so even if I can't come tomorrow—" She stopped. She had seen the saddle on his horse, the muffled bit, the packed saddlebag. Her hands moved sharply against his chest, and his own covered them and held her fast. "Ah," she said. I knew even in my sleep last night. You're going." "I must. Tonight." She was silent for a minute. Then all she said was, "How long?" He did not pretend to misunderstand her. "We have an hour, 2, no more." She said flatly, "You will come back." Then, as he started to speak, "No, not now, not any more. We have said it all, and now there is no more time. I only meant that you will be safe, and you will come back safely. I tell you, I know these things. I have the sight. You will come back." "It hardly needs the sight to tell me that. I must come back. And then perhaps you will listen to me." "No." She stopped him again, almost angrily. "It doesn't matter. What does it matter? We have only an hour, and we are wasting it. Let us go in." He was already pulling out the jewelled pin that held her cloak together, as he put an arm round her and led her towards the cave. "Yes, let us go in." Book 1. The Dove. 1. The day my uncle Camlach came home, I was just 6 years old. I remember him well as I first saw him, a tall young man, fiery like my grandfather, with the blue eyes and reddish hair that I thought so beautiful in my mother. He came to Marydunum near sunset of a September evening, with a small troop of men. Being only small, I was with the women in the long, old-fashioned room where they did the weaving. My mother was sitting at the loom. I remember the cloth. It was of scarlet, with a narrow pattern of green at the edge. I sat near her on the floor, playing knucklebones, right hand against left. The sun slanted through the windows, making oblong pools of bright gold on the cracked mosaics of the floor. Bees droned in the herbs outside, and even the click and rattle of the loom sounded sleepy. The women were talking among themselves over their spindles, but softly, heads together, and Moravik, my nurse, was frankly asleep on her stool in one of the pools of sunlight. When the clatter, and then the shouts, came from the courtyard, the loom stopped abruptly, and with it the soft chatter from the women. Moravik came awake with a snort and a stare. My mother was sitting very straight, head lifted, listening. She had dropped her shuttle. I saw her eyes meet Moravic's. I was halfway to the window when Moravic called to me sharply, and there was something in her voice that made me stop and go back to her without protest. She began to fuss with my clothing, pulling my tunic straight and smoothing my hair, so that I understood the visitor to be someone of importance. I felt excitement, and also surprise that apparently I was to be presented to him. I was used to being kept out of the way in those days. I stood patiently while Moravic dragged the comb through my hair, and over my head she and my mother exchanged some quick, breathless talk, which, hardly heeding, I did not understand. I was listening to the tramp of horses in the yard and the shouting of men, words here and there coming clearly in a language neither Welsh nor Latin, but Celtic with some accent like the one of less Britain, which I understood because my nurse, Moravic, was a Breton, and her language came to me as readily as my own. I heard my grandfather's great laugh and another voice replying. Then he must have swept the newcomer indoors with him, for the voices receded, leaving only the jingle and stamp of the horses being led to the stables. I broke from Moravic and ran to my mother. "Who is it?" "My brother Camlach, the king's son." She did not look at me, but pointed to the fallen shuttle. I picked it up and handed it to her. Slowly and rather mechanically, she set the loom moving again. "Is the war over, then?" "The war has been over a long time. Your uncle has been with the High King in the south. And now he has to come home because my uncle David died?" David had been the heir, the king's eldest son. He had died suddenly, and in great pain, of cramps in the stomach, and Ellen, his widow, who was childless, had gone back to her father. Naturally, there had been the usual talk of poison, but nobody took it seriously. David had been well liked, a tough fighter and a careful man, but generous where it suited. "They'll say he'll have to marry. Will he, Mother?" I was excited, important at knowing so much, thinking of the wedding feast. "Will he marry Ceridwen, now that my uncle David—" "What?" The shuttle stopped, and she swung round, startled. But what she saw in my face appeased her, for the anger went out of her voice, though she still frowned, and I heard Moravic clucking and fussing behind me. "Where in the world did you get that? You hear too much, whether you understand it or not. Forget such matters, and hold your tongue." The shuttle moved again, slowly. "Listen to me, Merlin. When they come to see you, you will do well to keep quiet. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Mother." I understood very well. I was well accustomed to keeping out of the king's way. "But will they come to see me? Why me?" She said, with a thin bitterness that made her look all at once older, almost as old as Moravic. "Why do you think?" The loom clacked again, fiercely. She was feeding in the green thread, and I could see that she was making a mistake, but it looked pretty, so I said nothing, watching her and staying close, till at length the curtain at the doorway was pushed aside and the two men came in. They seemed to fill the room, the red head and the grey within a foot of the beams. My grandfather wore blue periwinkle colour with a gold border. Camlach was in black. Later I was to discover that he always wore black. He had jewels on his hands and at his shoulder, and beside his father he looked lightly built and young, but as sharp and whippy as a fox. My mother stood up. She was wearing a house robe of dark brown, the colour of peat, and against it her hair shone like corn-silk. But neither of the two men glanced at her. You would have thought there was no one in the room but I, small as I was, by the loom. My grandfather jerked his head and said one word, "Out!" and the women hurried in a rustling, silent group from the chamber. Moravic stood her ground, puffed up with bravery like a partridge, But the fierce blue eyes flicked to her for a second, and she went. A sniff as she passed them was all that she dared. The eyes came back to me. "Your sister's bastard," said the king. "There he is, 6 years old this month, grown like a weed, and no more like any of us than a damned devil's whelp would be. Look at him. Black hair, black eyes, and as scared of cold iron as a changeling from the hollow hills. You tell me the devil himself got that one, and I'll believe you." My uncle said only one word, straight to her. "Whose?" "You think we didn't ask, you fool?" said my grandfather. "She was whipped till the women said she'd miscarry, but never a word from her. Better if she had, perhaps. Some nonsense they were talking, old wives' tales of devils coming in the dark to lie with young maids, and from the look of him they could be right." Camlach, 6 foot and golden, looked down at me. His eyes were blue, clear as my mother's, and his colour was high. The mud had drained yellow on his soft doeskin boots, and a smell of sweat and horses came from him. He had come to look at me before even taking the dirt of travel off. I remember how he stared down at me, while my mother stood silent, and my grandfather glowered under his brows, his breath coming harsh and rapid, as it always did when he had put himself in a passion. "Come here," said my uncle. I took 6 steps forward. I did not dare go nearer. I stopped. From 3 paces away he seemed taller than ever. He towered over me to the ceiling beams. "What's your name?" "Merlin Emrys." "Emrys? Child of light? Belonging to the gods? That hardly seems the name for a demon's whelp." The mildness of his tone encouraged me. "They call me Merlinus," I ventured. "It's a Roman name for a falcon, the Corwalch." My grandfather barked, "Falcon!" and made a sound of contempt, shooting his arm rings till they jingled. "A small one," I said defensively, then fell silent under my uncle's thoughtful look. He stroked his chin, then looked at my mother with his brows up. "Strange choices, all of them, for a Christian household. A Roman demon, perhaps, Ninian?" She put up her chin. "Perhaps. How do I know? It was dark." I thought a flash of amusement came and went in his face, but the king swept a hand down in a violent gesture. "You see? That's all you'll get. Lies, tales of sorcery, insolence. Get back to your work, girl, and keep your bastard out of my sight. Now that your brother's home, we'll find a man who'll take the pair of you from under my feet and his. Camlach, I hope you see the sense of getting yourself a wife now, and a son or two, since this is all I'm left with." "Oh, I'm for it," said Camlach easily. Their attention had lifted from me. They were going, and neither had touched me. I unclenched my hands and moved back softly, 1/2 a pace, another. "But you've got yourself a new queen meantime, sir, and they tell me she's pregnant." "No matter of that. You should be wed, and soon. I'm an old man, and these are troubled times. As for this boy—" I froze again. "Forget him. Whoever sired him, if he hasn't come forward in 6 years, he'll not do so now. And if it had been Vortigern himself, the High King, he'd have made nothing of him. A sullen brat who skulks alone in corners, doesn't even play with the other boys, afraid to, likely, afraid of his own shadow." He turned away. Camlach's eyes met my mother's over my head. Some message passed. Then he looked down at me again and smiled. I still remember how the room seemed to light up, though the sun had gone now and its warmth with it. Soon they would be bringing the rushlights. "Well," said Camlach, "it's but a fledgling falcon after all. Don't be too hard on him, sir. You've frightened better men than he is in your time. Yourself, you mean? Ha! I assure you. The king, in the doorway, glared briefly at me under his jutting brows, then, with a puff of impatient breath, settled his mantle over his arm. Well, let be. God's sweet death, but I'm hungry. It's well past supper time. But I suppose you'll want to go and soak yourself first in your damned Roman fashion. I warn you, we've never had the furnaces on since you left. He turned with a swirl of the blue cloak and went out, still talking. Behind me I heard my mother's breath go out, and the rustle of her gown as she sat. My uncle put out a hand to me. Come, Merlinus, and talk to me while I bathe in your cold Welsh water. We princes must get to know one another. I stood rooted. I was conscious of my mother's silence, and how still she sat. Come, said my uncle gently, and smiled at me again. I ran to him. I went through the hypercaust that night. This was my own private way, my secret hiding place where I could escape from the bigger boys and play my own solitary games. My grandfather had been right when he said I skulked alone in corners. But this was not from fear, though the sons of his nobles followed his lead, as children do, and made me their butt in their rough war games whenever they could catch me. At the beginning, it is true, the tunnels of the disused heating system were a refuge, a secret place where I could hide and be alone, but I soon found a curiously strong pleasure in exploring the great system of dark, earth-smelling chambers under the palace floors. My grandfather's palace had been, in times past, a vast country house belonging to some Roman notable who had owned and farmed the land for several miles each way along the river valley. The main part of the house still stood, though badly scarred by time and war, and by at least one disastrous fire, which had destroyed one end of the main block and part of a wing. The old slaves' quarters were still intact round the courtyard where the cooks and house servants worked, and the bathhouse remained, though patched and plastered, and with the roof rough thatched over the worst bits. I never remember the furnace working. Water was heated over the courtyard fires. The entrance to my secret labyrinth was the stoke-hole in the boiler-house. This was a trap in the wall under the cracked and rusting boiler, barely the height of a grown man's knee, and hidden by docks and nettles and a huge curved metal shard fallen from the boiler itself. Once inside, you could get under the rooms of the bathhouse, but this had been out of use for so long that the space under the floors was too cluttered and foul, even for me. I went the other way, under the main block of the palace. Here the old hot air system had been so well built and maintained that even now the knee-high space under the floors was dry and airy, and plaster still clung to the brick pillars that held up the floors. In places, of course, a pillar had collapsed, or debris had fallen, but the traps which led from one room to another were solidly arched and safe, and I was free to crawl, unseen and unheard, even as far as the king's own chamber. If they had ever discovered me, I think I might have received a worse punishment than whipping. I must have listened, innocently enough, to dozens of secret councils, and certainly to some very private goings-on. But that side of it never occurred to me. And it was natural enough that nobody should give a thought to the dangers of eavesdropping. In the old days the flues had been cleaned by boy slaves, and nobody much beyond the age of 10 could ever have got through some of the workings. There were one or two places where even I was hard put to it to wriggle through. I was only once in danger of discovery. One afternoon when Moravik supposed I was playing with the boys, and they in turn thought I was safe under her skirts, the red-haired Dinius, my chief tormentor, gave a young boy such a shove from the roof tree where they were playing that the latter fell and broke a leg, and set up such a howling that Moravik, running to the scene, discovered me absent and set the palace by the ears. I heard the noise, and emerged breathless and dirty from under the boiler, just as she started a hunt through the bathhouse wing. I lied my way out of it, and got off with boxed ears and a scolding, but it was a warning. I never went into the hypercaust again by daylight, only at night, before Moravik came to bed, or once or twice when I was wakeful and she was already abed and snoring. Most of the palace would be abed, too, but when there was a feast, or when my grandfather had guests, I would listen to the noise of voices and the singing, and sometimes I would creep as far as my mother's chamber to hear the sound of her voice as she talked with her women. But one night I heard her praying aloud, as one does sometimes when alone, and in the prayer was my name, Emrys, and then her tears. After that I went another way, past the Queen's rooms, where almost every evening Olwen, the young Queen, sang to her harp among her ladies, until the King's tread came heavily down the corridor, and the music stopped. But it was for none of these things that I went. What mattered to me, I see it clearly now, was to be alone in the secret dark, where a man is his own master, except for death. Mostly I went to what I called my cave. This had been part of some main chimney shaft, and the top of it had crumbled so that one could see the sky. It had held magic for me since the day I had looked up at midday and had seen, faint but unmistakable, a star. Now, when I went in at night, I would curl up on my bed of stolen stable straw and watch the stars wheeling slowly across, and make my own bet with heaven, which was, if the moon should show over the shaft while I was there, the next day would bring me my heart's desire. The moon was there that night, full and shining. She stood clear in the centre of the shaft, her light pouring down on my upturned face, so white and pure that it seemed I drank it in like water. I did not move till she had gone, and the little star that dogs her. On the way back I passed under a room that had been empty before, but which now held voices. Camlach's room, of course. He and another man, whose name I did not know, but who, from his accent, was one of those who had ridden in that day. I had found that they came from Cornwall. He had one of those thick, rumbling voices of which I caught only a word here and there, as I crawled quickly through, worming my way between the pillars, concerned only not to be heard. I was right at the end wall, and feeling along it for the arched gap to the next chamber, when my shoulder struck a broken section of flue pipe, and a loose piece of fireclay fell with a rattle. The Cornish man's voice stopped abruptly. "What's that?" Then my uncle's voice, so clear down the broken flue that you would have thought he spoke in my ear. "Nothing. A rat. It came from under the floor. I tell you, the place is falling to pieces." There was the sound of a chair scraping back, and footsteps going across the room, away from me. His voice receded. I thought I heard the chink and gurgle of a drink being poured. I began slowly, to edge along the wall towards the trap. He was coming back. "And even if she does refuse him, it will hardly matter. She won't stay here, at any rate no longer than my father can fight the bishop off and keep her by him. I tell you, with her mind set on what she calls a higher court, I've nothing to fear, even if he came himself." "As long as you believe her." "Oh, I believe her. I've been asking here and there, and everyone says the same." He laughed. "Who knows? We may be thankful yet to have a voice at that heavenly court of hers before this game's played out. And she's devout enough to save the lot of us, they tell me, if she'll only put her mind to it." "You may need it yet," said the Cornishman. "I may." "And the boy?" "The boy?" repeated my uncle. He paused. Then the soft footsteps resumed their pacing. I strained to hear. I had to hear. Why it should have mattered I hardly knew. It did not worry me overmuch to be called bastard, or coward, or devil's whelp. But tonight there had been that full moon. He had turned. His voice carried clearly, careless, indulgent even. "Ah, yes, the boy. A clever child, at a guess, with more there than they give him credit for, and nice enough, if one speaks him fair. I shall keep him close to me. Remember that, Alin. I like the boy." He called a servant in then to replenish the wine-jug, and under cover of this I crept away. That was the beginning of it. For days I followed him everywhere, and he tolerated, even encouraged me, and it never occurred to me that a man of 21 would not always welcome a puppy of 6 forever trotting at his heels. Moravik scolded when she could get hold of me, but my mother seemed pleased and relieved, and bade her let me be. 2. It had been a hot summer, and there was peace that year, so for the first few days of his homecoming Camlach idled, resting or riding out with his father or the men through the harvest fields and the valleys where the apples already dropped ripe from the trees. South Wales is a lovely country, with green hills and deep valleys, flat water meadows yellow with flowers, where cattle grow sleek, oak forests full of deer, and the high blue uplands where the cuckoo shouts in springtime, but where, come winter, the wolves run, and I have seen lightning even with the snow. Mary Stewart lies where the estuary opens to the sea, on the river which is marked Tobias on the military maps, but which the Welsh call Towy. Here the valley is flat and wide, and the Towy runs in a deep and placid meander through bog and water meadow between the gentle hills. The town stands on the rising ground of the north bank, where the land is drained and dry. It is served inland by the military road from Caerleon, and from the south by a good stone bridge with 3 spans, from which a paved street leads straight uphill past the king's house and into the square. Apart from my grandfather's house, and the barrack buildings of the Roman-built fortress where he quartered his soldiers, and which he kept in good repair, the best building in Marydunum was the Christian nunnery near the palace on the river's bank. A few holy women lived there, calling themselves the Community of St. Peter, though most of the townspeople called the place Tir Myrddin, from the old shrine of the god which had stood time out of mind under an oak not far from St. Peter's Gate. Even when I was a child, I heard the town itself called Caer Myrddin. It is not true, as they say now, that men call it after me. The fact is that I, like the town and the hill behind it with the sacred spring, was called after the god who is worshipped in high places. Since the events, which I shall tell of, the name of the town has been publicly changed in my honour, but the god was there first, and if I have his hill now, it is because he shares it with me. My grandfather's house was set among its orchards right beside the river. If you climbed, by way of a leaning apple tree, to the top of the wall, you could sit high over the towpath and watch the river bridge for people riding in from the south, or for the ships that came up with the tide. Though I was not allowed to climb the trees for apples, being forced to content myself with the windfalls, Moravik never stopped me from climbing to the top of the wall. To have me posted there as sentry meant that she got wind of new arrivals sooner than anyone else in the palace. There was a little raised terrace at the orchard's end, with a curved brick wall at the back and a stone seat protected from the wind, and she would sit there by the hour, dozing over her spindle, while the sun beat into the corner so hotly that lizards would steal out to lie on the stones, and I called out my reports from the wall. One hot afternoon, about 8 days after Camlach's coming to Marydunum, I was at my post as usual. There was no coming and going on the bridge or the road up the valley, only a local grain barge loading at the wharf, watched by a scatter of idlers, and an old man in a hooded cloak who loitered, picking up windfalls along under the wall. I looked over my shoulder towards Moravik's corner. She was asleep, her spindle drooping on her knee, looking, with the white, fluffy wool, like a burst bulrush. I threw down the bitten windfall I had been eating, and tilted my head to study the forbidden treetop boughs where yellow globes hung clustered against the sky. There was one I thought I could reach. The fruit was round and glossy, ripening almost visibly in the hot sun. My mouth watered. I reached for a foothold and began to climb. I was 2 branches away from the fruit when a shout from the direction of the bridge, followed by the quick tramp of hoofs and the jingle of metal, brought me up short. Clinging like a monkey, I made sure of my feet, then reached with one hand to push the leaves aside, peering down towards the bridge. A troop of men was riding over it, towards the town. One man rode alone in front, bareheaded, on a big brown horse. Not Camlach, or my grandfather, and not one of the nobles, for the men wore colours I did not know. Then, as they reached the nearer end of the bridge, I saw that the leader was a stranger, black-haired and black-bearded, with a foreign-looking set to his clothes, and a flash of gold on his breast. His wrist-guards were golden too, and a span deep. His troop, as I judged, was about 50 strong. King Gorlan of Lanaskol. Where the name sprang from, clear beyond mistake, I had no idea. Something heard from my labyrinth, perhaps? A word spoken carelessly in a child's hearing? A dream, even? The shields and spear-tips, catching the sun, flashed into my eyes. Gorlan of Lanaskol. A king. Come to marry my mother and take me with him overseas. She would be a queen, and I— He was already setting his horse at the hill. I began to half slither, half scramble down the tree.
And if she refuses him?
I recognized that voice. It was the Cornishman's. And after him, my uncle's. Even if she does, it will hardly matter. I've nothing to fear, so even if he came himself— The troop was riding at ease across the bridge. The jingle of arms and the hammering of hoofs rang in the still sunlight. He had come himself. He was here. A foot above the wall-top, I missed my footing and almost fell. Luckily, my grip held, and I slithered safely to the coping in a shower of leaves and lichen, just as my nurse's voice called shrilly, "Merlin! Merlin! Save us! Where's the boy?" Here, Moravik. Just coming down." I landed in the long grass. She had left her spindle and, kilting up her skirts, came running. "What's the to-do on the river road? I heard horses, a whole troop by the noise. Saints alive, child! Look at your clothes. If I didn't mend that tunic only this week, and now look at it. A tear you could put a fist through, and dirt from head to foot like a beggar's brat." I dodged as she reached for me. "I fell. I'm sorry. I was climbing down to tell you. It's a troop of foreigners. Moravik, it's King Gorlan from Lanaskol. He has a red cloak and a black beard." "Gorlan of Lanaskol? Why, that's barely 20 miles from where I was born. What's he here for, I wonder?" I stared. "Didn't you know? He's come to marry my mother." "Nonsense. It's true." "Of course it's not true. Do you think I wouldn't know? You must not say these things, Merlin. It could mean trouble. Where did you get it?" "I don't remember. Someone told me. My mother, I think." "That's not true, and you know it." "Then I must have heard something." Heard something. Young pigs have long ears, they say. Yours must be forever to the ground, you hear so much. What are you smiling at?" "Nothing." She set her hands on her hips. "You've been listening to things you shouldn't. I've told you about this before. No wonder people say what they say." I usually gave up and edged away from dangerous ground when I had given too much away, but excitement had made me reckless. "It's true. You'll find it's true. Does it matter where I heard it? I really can't remember now, but I know it's true. Moravik what?" King Gorlan's my father, my real one." "What?" This time the syllable was edged like the tooth of a saw. "Didn't you know? Not even you?" "No, I did not, and no more do you. And if you so much as breathe this to anyone, how do you know the name, even?" She took me by the shoulders and gave me a sharp little shake. "How do you even know this is King Gorlan? There's been nothing said of his coming, even to me. I told you, I don't remember what I heard or where. I just heard his name somewhere, that's all, and I know he's coming to see the king about my mother. We'll go to Les Britain, Moravik, and you can come with us. You'll like that, won't you? It's your home. Perhaps we'll be near—" Her grip tightened, and I stopped. With relief, I saw one of the king's body servants hurrying towards us through the apple trees. He came up, panting. "He's to go before the king, the boy, in the great hall, and hurry." "Who is it?" demanded Moravik. "The king said to hurry. I've been looking everywhere for the boy." "Who is it?" "King Gorlan from Brittany." She gave a little hiss like a startled goose and dropped her hands. "What's his business with the boy?" "How do I know?" The man was breathless. It was a hot day, and he was stout and curt with Moravik, whose status as my nurse was only a little higher with the servants than my own. "All I know is the Lady Ninian is sent for, and the boy, and there'll be a beating for someone, by my reckoning, if he's not there by the time the king's looking round for him. He's been in a rare taking since the outriders came in, that I can tell you." All right. Get back and say we'll be there in a few minutes." The man hurried off. She whirled on me and grabbed at my arm. "All the sweet saints in heaven!" Moravik had the biggest collection of charms and talismans of anyone in Maridunum, and I had never known her pass a wayward shrine without paying her respects to whatever image inhabited it, but officially she was a Christian, and, when in trouble, a devout one. "Sweet cherubim! And the child has to choose this afternoon to be in rags. Hurry now, or there'll be trouble for both of us." She hustled me up the path towards the house, busily calling on her saints and exhorting me to hurry, determinedly refusing even to comment on the fact that I had been right about the newcomer. Dear St. Peter, why did I eat those eels for dinner and then sleep so sound? Today of all days! Here." She pushed me in front of her into my room. "Get out of those rags and into your good tunic, and we'll know soon enough what the Lord has sent for you. Hurry, child." The room I shared with Moravik was a small one, dark, and next to the servants' quarters. It always smelled of cooking smells from the kitchen, but I liked this, as I liked the old lichened pear tree that hung close outside the window, where the birds swung singing in the summer mornings. My bed stood right under this window. The bed was nothing but plain planks set across wooden blocks, no carving, not even a head or footboard. I had heard Moravik grumble to the other servants, when she thought I wasn't listening, that it was hardly a fit place to house a king's grandson. But to me she said merely that it was convenient for her to be near the other servants, and indeed I was comfortable enough, for she saw to it that I had a clean straw mattress, and a coverlet of wool every bit as good as those on my mother's bed in the big room next to my grandfather. Moravik herself had a pallet on the floor near the door, and this was sometimes shared by the big wolfhound who fidgeted and scratched for fleas beside her feet, and sometimes by Cerdic, one of the grooms, a Saxon who had been taken in a raid long since, and had settled down to marry one of the local girls. She had died in childbed a year later, and the child with her, but he stayed on, apparently quite content. I once asked Moravik why she allowed the dog to sleep in the room, when she grumbled so much about the smell and the fleas. I forget what she answered, but I knew without being told that he was there to give warning if anyone came into the room during the night. Cerdic, of course, was the exception. The dog accepted him with no more fuss than the beating of his tail upon the floor, and vacated the bed for him. In a way, I suppose, Cerdic fulfilled the same function as the watchdog, and others besides. Moravik never mentioned him, and neither did I. A small child is supposed to sleep very soundly, but even then, young as I was, I would wake sometimes in the middle of the night, and lie quite still, watching the stars through the window beside me, caught like sparkling little fish in the net of the pear tree's boughs. What passed between Cerdic and Moravik meant no more to me than that he helped to guard my nights, as she my days. My clothes were kept in a wooden chest which stood against the wall. This was very old, with panels painted with scenes of gods and goddesses, and I think originally it had come from Rome itself. Now the paint was dirty and rubbed and flaking, but still on the lid you could see, like shadows, a scene taking place in what looked like a cave. There was a bull, and a man with a knife, and someone holding a sheaf of corn, and over in the corner some figure, rubbed almost away, with rays round his head like the sun, and a stick in his hand. The chest was lined with cedarwood, and Moravik washed my clothes herself, and laid them away with sweet herbs from the garden. She threw the lid up now, so roughly that it banged against the wall, and pulled out the better of my 2 good tunics, the green one with the scarlet border. She shouted for water, and one of the maids brought it, running, and was scolded for spilling it on the floor. The fat servant came panting again to tell us that we should hurry, and got snapped at for his pains. But in a very short time I was hustled once more along the colonnade, and through the big arched doorway into the main part of the house. The hall where the king received visitors was a long high room with a floor of black and white stone, framing a mosaic of a god with a leopard. This had been badly scarred and broken by the dragging of heavy furniture and the constant passing of booted feet. One side of the room was open to the colonnade, and here in winter a fire was kindled on the bare floor within a loose frame of stones. The floor and pillars near it were blackened with the smoke. At the far end of the room stood the dais, with my grandfather's big chair, and beside it the smaller one for his queen. He was sitting there now, with Camlach standing on his right, and his wife, Olwen, seated at his left. She was his 3rd wife, and younger than my mother, a dark, silent, rather stupid girl, with a skin like new milk and braids down to her knees, who could sing like a bird and do fine needlework, but very little else. My mother, I think, both liked and despised her. At any rate, against all expectation, they got along tolerably well together, and I had heard Moravik say that life for my mother had been a great deal easier since the king's 2nd wife, Gwyneth, had died a year ago, and within the month Olwen had taken her place in the king's bed. Even if Olwen had cuffed me and sneered at me as Gwyneth did, I should have liked her for her music, but she was always kind to me in her vague, placid way, and when the king was out of the way, had taught me my notes, and even let me use her harp till I could play after a fashion. I had a feeling for it, she said, but we both knew what the king would say to such folly, so her kindness was secret, even from my mother. She did not notice me now. Nobody did, except my cousin Dinius, who stood by Olwen's chair on the dais. Dinius was a bastard of my grandfather's by a slave woman. He was a big boy of 7, with his father's red hair and high temper. He was strong for his age and quite fearless, and had enjoyed the king's favour since the day he had, at the age of 5, stolen a ride on one of his father's horses, a wild brown colt, that had bolted with him through the town and only got rid of him when he rode it straight at a breast-high bank. His father had thrashed him with his own hands, and afterwards given him a dagger with a gilded hilt. Dinius claimed the title of prince, at any rate among the rest of the children, from then on, and treated his fellow bastard, myself, with the utmost contempt. He stared at me now, as expressionless as a stone, but his left hand, the one away from his father, made a rude sign, and then chopped silently, expressively, downwards. I had paused in the doorway, and behind me my nurse's hand twitched my tunic into place, and then gave me a push between the shoulder blades. "Go on now. Straighten your back. He won't eat you." As if to give the lie to this, I heard the click of charms and the start of a muttered prayer. The room was full of people. Many of them I knew, but there were strangers there who must be the party I had seen ride in. Their leader sat near the king's right, surrounded by his own men. He was the big, dark man I had seen on the bridge, full-bearded, with a fierce beak of a nose and thick limbs shrouded in a scarlet cloak. On the king's other side, but standing below the dais, was my mother with 2 of her women. I loved to see her as she was now, dressed like a princess, her long robe of creamy wool hanging straight to the floor as if carved of new wood. Her hair was unbraided and fell down her back like rain. She had a blue mantle with a copper clasp. Her face was colourless and very still. I was so busy with my own fears, the gesture from Dinius, the averted face and downcast eyes of my mother, the silence of the people, and the empty middle of the floor over which I must walk, that I had not even looked at my grandfather. I had taken a step forward, still unnoticed, when suddenly, with a crash like a horse kicking, he slammed both hands down on the wooden arms of his chair and thrust himself to his feet so violently that the heavy chair went back a pace, its feet scoring the oak planks of the platform. "By the light!" His face was mottled scarlet, and the reddish brows jutted in knots of flesh above his furious little blue eyes. He glared down at my mother, and drew a breath to speak that could be heard clear to the door where I had paused, afraid. Then the bearded man, who had risen with him, said something in some accent I didn't catch, and at the same moment Camlach touched his arm, whispering. The king paused, then said thickly, "As you will. Later. Get them out of here." Then clearly, to my mother, "This is not the end of it, Ninian, I promise you. 6 years. It is enough, by God. Come, my lord." He swept his cloak up over one arm, jerked his head to his son, and, stepping down from the dais, took the bearded man by the arm, and strode with him towards the door. After him, meek as milk, trailed his wife Olwen with her women, and after her Dinius, smiling. My mother never moved. The king went by her without a word or a look, and the crowd parted between him and the door like a stubble field under the share. It left me standing alone, rooted and staring, 3 paces in from the door. As the king bore down on me, I came to myself and turned to escape into the anteroom, but not quickly enough. He stopped abruptly, releasing Gorlan's arm, and swung round on me. The blue cloak swirled, and a corner of the cloth caught my eye and brought the tears to it. I blinked up at him. Gorlan had paused beside him. He was younger than my Uncle David had been. He was angry too, but hiding it, and the anger was not for me. He looked surprised when the king stopped, and said, "Who's this?" "Her son, that your grace would have given a name to," said my grandfather, and the gold flashed on his armlet as he swung his big hand up and knocked me flat to the floor as easily as a boy would flatten a fly. Then the blue cloak swept by me, and the king's booted feet, and Gorlan's after him with barely a pause. Olwen said something in her pretty voice, and stooped over me, but the king called to her angrily, and her hand withdrew, and she hurried after him with the rest. I picked myself up from the floor, and looked round for Moravik, but she was not there. She had gone straight to my mother, and had not even seen. I began to push my way towards them through the hubbub of the hall, but before I could reach my mother, the women, in a tight and silent group round her, left the hall by the other door. None of them looked back. Someone spoke to me, but I did not answer. I ran out through the colonnade, across the main court, and out again into the quiet sunlight of the orchard. My uncle found me on Moravic's terrace. I was lying on my belly on the hot flagstones, watching a lizard. Of all that day, this is my most vivid recollection. The lizard, flat on the hot stone, within a foot of my face, its body still as green bronze but for the pulsing throat. It had small dark eyes, no brighter than slate, and the inside of its mouth was the colour of melons. It had a long, sharp tongue, which flicked out quick as a whip, and its feet made a tiny rustling noise on the stones as it ran across my finger and vanished down a crack in the flags. I turned my head. My uncle Camlach was coming down through the orchard. He mounted the 3 shallow steps to the terrace, soft-footed in his elegant laced sandals, and stood looking down. I looked away. The moss between the stones had tiny white flowers no bigger than the lizard's eyes, each one perfect as a carved cup. To this day I remember the design on them as well as if I had carved it myself. "Let me see," he said. I didn't move. He crossed to the stone bench and sat down facing me, knees apart, clasped hands between them. "Look at me, Merlin." I obeyed him. He studied me in silence for a while. "I'm always being told that you will not play rough games, that you run away from Dinius, that you will never make a soldier or even a man. Yet when the king strikes you down with a blow which would have sent one of his deerhounds yelping to kennel, you make no sound and shed no tear." I said nothing. "I think perhaps you are not quite what they deem you, Merlin." Still nothing. "Do you know why Gorlan came today?" I thought it better to lie. "No." "He came to ask for your mother's hand. If she had consented, you would have gone with him to Brittany." I touched one of the moss cups with a forefinger. It crumbled like a puffball and vanished. Experimentally, I touched another. Camlach said, more sharply than he usually spoke to me, "Are you listening?" "Yes, but if she's refused him, it will hardly matter." I looked up. "Will it?" "You mean you don't want to go?" "I would have thought—" He knitted the fair brows, so like my grandfather's. "You would be treated honourably and be a prince." "I am a prince now, as much a prince as I can ever be." "What do you mean by that?" "If she has refused him," I said, "he cannot be my father. I thought he was. I thought that was why he had come." "What made you think so?" "I don't know. It seemed—" I stopped. I could not explain to Camlach about the flash of light in which Gorlan's name had come to me. "I just thought he must be." "Only because you have been waiting for him all this time." His voice was calm. "Such waiting is foolish, Merlin. It's time you faced the truth. Your father is dead." I put my hand down on the tuft of moss, crushing it. I watched the flesh of the fingers whiten with the pressure. "She told you that?" "No." He lifted his shoulders. "But had he been still alive, he would have been here long since. You must know that." I was silent. "And if he is not dead," pursued my uncle, watching me, "and still has never come, it can surely not be a matter for great grief on anyone's part." "No, except that however base he may be, it might have saved my mother something, and me." As I moved my hand, the moss slowly unfurled again, as if growing, but the tiny flowers had gone. My uncle nodded. "She would have been wiser, perhaps, to have accepted Gorlan or some other prince." "What will happen to us?" I asked. "Your mother wants to go into St. Peter's, and you are quick and clever, and I am told you can read a little. You could be a priest." "No." His brows came down again over the thin-bridged nose. It's a good enough life. You're not warrior stock, that's certain. Why not take a life that will suit you and where you'd be safe? I don't need to be a warrior to want to stay free. To be shut up in a place like St. Peter's, that's not the way—" I broke off. I had spoken hotly, but found the words failing me. I could not explain something I did not know myself. I looked up eagerly. "I'll stay with you. If you cannot use me, I'll run away to serve some other prince, but I would rather stay with you." "Well, it's early yet to speak of things like that. You're very young." He got to his feet. "Does your face hurt you?" "No." "You should have it seen to. Come with me now." He put out a hand, and I went with him. He led me up through the orchard, then in through the arch that led to my grandfather's private garden. I hung back against his hand. "I'm not allowed in there." "Surely with me. Your grandfather's with his guests. He'll not see you. Come along. I've got something better for you than your windfall apples. They've been gathering the apricots, and I saved the best aside out of the baskets as I came down." He trod forward, with that graceful cat stride of his, through the bergamot and lavender, to where the apricot and peach trees stood crucified against the high wall in the sun. The place smelled drowsy with herbs and fruit, and the doves were crooning from the dove-house. At my feet a ripe apricot lay, velvet in the sun. I pushed it with my toe until it rolled over, and there in the back of it was the great rotten hole with wasps crawling. A shadow fell over it. My uncle stood above me, with an apricot in each hand. "I told you I'd got something better than windfalls. Here." He handed me one. "And if they beat you for stealing, they'll have to beat me as well." He grinned and bit into the fruit he held. I stood still, with the big, bright apricot cupped in the palm of my hand. The garden was very hot and very still, and quiet except for the humming of insects. The fruit glowed like gold, and smelled of sunshine and sweet juice. Its skin felt like the fur of a golden bee. I could feel my mouth watering. "What is it?" asked my uncle. He sounded edgy and impatient. The juice of his apricot was running down his chin. "Don't stand there staring at it, boy. Eat it. There's nothing wrong with it, is there?" I looked up. The blue eyes, fierce as a fox, stared down into mine. I held it out to him. "I don't want it. It's black inside. Look, you can see right through." He took his breath in sharply, as if to speak. Then voices came from the other side of the wall, the gardeners, probably, bringing the empty fruit baskets down, ready for morning. My uncle, stooping, snatched the fruit from my hand and threw it from him, hard against the wall. It burst in a golden splash of flesh against the brick, and the juice ran down. A wasp, disturbed from the tree, droned past between us. Camlach flapped at it with a queer, abrupt gesture, and said to me in a voice that was suddenly all venom, "Keep away from me after this, you devil's brat. Do you hear me? Just keep away." He dashed the back of his hand across his mouth, and went from me in long strides towards the house. I stood where I was, watching the juice of the apricot trickle down the hot wall. A wasp alighted on it, crawled stickily, then suddenly fell, buzzing on its back to the ground. Its body jackknifed. The buzz rose to a whine as it struggled. Then it lay still. I hardly saw it, because something had swelled in my throat till I thought I would choke, and the golden evening swam, brilliant, into tears. This was the first time in my life that I remember weeping. The gardeners were coming down past the roses, with baskets on their heads. I turned and ran out of the garden. 3. My room was empty even of the wolfhound. I climbed on my bed and leaned my elbows on the windowsill, and stayed there a long while alone, while outside in the pear tree's boughs the thrush sang, and from the courtyard beyond the shut door came the monotonous clink of the smith's hammer and the creak of the windlass as the mule plodded round the well. Memory fails me here. I cannot remember how long it was before the clatter and the buzz of voices told me that the evening meal was being prepared. Nor can I remember how badly I was hurt, but when Cerdic, the groom, pushed the door open and I turned my head, he stopped dead and said, "Lord have mercy upon us! What have you been doing? Playing in the bull shed?" "I fell down." "Oh, aye, you fell down. I wonder why the floor's always twice as hard for you as for anyone else. Who was it? That little sucking board, Dinius?" When I did not answer, he came across to the bed. He was a small man, with bowed legs and a seamed brown face, and a thatch of light-coloured hair. Standing on my bed as I was, my eyes were almost on a level with his. "Tell you what," he said. "When you're a mite larger, I'll teach you a thing or two. You don't have to be big to win a fight. I've a trick or two worth knowing, I can tell you. Got to have, when you're wren size. I tell you, I can tumble a fellow twice my weight, and a woman too, come to that." He laughed, turned his head to spit, remembered where he was, and cleared his throat instead. "Not that you'll need my tricks once you're grown, a tall lad like you, nor with the girls neither. But you'd best look to that face of yours if you're not to scare them silly. Looks as if it might make a scar." He jerked his head at Moravic's empty pallet. "Where is she?" "She went with my mother." "Then you'd best come with me. I'll fix it up." So it was that the cut on my cheekbone was dressed with horse liniment, and I shared Cerdic's supper in the stables, sitting on straw, while a brown mare nosed round me for fodder, and my own fat slug of a pony, at the full end of his rope, watched every mouthful we ate. Cerdic must have had methods of his own in the kitchens, too. The barn cakes were fresh. There was half a chicken leg each as well as the salt bacon, and the beer was full-flavoured and cool. When he came back with the food, I knew from his look that he had heard it all. The whole palace must be buzzing. But he said nothing, just handing me the food and sitting down beside me on the straw. "They told you?" I asked. He nodded, chewing, then added through a mouthful of bread and meat, "He has a heavy hand. He was angry because she refused to wed Gorlan. He wants her wed because of me, but till now she has refused to wed any man. And now, since my uncle David is dead, and Camlach is the only one left, they asked Gorlan from Les Britain. I think my uncle Camlach persuaded my grandfather to ask him, because he is afraid that if she marries a prince in Wales—" He interrupted at that, looking both startled and scared. "Wist ye now, child? How do you know all this? I'll be bound your elders don't tattle of these high matters in front of you. If it's Moravic who talks when she shouldn't—" "No, not Moravic. But I know it's true. How in the thunderer's name do you know any such thing? Slaves gossip?" I fed the last bite of my bread to the mare. "If you swear by heathen gods, Cerdic, it's you who'll be in trouble with Moravic." "Oh, aye, that kind of trouble's easy enough to come by. Come on, who's been talking to you?" "Nobody. I know, that's all. I can't explain how. And when she refused Gorlan, my uncle Camlach was as angry as my grandfather. He's afraid my father will come back and marry her and drive him out. He doesn't admit this to my grandfather, of course." "Of course." He was staring, even forgetting to chew, so that saliva dribbled from the corner of his open mouth. He swallowed hastily. "The gods know, God knows where you got all this, but it could be true." "Well, go on." The brown mare was pushing at me, snuffing sweet breath at my neck. I handed her away. "That's all.
Gorlan is angry, but they'll give him something, and my mother will go in the end to St. Peter's. You'll see."
There was a short silence. Cerdic swallowed his meat and threw the bone out of the door, where a couple of the stable-yard curs pounced on it and raced off in a snarling wrangle.
"Merlin?" "Yes?" "You'd be wise if you said no more of this to anyone. Not to anyone. Do you understand?"
I said nothing.
"These are matters that a child doesn't understand. High matters. Oh, some of it's common talk, I grant you, but this about Prince Camlach—"
He dropped a hand to my knee and gripped and shook it.
"I tell you, he's dangerous, that one. Leave it be, and stay out of sight. I'll tell no one, trust me for that. But you must say no more. Bad enough if you were rightwise a prince born, or even in the king's favour like that red whelp Dinius. But for you—"
He shook the knee again.
"Do you heed me, Merlin? For your skin's sake, keep silent and stay out of their way. And tell me who told you all this."
I thought of the dark cave in the hypocaust and the sky remote at the top of the shaft.
"No one told me. I swear it."
When he made a sound of impatience and worry, I looked straight at him and told him as much of the truth as I dared.
"I have heard things, I admit it, and sometimes people talk over your head, not noticing you're there, or not thinking you understand. But at other times—"
I paused.
"It's as if something spoke to me, as if I saw things. And sometimes the stars tell me, and there is music and voices in the dark, like dreams."
His hand went up in a gesture of protection. I thought he was crossing himself, then saw the sign against the devil eye. He looked shamefaced at that, and dropped the hand.
"Dreams, that's what it is. You're right. You've been asleep in some corner, likely, and they've talked across you when they shouldn't, and you've heard things you shouldn't. I was forgetting you're nothing but a child. When you look with those eyes—"
He broke off and shrugged.
"But you'll promise me you'll say no more of what you've heard?" "All right, Cerdic, I promise you, if you'll promise to tell me something in return."
"What's that?"
"Who my father was."
He choked over his beer, then with deliberation wiped the foam away, set down the horn, and regarded me with exasperation.
"Now, how in Middle-earth do you think I know that?" "I thought Moravik might have told you." "Does she know?"
He sounded so surprised that I knew he was telling the truth.
"When I asked her, she just said there were some things it was better not to talk about."
"She's right at that. But if you ask me, that's her way of saying she's no wiser than the next one. And if you do ask me, young Merlin, though you don't, that's another thing you'd best keep clear of. If your lady mother wanted you to know, she'd tell you. You'll find out soon enough, I doubt." I saw that he was making the sign again, though this time he hid the hand. I opened my mouth to ask if he believed the stories, but he picked up the drinking horn and got to his feet. "I've had your promise, remember?"
"Yes."
"I've watched you. You go your own way, and sometimes I think you're nearer to the wild things than to men. You know she called you for the falcon?" I nodded.
"Well, here's something for you to think about. You'd best be forgetting falcons for the time being. There's plenty of them around, too many, if truth be told. Have you watched the ringdoves, Merlin? The ones that drink from the fountain with the white doves, then fly away free? Of course I have. I feed them in winter, along with the doves. They used to say in my country, the ringdove has many enemies, because her flesh is sweet and her eggs are good to eat. But she lives and she prospers because she runs away. The Lady Ninian may have called you her little falcon, but you're not a falcon yet, young Merlin. You're only a dove. Remember that. Live by keeping quiet and by running away. Mark my words." He nodded at me and put a hand down to pull me to my feet. "Does the cut still hurt?" "It stings." "Then it's on the mend. The bruise is naught to worry you. It'll go soon enough." It did, indeed, heal cleanly and left no mark. But I remember how it stung that night and kept me awake, so that Cerdic and Moravik kept silent in the other corner of the room, for fear, I suppose, that it had been from some of their mutterings that I had pieced together my information. After they slept, I crept out, stepping past the grinning wolfhound, and ran along to the hypocaust. But tonight I heard nothing to remember, except Olwen's voice, mellow as an ouzel's, singing some song I had not heard before, about a wild goose and a hunter with a golden net. 4. After this, life settled back into its peaceful rut, and I think that my grandfather must eventually have accepted my mother's refusal to marry. Things were strained between them for a week or so, but with Camlach home and settling down as if he had never left the place, and with a good hunting season coming up, the king forgot his rancour and things went back to normal. Except possibly for me. After the incident in the orchard, Camlach no longer went out of his way to favour me, nor I to follow him. But he was not unkind to me, and once or twice defended me in some petty rough and tumble with the other boys, even taking my part against Dinius, who had supplanted me in his favour. But I no longer needed that kind of protection. That September day had taught me other lessons besides Cerdic's of the ringdove. I dealt with Dinius myself. One night, creeping beneath his bedchamber on the way to my cave, I chanced to hear him and his pack-follower Brice laughing over a foray of that afternoon when the pair of them had followed Camlach's friend Alin to his tryst with one of the servant girls, and had stayed hidden, watching and listening, to the sweet end. When Dinius waylaid me next morning, I stood my ground, and, quoting a sentence or so, asked if he had seen Alin yet that day. He stared, went red, and then white, for Alin had a hard hand and a temper to match it, and then sidled away, making the sign behind his back. If he liked to think it was magic rather than simple blackmail, I let him. After that, if the High King himself had ridden in claiming parentage for me, none of the children would have believed him. They left me alone. Which was just as well, for during that winter part of the floor of the bathhouse fell in. My grandfather judged the whole thing dangerous, and had it filled in and poison laid for the rats. So, like a cub smoked from its earth, I had to fend for myself above ground. About 6 months after Gorland's visit, as we were coming through a cold February into the first budding days of March, Camlach began to insist, first to my mother and then to my grandfather, that I should be taught to read and write. My mother, I think, was grateful for this evidence of his interest in me. I myself was pleased, and took good care to show it, though after the incident in the orchard I could have no illusions about his motives. But it did no harm to let Camlach think that my feelings about the priesthood had undergone a change. My mother's declaration that she would never marry, coupled with her increased withdrawal among her women, and her frequent visits to St. Peter's to talk with the abbess and such priests as visited the community, removed his worst fears, either that she would marry a Welsh prince who could hope to take over the kingdom in her right, or that my unknown father would come to claim her and legitimate me, and prove to be a man of rank and power who might supplant him forcibly. It did not matter to Camlach that in either event I was not much of a danger to him, and less than ever now, for he had taken a wife before Christmas, and already, at the beginning of March, it seemed that she was pregnant. Even Olwen's increasingly obvious pregnancy was no threat to him, for Camlach stood high in his father's favour, and it was not likely that a brother so much younger would ever present a serious danger. There could be no question. Camlach had a good fighting record, knew how to make men like him, and had ruthlessness and common sense. The ruthlessness showed in what he had tried to do to me in the orchard. The common sense showed in his indifferent kindness once my mother's decision removed the threat to him. But I have noticed this about ambitious men, or men in power. They fear even the slightest and least likely threat to it. He would never rest until he saw me priested and safely out of the palace. Whatever his motives, I was pleased when my tutor came. He was a Greek who had been a scribe in Massilia until he drank himself into debt and ensuing slavery. Now he was assigned to me, and because he was grateful for the change in status and the relief from manual work, taught me well and without the religious bias which had constricted the teaching I had picked up from my mother's priests. Demetrius was a pleasant, ineffectually clever man who had a genius for languages, and whose only recreations were dice and, when he won, drink. Occasionally, when he had won enough, I would find him happily and incapably asleep over his books. I never told anyone of these occasions, and indeed was glad of the chance to go about my own affairs. He was grateful for my silence, and in his turn, when I once or twice played truant, held his tongue and made no attempt to find out where I had been. I was quick to catch up with my studies, and showed more than enough progress to satisfy my mother and Camlach, so Demetrius and I respected one another's secrets and got along tolerably well. One day in August, almost a year after the coming of Gorlan to my grandfather's court, I left Demetrius placidly sleeping it off, and rode up alone into the hills behind the town. I had been this way several times before. It was quicker to go up past the barrack walls and then out by the military road which led eastwards through the hills to Caerleon, but this meant riding through the town and possibly being seen and questions being asked. The way I took was along the river bank. There was a gateway, not much used, leading straight out from our stable-yard to the broad flat path where the horses went that towed the barges, and the path followed the river for quite a long way, past St. Peter's, and then along the placid curves of the Towie to the mill, which was as far as the barges went. I had never been beyond this point, but there was a pathway leading up past the mill house and over the road, and then by the valley of the tributary stream that helped to serve the mill. It was a hot, drowsy day, full of the smell of bracken. Blue dragonflies darted and glimmered over the river, and the meadowsweet was thick as curds under the humming clouds of flies. My pony's neat hoofs tapped along the baked clay of the towpath. We met a big dapple grey, bringing an empty barge down from the mill with the tide, taking it easy. The boy perched on its withers, called a greeting, and the bargeman lifted a hand. When I reached the mill, there was no one in sight. Grain sacks, newly unloaded, were piled on the narrow wharf. By them the miller's dog lay sprawled in the hot sun, hardly troubling to open an eye as I drew rein in the shade of the buildings. Above me, the long straight stretch of the military road was empty. The stream tumbled through a culvert beneath it, and I saw a trout leap and flash in the foam. It would be hours before I could be missed. I put the pony at the bank up to the road, won the brief battle when he tried to turn for home, then kicked him to a canter along the path which led upstream into the hills. The path twisted and turned at first, climbing the steep streamside, then led out of the thorns and thin oaks that filled the gully, and went north in a smooth level curve along the open slope. Here the townsfolk graze their sheep and cattle, so the grass is smooth and shorn. I passed one shepherd boy, drowsy under a hawthorn bush, with his sheep at hand. He was simple, and only stared vacantly at me as I trotted past, fingering the pile of stones with which he herded his sheep. As we passed him, he picked up one of them, a smooth green pebble, and I wondered if he was going to throw it at me. But he lobbed it instead to turn some fat grazing lambs which were straying too far, then went back to his slumbers. There were black cattle further afield, down nearer the river where the grass was longer, but I could not see the herdsman. Away at the foot of the hill, tiny beside a tiny hut, I saw a girl with a flock of geese. Presently the path began to climb again, and my pony slowed to a walk, picking his way through scattered trees. Hazelnuts were thick in the coppices, mountain ash and briar grew from tumbles of mossed rock, and the bracken was breast-high. Rabbits ran everywhere, scuttering through the fern, and a pair of jays scolded a fox from the safety of a swinging hornbeam. The ground was too hard, I supposed, to bear tracks well, but I could see no sign, either of crushed bracken or broken twigs, that any other horseman had recently been this way. The sun was high. A little breeze swept through the hawthorns, rattling the green, hard fruit. I urged the pony on. Now among the oaks and hollies were pine trees, their stems reddish in the sunlight. The ground grew rougher as the path climbed, with bare grey stone outcropping through the thin turf, and a honeycombing of rabbit burrows. I did not know where the path led. I knew nothing but that I was alone and free. There was nothing to tell me what sort of day this was, or what waystar was leading me up into the hill. This was in the days before the future became clear to me. The pony hesitated, and I came to myself. There was a fork in the track, with nothing to indicate which would be the best way to go. To left, to right, it led away round the two sides of a thicket. The pony turned decisively to the left, this being downhill. I would have let him go, but that at that moment a bird flew low across the path in front of me, left to right, and vanished beyond the trees. Sharp wings, a flash of rust and slate blue, the fierce dark eye and curved beak of a Merlin. For no reason, except that this was better than no reason, I turned the pony's head after it and dug my heels in. The path climbed in a shallow curve, leaving the wood on the left. This was a stand mainly of pines, thickly clustered and dark, and so heavily grown that you could only have hacked your way in through the dead stuff with an axe. I heard the clap of wings as a ringdove fled from shelter, dropping invisibly out of the far side of the trees. It had gone to the left. This time I followed the falcon. We were now well out of sight of the river valley and the town. The pony picked his way along one side of a shallow valley, at the foot of which ran a narrow, tumbling stream. On the far side of the stream, the long slopes of turf went bare up to the scree, and above this were the rocks, blue and grey in the sunlight. The slope where I rode was scattered with hawthorn brakes, throwing pools of slanted shadow, and above them again scree, and a cliff hung with ivy where choughs wheeled and called in the bright air. Apart from their busy sound, the valley held the most complete and echoless stillness. The pony's hoofs sounded loud on the baked earth. It was hot, and I was thirsty. Now the track ran along under a low cliff, perhaps 20 feet high, and at its foot a grove of hawthorns cast a pool of shade across the path. Somewhere, close above me, I could hear the trickle of water. I stopped the pony and slid off. I led him into the shade of the grove and made him fast, then looked about me for the source of the water. The rock by the path was dry, and below the path was no sign of any water running down to swell the stream at the foot of the valley. But the sound of running water was steady and unmistakable. I left the path and scrambled up the grass at the side of the rock to find myself on a small flat patch of turf, a little dry lawn scattered with rabbits' droppings, and at the back of it another face of cliff. In the face of the rock was a cave. The rounded opening was smallish and very regular, almost like a made arch. To one side of this, the right, as I stood looking, was a slope of grass-grown stones, long ago fallen from above, and overgrown with oak and rowan, whose branches overhung the cave with shadow. To the other side, and only a few feet from the archway, was the spring. I approached it. It was very small, a little shining movement of water oozing out of a crack in the face of the rock, and falling with a steady trickle into a round basin of stone. There was no outflow. Presumably the water sprang from the rock, gathered in the basin, and drained away through another crack, eventually to join the stream below. Through the clear water I could see every pebble, every grain of sand at the bottom of the basin. Hart's tongue fern grew above it, and there was moss at the lip, and below it green, moist grass. I knelt on the grass and had put my mouth to the water when I saw there was a cup. This stood in a tiny niche among the ferns. It was a handspan high and made of brown horn. As I lifted it down, I saw above it, half hidden by the ferns, the small carved figure of a wooden god. I recognized him. I had seen him under the oak at Tir Myrddin. Here he was in his own hilltop place, under the open sky. I filled a cup and drank, pouring a few drops on the ground for the god. Then I went into the cave. 5. This was bigger than had appeared from outside. Only a couple of paces inside the archway, and my paces were very short. The cave opened out into a seemingly vast chamber, whose top was lost in shadow. It was dark, but, though at first I neither noticed this nor looked for its cause, with some source of extra light that gave a vague illumination, showing the floor smooth and clear of obstacles. I made my way slowly forward, straining my eyes, with deep inside me the beginning of that surge of excitement that caves have always started in me. Some men experience this with water, some, I know, on high places. Some create fire for the same pleasure. With me, it has always been the depths of the forest, or the depths of the earth. Now I know why, but then I only knew that I was a boy who had found somewhere new, something he could perhaps make his own in a world where he owned nothing. Next moment I stopped short, brought up by a shock which spilled the excitement through my bowels like water. Something had moved in the murk, just to my right. I froze still, straining my eyes to see. There was no movement. I held my breath, listening. There was no sound. I flared my nostrils, testing the air cautiously round me. There was no smell, animal or human. The cave smelt, I thought, of smoke and damp rock and the earth itself, and of a queer, musty scent I couldn't identify. I knew, without putting it into words, that had there been any other creature near me, the air would have felt different, less empty. There was no one there. I tried a word, softly, in Welsh. "Greetings." The whisper came straight back at me in an echo so quick that I knew I was very near the wall of the cave. Then it lost itself, hissing, in the roof. There was movement there. At first I thought only an intensifying of the echoed whisper. Then the rustling grew and grew, like the rustling of a woman's dress, or a curtain stirring in the draught. Something went past my cheek with a shrill, bloodless cry just on the edge of sound. Another followed, and after them flake after flake of shrill shadow, pouring down from the roof like leaves down a stream of wind or fish down a fall. It was the bats, disturbed from their lodging in the top of the cave, streaming out now into the daylight valley. They would be pouring out of the low archway like a plume of smoke. I stood quite still, wondering if it was these that had made the curious, musty smell. I thought I could smell them as they passed, but it wasn't the same. I had no fear that they would touch me. In darkness or light, whatever their speed, bats will touch nothing. They are so much creatures of the air, I believe, that as the air parts in front of an obstacle, the bat is swept aside with it, like a petal carried downstream. They poured past, a shrill tide of them between me and the wall. Childlike, to see what the stream would do, how it would divert itself, I took a step nearer to the wall. Nothing touched me. The stream divided and poured on, the shrill air brushing both my cheeks. It was as if I did not exist. But at the same moment when I moved, the creature that I had seen moved too. Then my outstretched hand met, not rock, but metal, and I knew what the creature was. It was my own reflection. Hanging against the wall was a sheet of metal, burnished to a dull sheen. This, then, was the source of the diffused light within the cave. The mirror's silky surface caught, obliquely, the light from the cave's mouth, and sent it on into the darkness. I could see myself moving in it like a ghost, as I recoiled and let fall the hand which had leapt to the knife at my hip. Behind me, the flow of bats had ceased, and the cave was still. Reassured, I stayed where I was, studying myself with interest in the mirror. My mother had had one once, an antique from Egypt, but then, deeming such things to be vanity, she had locked it away. Of course, I had often seen my face reflected in water, but never my body mirrored, till now. I saw a dark boy, wary, all eyes with curiosity, nerves, and excitement. In that light, my eyes looked quite black. My hair was black too, thick and clean, but worse cut and groomed than my pony's. My tunic and sandals were a disgrace. I grinned, and the mirror flashed a sudden smile that changed the picture completely and at once, from a sullen young animal poised to run or fight, to something quick and gentle and approachable, something I knew even then that few people had ever seen. Then it vanished, and the wary animal was back, as I leaned forward to run a hand over the metal. It was cold and smooth and freshly burnished. Whoever had hung it, and he must be the same person who used the cup of horn outside, had either been here very recently, or he still lived here, and might come back at any moment to find me. I was not particularly frightened. I had pricked to caution when I saw the cup, but one learns very young to take care of oneself, and the times I had been brought up in were peaceful enough, at any rate in our valley. But there are always wild men and rough men, and the lawless and vagabonds to be reckoned with, and any boy who likes his own company, as I did, must be prepared to defend his skin. I was wiry and strong for my age, and I had my dagger. That I was barely 7 years old never entered my head. I was Merlin, and, bastard or not, the king's grandson. I went on exploring. The next thing I found, a pace along the wall, was a box, and on top of it, shapes which my hands identified immediately as flint and iron and tinderbox, and a big, roughly made candle of what smelled like sheep's tallow. Beside these objects lay a shape which, incredulously, and inch by inch, I identified as the skull of a horned sheep. There were nails driven into the top of the box here and there, apparently holding down fragments of leather. But when I felt these, carefully, I found in the withered leather frameworks of delicate bone. They were dead bats, stretched and nailed on the wood. This was a treasure cave indeed. No find of gold or weapons could have excited me more. Full of curiosity, I reached for the tinderbox. Then I heard him coming back. My first thought was that he must have seen my pony. Then I realized he was coming from further up the hill. I could hear the rattling and scaling of small stones as he came down the scree above the cave. One of them splashed into the spring outside, and then it was too late. I heard him jump down onto the flat grass beside the water. It was time for the ringdove again. The falcon was forgotten. I ran deeper into the cave. As he swept aside the boughs that darkened the entrance, the light grew momentarily, enough to show me my way. At the back of the cave was a slope and jut of rock, and, at twice my height, a wideish ledge. A quick flash of sunlight from the mirror caught a wedge of shadow in the rock above the ledge, big enough to hide me. Soundless in my scuffed sandals, I swarmed on to the ledge and crammed my body into that wedge of shadow, to find it was in fact a gap in the rock, giving apparently on to another, smaller cave. I slithered in through the gap like an otter into the river-bank. It seemed that he had heard nothing. The light was cut off again as the boughs sprang back into place behind him, and he came into the cave. It was a man's tread, measured and slow. If I had thought about it at all, I suppose I would have assumed that the cave would be uninhabited at least until sunset, that whoever owned the place would be away hunting or about his other business, and would return only at nightfall. There was no point in wasting candles when the sun was blazing outside. Perhaps he was here now only to bring home his kill, and he would go again and leave me the chance to get out. I hoped he would not see my pony tethered in the hawthorn brake. Then I heard him moving, with the sure tread of someone who knows his way blindfold, towards the candle and the tinder-box. Even now I had no room for apprehension, no room, indeed, for any but the one thought or sensation, the extreme discomfort of the cave into which I had crawled. It was apparently small, not much bigger than the large round vats they use for dyeing, and much the same shape. Floor, wall, and ceiling hugged me round in a continuous curve. It was like being inside a large globe. Moreover, a globe studded with nails, or with its inner surface stuck all over with small bits of jagged stone. There seemed no inch of surface, not bristling like a bed of strewn flints, and it was only my light weight, I think, that saved me from being cut, as I quested about blindly to find some clear space to lie on. I found a place smoother than the rest, and curled there, as small as I could, watching the faintly defined opening, and inching my dagger silently from its sheath into my hand. I heard the quick hiss and chime of flint and iron, and then the flare of light, intense in the darkness, as the tinder caught hold. Then the steady, waxing glow as he lit the candle. Or rather, it should have been the slow-growing beam of a candle flame that I saw. But instead there was a flash, a sparkle, a conflagration, as if a whole pitch-soaked beacon was roaring up in flames. Light poured and flashed, crimson, golden, white, red, intolerable, into my cave. I winced back from it, frightened now, heedless of pain and cut flesh as I shrank against the sharp walls. The whole globe where I lay seemed to be full of flame. It was indeed a globe, a round chamber, floored, roofed, lined with crystals. They were fine as glass, and smooth as glass, but clearer than any glass I had ever seen, brilliant as diamonds. This, in fact, to my childish mind, was what they first seemed to be. I was in a globe lined with diamonds, 1,000,000 burning diamonds, each face of each gem wincing with the light, shooting it to and fro, diamond to diamond and back again, with rainbows and rivers and bursting stars and a shape like a crimson dragon clawing up the wall, while below it a girl's face swam faintly with closed eyes, and the light drove right into my body as if it would break me open. I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw that the golden light had shrunk, and was concentrated on one part of the wall no bigger than my head, and from this, empty of visions, rayed the broken, brilliant beams. There was silence from the cave below. He had not stirred. I had not even heard the rustle of his clothes. Then the light moved. The flashing disk began to slide, slowly, across the crystal wall. I was shaking. I huddled closer to the sharp stones, trying to escape it. There was nowhere to go. It advanced slowly round the curve. It touched my shoulder, my head, and I ducked, cringing. The shadow of my movement rushed across the globe like a wind eddy over a pool. The light stopped, retreated, fixed, glittering in its place. Then it went out. But the glow of the candle, strangely, remained, an ordinary, steady yellow glow beyond the gap in the wall of my refuge. "Come out." The man's voice, not loud, not raised with shouted orders like my grandfather's, was clear and brief with all the mystery of command. It never occurred to me to disobey. I crept forward over the sharp crystals and through the gap. Then I slowly pulled myself upright on the ledge, my back against the wall of the outer cave, the dagger ready in my right hand, and looked down. 6. He stood between me and the candle, a hugely tall figure, or so it seemed to me, in a long robe of some brown homespun stuff. The candle made a nimbus of his hair, which seemed to be grey, and he was bearded. I could not see his expression, and his right hand was hidden in the folds of his robe. I waited, poised warily. He spoke again, in the same tone. "Put up your dagger and come down." "When I see your right hand," I said. He showed it, palm up. It was empty. He said gravely, "I am unarmed." "Then stand out of my way," I said, and jumped. The cave was wide, and he was standing to one side of it. My leap carried me 3 or 4 paces down the cave, and I was past him and near the entrance before he could have moved more than a step. But in fact, he never moved at all. As I reached the mouth of the cave and swept aside the hanging branches, I heard him laughing. The sound brought me up short. I turned. From here, in the light which now filled the cave, I saw him clearly. He was old, with grey hair thinning on top and hanging lank over his ears, and a straight growth of grey beard, roughly trimmed. His hands were calloused and grained with dirt, but had been fine, with long fingers. Now the old man's veins crawled and knotted on them, distended like worms. But it was his face which held me. It was thin, cavernous almost as a skull, with a high domed forehead and bushy grey brows which came down, jutting over eyes where I could see no trace of age at all. These were closely set, large, and of a curiously clear and swimming grey. His nose was a thin beak, his mouth lipless now, stretched wide with his laughter over astonishingly good teeth. "Come back. There's no need to be afraid." "I'm not afraid." I dropped the boughs back into place, and not without bravado walked towards him. I stopped a few paces away. "Why should I be afraid of you? Do you know who I am?" He regarded me for a moment, seeming to muse. "Let me see you. Dark hair, dark eyes, the body of a dancer and the manners of a young wolf. Or should I say, a young falcon?" My dagger sank to my side. "Then you do know me?" "Shall I say I knew you would come some day? And today I knew there was someone here. What do you think brought me back so early?" "How did you know there was someone here? Oh, of course, you saw the bats." "Perhaps." "Do they always go up like that?" "Only for strangers. Your dagger, sir." I put it back in my belt. "Nobody calls me sir. I'm a bastard. That means I belong to myself, no one else. My name's Merlin, but you knew that." "And mine is Galapus. Are you hungry?" "Yes." But I said it dubiously, thinking of the skull and the dead bats. Disconcertingly, he understood. The grey eyes twinkled. "Fruit and honey cakes? And sweet water from the spring? What better fare would you get, even in the king's house?" "I wouldn't get that in the king's house at this hour of the day," I said frankly. "Thank you, sir. I'll be glad to eat with you." He smiled. "Nobody calls me sir, and I belong to no man either. Go out and sit down in the sun, and I'll bring the food." The fruit was apples, which looked and tasted exactly like the ones from my grandfather's orchard, so that I stole a sideways glance at my host, scanning him by daylight, wondering if I had ever seen him on the riverbank or anywhere in the town. "Do you have a wife," I asked, "who makes the honey cakes? They're very good." "No wife. I told you I belonged to no man, and to no woman either. You will see, Merlin, how all your life, men and women too, will try to put bars round you. But you will escape those bars, or bend them, or melt them at your will, until, of your will, you take them round you, and sleep behind them in their shadow. I get the honey cakes from the shepherd's wife. She makes enough for 3, and is good enough to spare some for charity. Are you a hermit, then? A holy man? Do I look like a holy man? No. This was true. The only people I remember being afraid of at that time were the solitary holy men who sometimes wandered, preaching and begging, into the town. Queer, arrogant, noisy men, with a mad look in their eyes, and a smell about them which I associated with the heaps of offal outside the slaughter pens. It was sometimes hard to know which god they professed to serve. Some of them, it was whispered, were druids, who were still officially outside the law, though in Wales, in the country places, they still practised without much interference. Many were followers of the old gods, the local deities, and since these varied in popularity according to season, their priests tended to switch allegiance from time to time where the pickings were richest. Even the Christian ones did this sometimes, but you could usually tell the real Christians, because they were the dirtiest. The Roman gods and their priests stayed solidly enshrined in their crumbling temples, but did very well on offerings likewise. The church frowned on the lot, but could not do much about it. There was a god at the spring outside, I ventured. Yes, Merlin. He lends me his spring and his hollow hill, and his heaven of woven light, and in return I give him his due. It does not do to neglect the gods of a place, whoever they may be. In the end, they are all one. If you're not a hermit, then, what are you? At the moment, a teacher. I have a tutor. He comes from Massilia, but he's actually been to Rome. Who do you teach? Until now, nobody. I'm old and tired, and I came to live here alone and study. Why do you have the dead bats in there, on the box? I was studying them. I stared at him. Studying bats? How can you study bats? I study the way they are made, and the way they fly and mate and feed, the way they live. Not only bats, but beasts and fish and plants and birds, as many as I see. But that's not studying. I regarded him with wonder. Demetrius, that's my tutor, tells me that watching lizards and birds is dreaming and a waste of time, though Cerdic, that's a friend, told me to study the ringdoves. Why? Because they're quick and quiet and keep out of the way, because they only lay 2 eggs, but still, though everybody hunts them, men and beasts and hawks, there are still more ringdoves than anything else. And they don't put them in cages. He drank some water, regarding me. So you have a tutor. Then you can read. Of course. Can you read Greek? A little. Then come with me. He got up and went into the cave. I followed him. He lit the candle once more. He had put it out to save tallow, and by its light lifted the lid of the box. In it I saw the rolled shapes of books, more books together than I had ever imagined there were in the world. I watched as he selected one, closed the lid carefully, and unrolled the book. There. With delight, I saw what it was. A drawing, spidery but definite, of the skeleton of a bat, and alongside it, in neat, crabbed Greek letters, phrases which I immediately, forgetting even Gallopus' presence, began to spell out to myself. In a minute or two his hand came over my shoulder. Bring it outside. He pulled out the nails, holding one of the dried leathery bodies to the box lid, and lifted it carefully in his palm. "Blow out the candle. We'll look at this together." And so, with no more question and no more ceremony, began my first lesson with Gallopus. It was only when the sun, low over one wing of the valley, sent a long shadow creeping up the slope, that I remembered the other life that waited for me, and how far I had to go. I jumped to my feet. "I'll have to go. Demetrius won't say anything, but if I'm late for supper, they'll ask why."
"And you don't intend to tell them?"
"No, or they'd stop me coming again."
He smiled, making no comment.
I doubt if I noticed then the calm assumptions on which the interview had been based. He had neither asked how I had come, nor why. And because I was only a child, I took it for granted, too, though for politeness' sake I asked him, "I may come again, mayn't I?"
"Of course."
It's hard to say when. I never know when I'll get away. I mean, when I'll be free."
"Don't worry. I shall know when you are coming, and I shall be here."
"How can you know?"
He was rolling up the book with those long, neat fingers. "The same way I knew today."
"Oh, I was forgetting. You mean I go into the cave and send the bats out?"
"If you like."
I laughed with pleasure. "I've never met anyone like you. To make smoke signals with bats. If I told them, they'd never believe me, even Cerdic."
"You won't tell even Cerdic." I nodded.
"That's right. Nobody at all. Now I must go. Goodbye, Gallopus."
"Goodbye." And so it was, in the days and in the months that followed. Whenever I could, once and sometimes twice in the week, I rode up the valley to the cave. He certainly seemed to know when I was coming, for as often as not he was there waiting for me, with the books laid out. But when there was no sign of him, I did as we had arranged, and sent out the bats as a smoke signal to bring him in. As the weeks went by, they got used to me, and it took 2 or 3 well-aimed stones sent up into the roof to get them out. But after a while this grew unnecessary. People at the palace grew accustomed to my absences and ceased to question them, and it became possible to make arrangements with Gallopus for meeting from day to day. Moravik had let me go more and more my own way since Olwen's baby had been born at the end of May, and when Camlach's son arrived in September, she established herself firmly in the royal nursery as its official ruler, abandoning me as suddenly as a bird deserting the nest. I saw less and less of my mother, who seemed content to spend her time with her women, so I was left pretty much to Demetrius and Cerdic between them. Demetrius had his own reasons for welcoming a day off now and again, and Cerdic was my friend. He would unsaddle the muddy and sweating pony without question, or with a wink and a lewd remark about where I had been that was meant as a joke and was taken as such. I had my room to myself now, except for the wolfhound. He spent the nights with me for old time's sake, but whether he was any safeguard I have no idea. I suspect not. I was safe enough. The country was at peace, except for the perennial rumours of invasion from less Britain. Camlach and his father were in accord. I was to all appearances heading willingly and at high speed for the prison of the priesthood, and so, when my lessons with Demetrius were officially done, was free to go where I wished. I never saw anyone else in the valley. The shepherd only lived there in summer, in a poor hut below the wood. There were no other dwellings there, and beyond Gallopus Cave the track was used only by sheep and deer. It led nowhere. He was a good teacher, and I was quick, but in fact I hardly thought of my time with him as lessons. We left languages and geometry to Demetrius, and religion to my mother's priests. With Gallopus, to begin with, it was only like listening to a storyteller.
He had travelled when young to the other side of the earth, Ethiopia and Greece and Germany and all around the Middle Sea, and seen and learned strange things. He taught me practical things, too, how to gather herbs and dry them to keep, how to use them for medicines, and how to distill certain subtle drugs, even poisons. He made me study the beasts and birds, and with the dead birds and sheep we found on the hills, and once with a dead deer, I learnt about the organs and bones of the body. He taught me how to stop bleeding, how to set a broken bone, how to cut bad flesh away and cleanse the place so that it heals cleanly, even, though this came later, how to draw flesh and sinews into place with thread while the beast is stunned with fumes. I remember that the first spell he taught me was the charming of warts. This is so easy that a woman can do it. One day he took a book out of the box and unrolled it. "Do you know what this is?" I was used to diagrams and drawings, but this was a drawing of nothing I could recognize. The writing was in Latin, and I saw the words Ethiopia and Fortunate Islands, and then, right out in a corner, Britannia. The lines seemed to be scrawled everywhere, and all over the picture were trails of mounds drawn in, like a field where moles have been at work. Are they mountains? Yes. Then it's a picture of the world? A map. I had never seen a map before. At first I could not see how it worked, but in a while, as he talked, I saw how the world lay there as a bird sees it, with roads and rivers like the radials of a spider's web, or the guidelines that lead the bee into the flower. As a man finds a stream he knows and follows it through the wild moors, so, with a map, it is possible to ride from Rome to Massilia, or London to Caerleon, without once asking the way or looking for the milestones. This art was discovered by the Greek Anaximander, though some say the Egyptians knew it first. The map that Gallopus showed me was a copy from a book by Ptolemy of Alexandria. After he had explained, and we had studied the map together, he bade me get out my tablet and make a map for myself, of my own country. When I had done, he looked at it. "This in the centre, what is it?" "Maridunum," I said in surprise. "See, there is the bridge and the river, and this is the road through the marketplace, and the barrack gates are here." "I see that. I did not say your town, Merlin. I said your country. The whole of Wales. How do I know what lies north of the hills? I've never been further than this." "I will show you." He put aside the tablet, and, taking a sharp stick, began to draw in the dust, explaining as he did so. What he drew for me was a map shaped like a big triangle, not Wales only, but the whole of Britain, even the wild land beyond the wall where the savages live. He showed me the mountains and rivers and roads and towns, London and Calais, and the places that cluster thick in the south, to the towns and fortresses at the ends of the web of roads, Saguntium and Caerleon and Eberacum, and the towns along the wall itself. He spoke as if it were all one country, though I could have told him the names of the kings of a dozen places that he mentioned. I only remember this because of what came after. Soon after this, when winter came and the stars were out early, he taught me their names and their powers, and how a man could map them as one would map the roads and townships. They made music, he said, as they moved. He himself did not know music, but when he found that Olwen had taught me, he helped me to make myself a harp. This was a rude enough affair, I suppose, and small, made of hornbeam, with the curve and fore-pillar of red sallow from the towie, and strung with hair from my pony's tail, where the harp of a prince, said Gallopus, should have been strung with gold and silver wire. But I made the string shoes out of pierced copper coins, the key and tuning pins of polished bone, then carved a Merlin on the sounding board, and thought it a finer instrument than Olwen's. Indeed, it was as true as hers, having a kind of sweet whispering note which seemed to pluck songs from the air itself. I kept it in the cave, though Dinius left me alone these days, being a warrior while I was only a sucking clerk. I would not have kept anything I treasured in the palace, unless I could lock it in my clothes chest, and the harp was too big for that. At home, for music, I had the birds in the pear tree, and Olwen still sang sometimes. And when the birds were silent, and the night sky was frosted with light, I listened for the music of the stars. But I never heard it. Then one day, when I was 12 years old, Gallopus spoke of the crystal cave. 7. It is common knowledge that, with children, those things which are most important often go unmentioned. It is as if the child recognizes, by instinct, things which are too big for him, and keeps them in his mind, feeding them with his imagination, till they assume proportions distended or grotesque, which can become equally the stuff of magic or of nightmare. So it was with the crystal cave. I had never mentioned to Gallopus my first experience there. Even to myself, I had hardly admitted what came sometimes with light and fire. Dreams, I had told myself, memories from below memory, figments of the brain only, like the voice which had told me of Gorlan, or the sight of the poison in the apricot. And when I found that Gallopus never mentioned the inner cave, and that the mirror was kept covered whenever I was there, I said nothing. I rode up to see him one day in winter, when frost made the ground glitter and ring, and my pony puffed out steam like a dragon. He went fast, tossing his head and dragging at the bit, and breaking into a canter as soon as I turned him away from the wood and along the high valley. I had at length grown out of the gentle, cream-coloured pony of my childhood, but was proud of my little Welsh grey, which I called Aster. There is a breed of Welsh mountain pony, hardy, swift, and very beautiful, with a fine narrow head and small ears, and a strong arch to the neck. They run wild in the hills, and in past times interbred with horses the Romans brought from the east. Aster had been caught and broken for my cousin Dinius, who had overridden him for a couple of years, and then discarded him for a real war-horse. I found him hard to manage, with rough manners and a ruined mouth, but his paces were silken after the jogging I was used to, and once he got over his fear of me, he was affectionate. I had long since contrived a shelter for my pony when I came here in winter. The hawthorn brake grew right up against the cliff below the cave, and deep in the thickest part of it, Gallopus and I had carried stones to make a pen, of which the back wall was the cliff itself. When we had laid dead boughs against the walls and across the top, and had carried a few armfuls of bracken, the pen was not only a warm, solid shelter, but invisible to the casual eye. This need for secrecy was another of the things that had never been openly discussed. I understood, without being told, that Gallopus in some way was helping me to run counter to Camlach's plans for me. So, even though as time went on I was left more completely to my own devices, I took every precaution to avoid discovery, finding 6 different ways to approach the valley, and a score of stories to account for the time I spent there. I led Aster into the pen, took off his saddle and bridle and hung them up, then threw down fodder from a saddlebag, barred the entrance with a stout branch, and walked briskly up to the cave. Gallopus was not there, but that he had gone only recently was attested by the fact that the brazier which stood inside the cave mouth had been banked down to a glow. I stirred it till the flames leapt, then settled near it with a book. I had not come today by arrangement, but had plenty of time, so left the bats alone, and read peacefully for a while. I don't know what made me, that day out of all the days I had been there alone, suddenly put the book aside, and walk back past the veiled mirror to look up at the cleft through which I had fled 5 years ago. I told myself that I was only curious to see if it was as I had remembered it, or if the crystals, like the visions, were figments of my imagination. Whatever the reason, I climbed quickly to the ledge and, dropping on my hands and knees by the gap, peered in. The inner cave was dead and dark, no glimmer reaching it from the fire. I crawled forward cautiously, till my hands met the sharp crystals. They were all too real. Even now, not admitting to myself why I hurried, with one eye on the mouth of the main cave and an ear open for Gallopus' return, I slithered down from the ledge, snatched up the leather riding jerkin which I had discarded, and, hurrying back, thrust it in front of me through the gap. Then I crawled after. With the leather jerkin spread on the floor, the globe was comparatively comfortable. I lay still. The silence was complete. As my eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, I could see the faintest grey glimmer from the crystals, but of the magic that the light had brought, there was no sign. There must have been some crack open to the air, for even in that dark confine there was a slight current, the cold thread of a draught. And with it came the sound I was listening for, the footsteps of someone approaching over the frosty rock. When Gallopus came into the cave a few minutes later, I was sitting by the fire, my jerkin rolled up beside me, poring over the book. Half an hour before dusk, we put our books aside. But still, I made no move to go. The fire was blazing now, filling the cave with warmth and flickering light. We sat for a while in silence. "Gallopus, there's something I want to ask you." "Yes?" "Do you remember the first day I came here?" "Very clearly." "You knew I was coming. You were expecting me." "Did I say so?" "You know you did. How did you know I would be here?" "I saw you in the crystal cave." "Oh, that. Yes. You moved the mirror so that the candlelight caught me and you saw my shadow. But that's not what I was asking you. I meant, how did you know I was going to come up the valley that day?" "That was the question I answered, Merlin. I knew you were coming up the valley that day because, before you came, I saw you in the cave." We looked at one another in silence. The flames glowed and muttered between us, flattened by the little draught that carried the smoke out of the cave. I don't think I answered him at first. I just nodded. It was something I had known. After a while I said merely, "Will you show me?" He regarded me for a moment more, then got to his feet. "It is time. Light the candle." I obeyed him. The little light grew golden, reaching among the shadows cast by the flickering of the fire. "Take the rug off the mirror." I pulled at it, and it fell off into my arms in a huddle of wool. I dropped it on his bed beside the wall. "Now go up on the ledge and lie down." "On the ledge?" "Yes. Lie on your belly with your head towards the cleft so that you can see in." "Don't you want me to go right in?" "And take your jerkin to lie on?" I was halfway up to the ledge. I whipped round to see him smiling. "It's no use, Gallopus. You know everything." "Some day you will go where even with the sight I cannot follow you. Now lie still and watch." I lay down on the ledge. It was wide and flat and held me comfortably enough, prone, with my head pillowed on my bent arms and turned towards the cleft. Below me, Gallopus said softly, "Think of nothing. I have the reins in my hand. It is not for you yet. Watch only." I heard him move back across the cave towards the mirror. The cave was bigger than I had imagined. It stretched upwards further than I could see, and the floor was worn smooth. I had even been wrong about the crystals. The glimmer that reflected the torchlight came only from puddles on the floor, and a place on one wall where a thin slither of moisture betrayed a spring somewhere above. The torches, jammed into cracks in the cave wall, were cheap ones, of rag stuffed into cracked horns, the rejects from the workshops. They burned sullenly in the bad air. Though the place was cold, the men worked naked save for loincloths, and sweat ran over their backs as they hacked at the rock face, steady, ceaseless tapping blows that made no noise, but you could see the muscles clench and jar under the torchlit sweat. Beneath a knee-high overhang at the base of the wall, flat on their backs in a pool of seepage, two men hammered upwards with shortened, painful blows at rock within inches of their faces. On the wrist of one of them, I saw the shiny pucker of an old brand. One of the hewers at the face doubled up, coughing, then with a glance over his shoulder stifled a cough and got back to work. Light was growing in the cave, coming from a square opening like a doorway, which gave on a curved tunnel down which a fresh torch, a good one, came. 4 boys appeared, filthy with dust and naked like the others, carrying deep baskets, and behind them came a man dressed in a brown tunic smudged with damp. He had the torch in one hand, and in the other a tablet, which he stood studying with frowning brows, while the boys ran with their baskets to the rock face and began to shovel the fallen rock into them. After a while, the foreman went forward to the face and studied it, holding his torch high. The men drew back, thankful it seemed for the respite, and one of them spoke to the foreman, pointing first at the workings, then at the seeping damp at the far side of the cave. The boys had shovelled and scrabbled their baskets full, and dragged them back from the face. The foreman, with a shrug and a grin, took a silver coin from his pouch, and, with the gambler's practised flick, tossed it. The workmen craned to see. Then the man who had spoken turned back to the face and drove the pick in. The crack widened, and dust rushed down, blotting out the light. Then, in the wake of the dust, came the water. "Drink this," said Gallopus. "What is it?" "One of my brews, not yours. It's quite safe. Drink it." "Thanks. Gallopus, the cave is crystal still. I dreamed it differently." "Never mind that now. How do you feel?" "Odd. I can't explain. I feel all right, only a headache, but empty, like a shell with the snail out of it. No, like a reed with the pith pulled out. A whistle for the winds. Yes, come down to the brazier." When I sat in my old place, with a cup of mulled wine in my hands, he asked, "Where were you?" I told him what I had seen, but when I began to ask what it meant and what he knew, he shook his head. "I think this has already gone past me. I do not know. All I know is that you must finish that wine quickly and go home. Do you realize how long you lay there dreaming? The moon is up." I started to my feet. "Already? It must be well past supper time. If they're looking for me—" "They will not be looking for you. Other things are happening. Go and find out for yourself, and make sure you are part of them." "What do you mean?" "Only what I say. Whatever means you have to use, go with the king. Here, don't forget this." He thrust my jerkin into my arms. I took it blindly, staring. "He's leaving Maridunum?" "Yes, only for a while. I don't know how long." "He'll never take me." "That's for you to say. The gods only go with you, Marthin Emrys, if you put yourself in their path, and that takes courage. Put your jerkin on before you go out. It's cold." I shoved a hand into the sleeve, glowering. "You've seen all this, something that's really happening, and I was looking into the crystals with the fire, and here I've got a hellish headache, and all for nothing. Some silly dream of slaves in an old mine. Gallopus, when will you teach me to see as you do?" For a start, I can see the wolves eating you and Asta if you don't hurry home." He was laughing to himself, as if he had made a great jest, as I ran out of the cave and down to saddle the pony. 8. It was a quarter moon, which gave just enough light to show the way. The pony danced to warm his blood, and pulled harder than ever, his ears pricked towards home, scenting his supper. I had to fight to hold him in, because the way was icy, and I was afraid of a fall, but I confess that, with Gallopus' last remark echoing uncomfortably in my head, I let him go downhill through the trees a good deal too fast for safety, until we reached the mill and the level of the towpath. There it was possible to see clearly. I dug my heels in and galloped him the rest of the way. As soon as we came in sight of town, I could see that something was up. The towpath was deserted. The town gates would have been locked long since, but the town was full of lights. Inside the walls, torches seemed to be flaring everywhere, and there was shouting and the tramp of feet. I slipped from the saddle at the stable-yard gate, fully prepared to find myself locked out, but even as I reached to try it, the gate opened and Cerdic, with a shaded lantern in his hand, beckoned me in. "I heard you coming. Been listening all evening. Where have you been, lover boy? She must have been good tonight." "Oh, she was. Have they been asking for me? Have they missed me?" "Not that I know of. They've got more to think about tonight than you. Give me the bridle. We'll put him in the barn for now. There's too much coming and going in the big yard." "Why, what's going on? I heard the noise a mile off. Is it a war?" "No, more's the pity, though it may end up that way. There's a message come this afternoon. The High King's coming to Segontium, and he'll lie there for a week or two. Your grandfather's riding up tomorrow, so everything's to be got ready mighty sharp." "I see." I followed him into the barn and stood watching him unsaddle, while, half absently, I pulled straw from the pile and twisted a wisp for him. I handed this across the pony's withers. "King Vortigern at Segontium? Why?" "Counting heads, they say." He gave a snort of laughter as he began to work the pony over. "Calling in his allies, do you mean? Then there is talk of war?" "There'll always be talk of war, so long as yon Ambrosius sits there in Less Britain with King Budek at his back, and men remember things that's better not spoken of." I nodded. I could not remember precisely when I had been told, since nobody said it aloud, but everyone knew the story of how the High King had claimed the throne. He had been regent for the young King Constantius, who had died suddenly, and the king's younger brothers had not waited to prove whether the rumours of murder were true or false. They had fled to their cousin Budek in Less Britain, leaving the kingdom to the wolf and his sons. Every year or so the rumours sprang up again, that King Budek was arming the two young princes, that Ambrosius had gone to Rome, that Uther was a mercenary in the service of the Emperor of the East, or that he had married the King of Persia's daughter, that the two brothers had an army 400,000 strong, and were going to invade and burn Great Britain from end to end, or that they would come in peace like archangels and drive the Saxons out of the eastern shores without a blow. But more than 20 years had gone by, and the thing had not happened. The coming of Ambrosius was spoken of now as if it were accomplished, and already a legend, as men spoke of the coming of Brute and the Trojans 4 generations after the fall of Troy, or Joseph's journey to Thorny Hill near Avalon, or like the second coming of Christ, though when I had once repeated this to my mother, she had been so angry that I had never tried the joke again. "Oh, yes," I said. "Ambrosius coming again, is he? Seriously, Cerdic, why is the High King coming to North Wales? I told you, doing the rounds, drumming up a bit of support before spring, him and that Saxon queen of his." And he spat on the floor. "Why do you do that? You're a Saxon yourself." "That's a long time ago. I live here now. Wasn't it that flaxen bitch that made Vortigern sell out in the first place?" Or, at any rate, you know as well as I do that since she's been in the High King's bed, the Northmen have been loose over the land like a heath fire, till he can neither fight them nor buy them off. And if she's what men say she is, you can be sure none of the king's true-born sons'll live to wear the crown." He had been speaking softly, but at this he looked over his shoulder and spat again, making the sign. "Well, you know all this, or you would, that is, if you listened to your betters more often, instead of spending your time with books and such-like, or chasing round with the people from the hollow hills. Is that where you think I go? It's what people say. I'm not asking questions. I don't want to know. Come up, you." This to the pony as he moved over and started work, hissing, on the other flank. "There's talk that the Saxons have landed again north of Rutipia, and they're asking too much this time even for Vortigern to stomach. He'll have to fight come spring." "And my grandfather with him?" "That's what he's hoping, I'll be bound. Well, you'd best run along if you want your supper. No one'll notice you. There was all hell going on in the kitchens when I tried to get a bite an hour back." "Where's my grandfather?" "How do I know?" He cocked his head at me, over the pony's rump. "Now what's to do?" "I want to go with them." "Ha!" he said, and threw the chopped feed down for the pony. It was not an encouraging sound. I said stubbornly, "I've a fancy to see Segontium." "Who hasn't? I've a fancy to see it myself. But if you're thinking of asking the king—" He let it hang. "Not but what it's time you got out of the place and saw a thing or two. Shake you a bit out of yourself. It's what you need. But I can't say I see it happening. You'll never go to the king." "Why not? All he can do is refuse." "All he can do? Jupiter's balls, listen to the boy. Take my advice and get your supper and go to bed. And don't try Camlach, neither. He's had a right stand-up fight with that wife of his, and he's like a stoat with the toothache." "You can't be serious." "The gods only go with you, Cerdic, if you put yourself in their path." "Well, all right. But some of them have got mighty big hoofs to walk over you with. Do you want Christian burial?" "I don't really mind. I suppose I'll work my way up to Christian baptism fairly soon, if the bishop has his way. But till then I've not signed on officially for anyone." He laughed. "I hope they'll give me the flames when my turn comes. It's a cleaner way to go. Well, if you won't listen, you won't listen. But don't face him on an empty belly, that's all." "I'll promise you that," I said, and went to forage for supper. After I had eaten and changed into a decent tunic, I went to look for my grandfather. To my relief, Camlach was not with him. The king was in his bedchamber, sprawled at ease in his big chair before a roaring log fire, with his 2 hounds asleep at his feet. At first I thought the woman in the high-backed chair on the other side of the hearth was Olwen, the queen, but then I saw it was my mother. She had been sewing, but her hands had dropped idle in her lap, and the white stuff lay still over the brown robe. She turned and smiled at me, but with a look of surprise. One of the wolfhounds beat his tail on the floor, and the other opened an eye and rolled it round, and closed it again. My grandfather glowered at me from under his brows, but said kindly enough, "Well, boy, don't stand there. Come in, there's a cursed draught. Shut the door." I obeyed, approaching the fire. "May I see you, sir?" "You're seeing me. What do you want? Get a stool and sit down." There was one near my mother's chair. I pulled it away, to show I was not sitting in her shadow, and sat down between them. "Well, haven't seen you for some time, have I? Been at your books?" "Yes, sir." On the principle that it is better to attack than defend, I went straight to the point. I had leave this afternoon, and I went out riding, so I—"
"Where to?"
"Along the river path. Nowhere special. only to improve my horsemanship, so
It could do with it.
Yes, sir. So I missed the messenger. They tell me you ride out tomorrow, sir.
What's that to you?
Only that I would like to come with you.
You would like? You would like? What's this all of a sudden?
A dozen answers, all sounding equally well, jostled in my head for expression. I thought I saw my mother watching me with pity, and I knew that my grandfather waited with indifference and impatience, only faintly tempered with amusement. I told the simple truth. Because I am more than 12 years old, and have never been out of Maridunum. Because I know that if my uncle has his way, I shall soon be shut up, in this valley or elsewhere, to study as a clerk, and before that happens— The terrifying brows came down.
Are you trying to tell me you don't want to study?
No, it's what I want more than anything in the world. But study means more if one has seen just a little of the world. Indeed, sir, it does. If you would allow me to go with you—
I'm going to Segontium. Did they tell you that? It's not a feast-day hunting party. It's a long ride and a hard one, and no quarter given for poor riders.
It was like lifting a heavy weight, to keep my eyes level on that fierce blue glare. I've been practising, sir, and I've a good pony now.
Ha, yes, Dinius breakdown. Well, that's about your measure. No, Merlin, I don't take children.
Then you're leaving Dinius behind? I heard my mother gasp, and my grandfather's head, already turned away, jerked back to me. I saw his fists clench on the chair-arm, but he did not hit me.
Dinius is a man.
Then do Mile and Duach go with you, sir? They were his 2 pages, younger than myself, and went everywhere with him. My mother began to speak in a breathless rush, but my grandfather moved a hand to stop her. There was an arrested look in the fierce eyes under the scowling brows.
Mile and Diach are some use to me. What use are you?
I looked at him calmly. Till now, of very little. But have they not told you that I speak Saxon as well as Welsh, and can read Greek, and that my Latin is better than yours? Merlin, began my mother, but I ignored her. I would have added Breton and Cornish, but I doubt if you will have much use for these at Segontium.
And can you give me one good reason, said my grandfather dryly, why I should speak to King Vortigern in any other language but Welsh, seeing that he comes from Ghent?
I knew from his tone that I had won. Letting my gaze fall from his was like retreating with relief from the battlefield. I drew a breath and said very meekly, "No, sir." He gave his great bark of laughter and thrust out a foot to roll one of the dogs over.
Well, perhaps there's a bit of the family in you after all, in spite of your looks. At least you've got the guts to beard the old dog in his den when it suits you. All right, you can come. Who attends you?
Cerdic.
The Saxon? Tell him to get your gear ready. We leave at first light. Well, what are you waiting for?
To say good night to my mother. I rose from my stool and went to kiss her. I did not often do this, and she looked surprised. Behind me, my grandfather said abruptly, "You're not going to war. You'll be back inside 3 weeks. Get out." "Yes, sir. Thank you. Good night." Outside the door I stood still for a full half-minute, leaning against the wall, while my blood beat steadied slowly, and the sickness cleared from my throat. The gods only go with you if you put yourself in their path, and that takes courage. I swallowed the sickness, wiped the sweat off my palms, and ran to find Cerdic. 9. So it was that I first left Maridunum. At that time it seemed like the greatest adventure in the world, to ride out in the chill of dawn, when stars were still in the sky, and make one of the jostling, companionable group of men who followed Camlach and the king. To begin with, most of the men were surly and half asleep, and we rode pretty well in silence, breath smoking in the icy air, and the horses' hoofs striking sparks from the slaty road. Even the jingle of harness sounded cold, and I was so numb that I could hardly feel the reins, and could think of nothing else but how to stay on the excited pony and not get myself sent home in disgrace before we had gone a mile. Our excursion to Saguntium lasted 18 days. It was my first sight of King Vortigern, who had at this time been High King of Britain for more than 20 years. Be sure I had heard plenty about him, truth and tales alike. He was a hard man, as one must be who had taken his throne by murder and held it with blood. But he was a strong king in a time when there was need for strength, and it was not altogether his fault that his stratagem of calling in the Saxons as mercenaries to help him had twisted in his hand like an edged sword, slipping, and cut it to the bone. He had paid, and paid again, and then had fought, and now he spent a great part of every year fighting like a wolf to keep the ranging hordes contained along the Saxon shore. Men spoke of him, with respect, as a fierce and bloodthirsty tyrant, and of his Saxon queen, Rowena, with hatred as a witch. But though I had been fed from childhood on the tales of the kitchen slaves, I was looking forward to seeing them with more curiosity than fear. In any event, I need not have been afraid. I saw the High King only from a distance. My grandfather's leniency had extended only to letting me go in his train. Once there, I was of no more account, in fact of much less, than his pages Mile and Duach. I was left to fend for myself among the anonymous rabble of boys and servants, and, because my ways had made me no friends among my contemporaries, was left to myself. I was later to be thankful for the fact that, on the few occasions when I was in the crowd surrounding the two kings, Vortigern did not lay eyes on me, and neither my grandfather nor Camlach remembered my existence. We lay a week at Saguntium, which the Welsh call Caerhun ar Von, because it lies just across the strait from Mona, the Druids' Isle. The town is set, like Maridunum, on the banks of an estuary, where the Saint River meets the sea. It has a splendid harbour, and a fortress placed on the rising ground above this, perhaps half a mile away. The fortress was built by the Romans to protect the harbour and the town, but had lain derelict for over 100 years, until Vortigern put part of it into repair. A little lower down the hill stood another more recent strong point, built, I believe, by Maxen, grandfather of the murdered Constantius, against the Irish raiders. The country here was grander than in South Wales, but to my eyes forbidding rather than beautiful. Perhaps in summer the land may be green and gentle along the estuary, but when I saw it first that winter, the hills rose behind the town like storm clouds, their skirts grey with the bare and whistling forests, and their crests slate blue and hooded with snow. Behind and beyond them all towers the great cloudy top of Moel Oroeddfa, which now the Saxons call Snow Hill or Snowdon. It is the highest mountain in all Britain, and is the home of gods. Vortigern lay, ghosts or no ghosts, in Maxen's tower. His army, he never moved in those days with less than 1,000 fighting men, was quartered in the fort. Of my grandfather's party, the nobles were with the king in the tower, while his train, of which I was one, was housed well enough, if a trifle coldly, near the west gate of the fort. We were treated with honour. Not only was Vortigern a distant kinsman of my grandfather's, but it seemed to be true that the High King was, in Cerdich's phrase, drumming up support. He was a big, dark man, with a broad, fleshy face, and black hair as thick and bristled as a boar's, growing grey. There were black hairs on the back of his hands, and sprouting from his nostrils. The Queen was not with him. Cerdich whispered to me that he had not dared bring her where Saxons were so little welcome. When I retorted that he was only welcome himself, because he had forgotten his Saxon and turned into good Welsh, he laughed and cuffed my ear. I suppose it was not my fault that I was never very royal. The pattern of our days was simple. Most of the day was spent hunting, till at dusk we would return to fires and drink and a full meal, and then the kings and their advisers turned to talk, and their trains to dicing, wenching, quarrelling, and whatever other sports they might choose. I had not been hunting before. As a sport it was foreign to my nature, and here everyone rode out hurly-burly in a crowd, which was something I disliked. It was also dangerous. There was plenty of game in the foothills, and there were some wild rides with necks for sale, but I saw no other chance of seeing the country, and, besides, I had to find out why Gallopus had insisted on my coming to Segontium. So I went out every day. I had a few falls, but got nothing worse than bruises, and managed to attract no attention, good or bad, from anyone who mattered. Nor did I find what I was looking for. I saw nothing, and nothing happened except that my horsemanship improved, and Asta's manners along with it. On the 8th day of our stay we set off for home, and the High King himself, with an escort 100 strong, went with us to set us on our road. The first part of the way lay along a wooded gorge, where a river ran fast and deep, and where the horses had to go singly or two abreast between the cliffs and the water. There was no danger for so large a party, so we went at ease, the gorge ringing with the sound of hoofs and bridle chains and men's voices, and the occasional croak overhead as the ravens sailed off the cliffs to watch us. These birds do not wait, as some say, for the noise of battle. I have seen them follow armed bands of men for miles, waiting for the clash and the kill. But that day we went safely, and near midday we came to the place where the High King was to part from us and ride back. This was where the two rivers met, and the gorge opened out into a wider valley, with forbidding ice-bound crags of slate to either side, and the big river running south, brown and swollen with melting snow. There is a ford at the water's meet, and leading south from this a good road which goes dry and straight over high ground towards Tomen-Amir. We halted just north of the ford. Our leaders turned aside into a sheltered hollow which was cupped on 3 sides by thickly wooded slopes. Clumps of bare alder and thick reeds showed that in summer the hollow would be marshland. On that December day it was solidly frost-bound, but protected from the wind, and the sun came warmly. Here the party stopped to eat and rest. The kings sat apart, talking, and near them the rest of the royal party. I noticed that it included Dinius. I, as usual, finding myself not of the royal group, nor with the men-at-arms, nor yet the servants, handed Asta to Cerdic, then went apart, climbing a short way among the trees to a wooded dell where I could sit alone and out of sight of the others. At my back was a rock thawed by the sun, and from the other side of this came, muffled, the jingle of bits as horses grazed, the men's voices talking and an occasional guffaw, then the rhythmic silences and mutterings that told me the dice had come out to pass the time till the kings completed their farewell. A kite tilted and swung above me in the cold air, the sun striking bronze from its wings. I thought of Gallopus, and the bronze mirror flashing, and wondered why I had come. King Vortigern's voice said suddenly, just behind me,
"This way. You can tell me what you think."
I had whipped round, startled, before I realized that he and the man he was speaking to were on the other side of the rock that sheltered me.
5 miles, they tell me, in either direction.
The High King's voice dwindled as he turned away. I heard footsteps on the frosty ground, dead leaves crackling, and the jar of nailed boots on stone. They were moving off. I stood up, taking it carefully, and peered over the rock. Vortigern and my grandfather were walking up through the wood together, deep in talk. I remember that I hesitated. What, after all, could they have to say that could not already have been said in the privacy of Maxen's tower? I could not believe that Gallopus had sent me merely as a spy on their conference. But why else? Perhaps the god in whose way I had put myself had sent me here alone, today, for this. Reluctantly, I turned to follow them. As I took the first step after them, a hand caught my arm, not gently. "And where do you think you're going?" demanded Cerdic under his breath. I shook him off violently. "Damn you, Cerdic! You nearly made me jump out of my skin. What does it matter to you where I'm going? I'm here to look after you, remember? Only because I brought you. No one tells you to look after me these days. Or do they?" I looked at him sharply. "Have you followed me before?" He grinned. "To tell you the truth, I never troubled. Should I have?" But I persisted. "Did anyone tell you to watch me today?" "No. But didn't you see who went this way? It was Vortigern and your grandfather. If you'd any idea of wandering after them, I'd think again if I was you." "I wasn't going after them," I lied. "I was merely taking a look round." "Then I'd do it elsewhere. They said special that the escort had to wait down here. I came to make sure you knew it, that's all. Very special about it, they was." I sat down again. "All right, you've made sure. Now leave me again, please. You can come and tell me when we're due to move off. And have you belting off the minute my back's turned?" I felt the blood rise to my cheeks. "Cerdic, I told you to go." He said doggedly, "Look, I know you, and I know when you look like that. I don't know what's in your mind, but when you get that look in your eye, there's trouble for somebody, and it's usually for you. What's to do?" I said furiously, "The trouble's for you this time, if you don't do as I say." "Don't go all royal on me," he said. "I was only trying to save you a beating. I know that. Forgive me. I had something on my mind. You can tell me, can't you? I knew there'd been something biting you this last few days. What is it?" "Nothing that I know of," I said truthfully. "Nothing you can help with. Forget it. Look, did the king say where they were going? They could have talked their fill at Saguntium, surely, or on the ride here. They've gone to the top of the crag. There's a place up there at the end of the ridge where you can look right up and down the valley always. There used to be an old tower there, they say. They call it Dinas Brennin. King's Fort. How big's the tower? There's nothing there now but a tumble of stones. Why? Nothing. When do we ride home, I wonder? Another hour, they said. Look, why don't you come down, and I'll cut you in on a dice game." I grinned. "Thanks for nothing. Have I kept you out of your game, too? I'm sorry." "Don't mention it. I was losing anyway." "All right, I'll leave you alone. But you wouldn't think of doing anything silly now, would you? No sense in sticking your neck out. Remember what I told you about the ringdove." And at that exact moment, a ringdove went by like an arrow, with a clap and whistle of wings that sent up a flurry of frost like a wake. Close behind her, a little above, ready to strike, went a merlin. The dove rose a fraction as she met the slope, skimming up as a gull skims a rising wave, hurtling towards a thicket near the lip of the dell. She was barely a foot from the ground, and for the falcon to strike her was dangerous, but he must have been starving, for just as she reached the edge of the thicket, he struck. A scream, a fierce quick-kick from the falcon, a flurry of crashing twigs, then nothing. A few feathers drifted lazily down, like snow. I started forward and ran up the bank. He got her! It was obvious what had happened. Both birds, locked together, had hurtled on into the thicket and crashed to the ground. From the silence, it was probable that they both now lay there, stunned. The thicket was a steep tangle almost covering one side of the dell. I thrust the boughs aside and pushed my way through. The trail of feathers showed me my way. Then I found them. The dove lay dead, breast downwards, wings still spread as she had struck the stones, and with blood smearing bright over the iris of her neck feathers. On her lay the Merlin. The steel-ripping claws were buried deep in the dove's back, the cruel beak half driven in by the crash. He was still alive. As I bent over them, his wings stirred, and the bluish eyelids dropped, disclosing the fierce, dark eye. Cerdic arrived, panting, at my shoulder. "Don't touch him! He'll tear your hands. Let me." I straightened. "So much for your ring-dove, Cerdic. It's time we forgot her, isn't it? No, leave them. They'll be here when we come back." "Come back? Where from?" I pointed silently to what showed ahead, directly in the path the birds had been taking. A square black gap like a door in the steep ground behind the thicket. An entrance hidden from casual sight, only to be seen if, for some reason, one pushed one's way in among the tangled branches. "What of it?" asked Cerdic. "That's an old mine at it, by the look of it." "Yes, that's what I came to see. Strike a light and come along." He began to protest, but I cut him short. "You can come or not, as you please, but give me a light. And hurry, there isn't much time." As I began to push my way towards the adit, I heard him, muttering still, dragging up handfuls of dry stuff to make a torch. Just inside the adit there was a pile of debris and fallen stone where the timber props had rotted away, but beyond this the shaft was smooth enough, leading more or less levelly into the heart of the hill. I could walk pretty nearly upright, and Cerdic, who was small, had to stoop only slightly. The flare of the makeshift torch threw our shadows grotesquely in front of us. It showed the grooves in the floor where loads had been dragged to daylight, and on walls and roof the marks of the picks and chisels that had made the tunnel. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Cerdic's voice, behind me, was sharp with nerves. "Look, let's get back. These places aren't safe. That roof could come in." "It won't. Keep that torch going," I said curtly, and went on. The tunnel bent to the right and began to curve gently downhill. Underground, one loses all sense of direction. There is not even the drift of wind on one's cheek that gives direction even on the blackest night. But I guessed that we must be winding our way deep into the heart of the hill on which had stood the old King's Tower. Now and again smaller tunnels led off to left and right, but there was no danger of losing our way. We were in the main gallery, and the rock seemed reasonably good. Here and there had been falls from roof or wall, and once I was brought to a halt by a fall of rubble which almost blocked the way, but I climbed through, and the tunnel was clear beyond. Cerdic had stopped at the barrier of rubble. He advanced the torch and peered after me. "Hey, look, Merlin, come back, for pity's sake. This is beyond any kind of folly. I tell you, these places are dangerous, and we're getting down into the very guts of the rock. The gods alone know what lives down here. Come back, boy." "Don't be a coward, Cerdic. There's plenty of room for you. Come on through. Quickly." "That I won't. If you don't come out this minute, I swear I'll go back and tell the king." "Look," I said, "this is important. Don't ask me why, but I swear to you there's no danger. If you're afraid, then give me that torch and get back." "You know I can't do that." "Yes, I know. You wouldn't dare go back to tell him, would you? And if you did leave me and anything happened, what do you suppose would happen to you?" "They say right when they say you're a devil's spawn," said Cerdic. I laughed. "You can say what you like to me when we're back in daylight, but hurry now, Cerdic, please. You're safe, I promise you. There's no harm in the air today, and you saw how the Merlin showed us the door."
He came, of course. Poor Cerdic, he could afford to do nothing else. But as he stood beside me again, with the torch held up, I saw him looking at me sideways, and his left hand was making the sign against the evil eye.
"Don't be long," he said. "That's all."
20 paces further, round a curve, the tunnel led into the cavern. I made a sign to him to lift the torch. I could not have spoken. This vast hollow, right in the hill's heart, this darkness hardly touched by the torch's flare, this dead stillness of air where I could hear and feel my own blood beating. This, of course, was the place. I recognized every mark of the workings, the face seamed and split by the axes and smashed open by the water. There was the domed roof disappearing into darkness. There in a corner some rusty metal where the pump had stood. There the shining moisture on the wall, no longer a ribbon, but a curtain of gleaming damp. And there where the puddles had lain, and the seepage under the overhang, a wide, still pool. Fully a third of the floor was under water. The air had a strange smell all its own, the breath of the water and the living rock. Somewhere above, water dripped, each tap clear like a small hammer on metal. I took the smouldering faggot from Cerdic's hand and went to the water's edge. I held the light as high as I could, out over the water, and gazed down. There was nothing to see. The light glanced back from a surface as hard as metal. I waited. The light ran and gleamed and drowned in darkness. There was nothing there but my own reflection, like the ghost in Galapus' mirror. I gave the torch back to Cerdic. He hadn't spoken. He was watching me all the time with that sidelong, white-eyed look. I touched his arm. "We can go back now. This thing's nearly out anyway. Come on." We didn't speak as we made our way back along the curving gallery, past the rubble, through the adit and out into the frosty afternoon. The sky was a pale, milky blue. The winter trees stood brittle and quiet against it, the birches white as bone. From below a horn called, urgent, in the still, metallic air. "They're going!" Cerdic drove the torch down into the frozen ground to extinguish it. I scrambled down through the thicket. The dove still lay there, cold and stiff already. The Merlin was there too. It had withdrawn from the body of its kill, and sat near it on a stone, hunched and motionless even when I approached. I picked up the ringdove and threw it to Cerdic. "Shove it in your saddlebag. I don't have to tell you to say nothing of this, do I?" "You do not. What are you doing?" "He's stunned. If we leave him here, he'll freeze to death in an hour. I'm taking him." "Take care. That's a grown falcon. He'll not hurt me." I picked up the Merlin. He had fluffed his feathers out against the cold and felt soft as a young owl in my hands. I pulled my leather sleeve down over my left wrist, and he took hold of this, gripping fiercely. The eyelids were fully open now, and the wild, dark eyes watched me. But he sat still, with shut wings. I heard Cerdic muttering to himself as he bent to retrieve my things from the place where I had taken my meal. Then he added something I had never heard from him before. "Come on, then, young master." The Merlin stayed docile on my wrist as I fell in at the back of my grandfather's train for the ride home to Maridunum. 10. Nor did it attempt to leave me when we reached home. I found, on examining it, that some of its wing feathers had been damaged in that hurtling crash after the ringdove, so I mended them as Galapus had taught me, and after that it sat in the pear tree outside my window, accepting the food I gave it, and making no attempt to fly away. I took it with me when next I went to see Galapus. This was on the first day of February, and the frost had broken the night before, in rain. It was a grey, leaden day, with low cloud and a bitter little wind among the rain. Draughts whistled everywhere in the palace, and curtains were fast drawn across the doors, while people kept on their woolen cloaks and huddled over the braziers. It seemed to me that a grey and leaden silence hung also over the palace. I had hardly seen my grandfather since we had returned to Maridunum, but he and the nobles sat together in council for hours, and there were rumours of quarrelling and raised voices when he and Camlach were closeted together. Once, when I went to my mother's room, I was told she was at her prayers and could not see me. I caught a glimpse of her through the half-open door, and I could have sworn that as she knelt below the holy image, she was weeping. But in the high valley nothing had changed. Gallopus took the Merlin, commended my work on its wings, then set it on a sheltered ledge near the cave's entrance, and bade me come to the fire and get warm. He ladled some stew out of the simmering pot, and made me eat it before he would listen to my story. Then I told him everything, up to the quarrels in the palace and my mother's tears. "It was the same cave, Gallopus, that I'll swear. But why? There was nothing there, and nothing else happened, nothing at all. I've asked as best I could, and Cerdic has asked about among the slaves, but nobody knows what the kings discussed, or why my grandfather and Camlach have fallen out. But he did tell me one thing. I am being watched by Camlach's people. I'd have come to see you sooner, except for that. They've gone out today, Camlach and Alin and the rest, so I said I was going to the water meadow to train the Merlin, and I came up here." Then, as he was still silent, I repeated, worried into urgency, "What's happening, Gallopus? What does it all mean?" "About your dream and your finding of the cavern, I know nothing. About the trouble in the palace, I can guess. You knew that the High King had sons by his first wife, Vortimer and Catigan, and young Percentius." I nodded. "Were none of them there at Saguntium?" "No." "I am told that they have broken with their father," said Gallopus, "and Vortimer is raising troops of his own. They say he would like to be High King, and that Vortigern looks like having a rebellion on his hands when he can least afford it. The Queen's much hated, you know that. Vortimer's mother was good British, and besides, the young men want a young king." "Camlach is for Vortimer, then?" I asked quickly, and he smiled. "It seems so." I thought about it for a little. "Well, when wolves fall out, don't they say the ravens come into their own? As I was born in September, under Mercury, the raven was mine." "Perhaps," said Gallopus. "You're more likely to be clapped in your cage sooner than you expected." But he said it absently, as if his mind were elsewhere, and I went back to what concerned me most. "Gallopus, you've said you know nothing about the dream or the cavern. But this must have been the hand of the god." I glanced up at the ledge where the Merlin sat, broodingly patient, his eyes half shut, slits of firelight. "It would seem so." I hesitated. "Can't we find out what it means?" "Do you want to go into the crystal cave again?" No, I don't. But I think perhaps I should. Surely you can tell me that." He said heavily, after a few moments, "I think you must go in, yes. But first, I must teach you something more. You must make the fire for yourself this time. Not like that," smiling as I reached for a branch to stir the embers. "Put that down. You asked me before you went away to show you something real. This is all I have left to show you. I hadn't realized— well, let that go. It's time. No, sit still. You have no more need of books, child. Watch now." Of the next thing I shall not write. It was all the art he taught me, apart from certain tricks of healing. But as I have said, it was the first magic to come to me, and will be the last to go. I found it easy, even to make the ice-cold fire and the wildfire, and the fire that goes like a whip through the dark, which was just as well, because I was young to be taught such things, and it is an art which, if you are unfit or unprepared, can strike you blind. It was dark outside when we had done. He got to his feet. "I shall come back in an hour and wake you." He twitched his cloak down from where it hung shrouding the mirror, put it round him, and went out. The flames sounded like a horse galloping. One long, bright tongue cracked like a whip. A log fell down with a hiss like a woman's sigh, and then 1,000 twigs crackled like people talking, whispering, chattering of news. It faded all into a great, brilliant blaze of silence. The mirror flashed. I picked up my cloak, now comfortably dry, and climbed with it into the crystal cave. I folded it and lay down on it, with my eyes fixed on the wall of crystal arching over me. The flames came after me, rank on bright rank, filling the air, till I lay in a globe of light like the inside of a star, growing brighter and ever brighter, till suddenly it broke, and there was darkness. The galloping hoofs sparked on the gravel of the Roman road. The rider's whip cracked and cracked again, but the horse was already going full tilt, its nostrils wide and scarlet, its breath like steam in the cold air. The rider was Camlach. Far behind him, almost half a mile behind now, were the rest of the young men of his party, and still further behind them, leading his lamed and dripping horse, came the messenger who had taken the news to the king's son. The town was alive with torches, men running to meet the galloping horse, but Camlach paid no heed to them. He drove the spiked spurs into the horse's sides and galloped straight through the town, down the steep street, and into the outer yard of the palace. There were torches there, too. They caught the quick glint of his red hair as he swung from the horse and flung the reins into the hands of a waiting slave. The soft riding boots made no sound as he ran up the steps and along the colonnade that led to his father's room. The swift black figure was lost for a moment in shadow under the arch. Then he flung the door wide and went through. The messenger had been right. It had been a quick death. The old man lay on the carved Roman bed, and over him someone had thrown a coverlet of purple silk. They had somehow managed to prop his jaw, for the fierce grey beard jutted ceilingwards, and a little headrest of baked clay beneath his neck held his head straight, while the body slowly froze iron-hard. There was no sign, the way he lay, that the neck was broken. Already the old face had begun to fall away, to shrink, as death pared the flesh down from the jut of the nose, till it would be left simply in plains of cold candle-wax. The gold coins that lay on his mouth and shut eyelids glimmered in the light of the torches at the four corners of the bed. At the foot of the bed, between the torches, stood Ninian. She stood very still and upright, dressed in white, her hands folded quietly in front of her with a crucifix between them, her head bent. When the door opened, she did not look up, but kept her eyes fixed on the purple coverlet, not in grief, but almost as if she were too far away for thought. To her side, swiftly, came her brother, slim in his black clothes, glinting with a kind of furious grace that seemed to shock the room. He walked right up to the bed and stood over it, staring down at his father. Then he put down a hand and laid it over the dead hands clasped on the purple silk. His hand lingered there for a moment, then drew back. He looked at Ninian. Behind her, a few paces back in the shadows, the little crowd of men, women, servants, shuffled and whispered. Among them, silent and dry-eyed, Mile and Diach stared. Dinias, too, all his attention fixed on Camlach. Camlach spoke very softly, straight to Ninian. "They told me it was an accident. Is this true?" She neither moved nor spoke. He stared at her for a moment, then, with a gesture of irritation, looked beyond her and raised his voice. "One of you, answer me. This was an accident?" A man stepped forward, one of the king's servants, a man called Mabon.
"It's true, my lord."
He licked his lips, hesitating. Camlach showed his teeth. "What in the name of the devils in hell's the matter with you all?" Then he saw where they were staring, and looked down at his right hip where, sheathless, his short stabbing dagger had been thrust through his belt. It was blood to the hilt. He made a sound of impatience and disgust, and, pulling it out, flung it from him, so that it skittered across the floor and came up against the wall with a small clang that sounded loud in the silence. "Whose blood did you think?" he asked, still with that lifted lip. "Deer's blood, that's all. When the message came, we had just killed. I was 12 miles off, I and my men." He stared at them, as if daring them to comment. No one moved. "Go on, Mabon. He slipped and fell, the man told me. How did it happen?" The man cleared his throat.
"It was a stupid thing, sir. A pure accident. Why, no one was even near him. It was in the small courtyard, the way through to the servants' rooms, where the steps are worn. One of the men had been carrying oil around to fill the lamps. He'd spilled some on the steps, and before he got back to wipe it up, the king came through in a bit of a hurry. He hadn't been expected there at the time. Well, my lord, he treads in the oil and goes straight down on his back and hits his head on the stone. That's how it happened, my lord. It was seen. There's those that can vouch for it."
"And the man whose fault it was?"
"A slave, my lord."
"He's been dealt with?"
"My lord, he's dead."
While they had been talking, there had been a commotion in the colonnade, as the rest of Camlach's party arrived and came hurrying along to the king's room after him. They had pressed into the room while Mabon was speaking, and now Alin, approaching the prince quietly, touched his arm. "The news is all round the town, Camlach. There's a crowd gathering outside. 1,000,000 stories going round. There'll be trouble soon. You'll have to show yourself and talk to them." Camlach flicked him a glance and nodded. "Go and see to it, will you? Bran, go with him, and Rian. Shut the gates. Tell the people I'm coming out soon. And now, the rest of you, out." The room emptied. Dinius lingered in the doorway, got not even a glance, and followed the rest. The door shut. "Well, Ninian?" In all this time she had never looked at him. Now she raised her eyes. "What do you want of me? It's true as Mabon tells you. What he didn't say was that the king had been fooling with a servant girl and was drunk. But it was an accident, and he's dead, and you, with all your friends, were a good 12 miles away. So you're king now, Camlach, and there is no man can point a finger at you and say he wanted his father dead. No woman can say that to me either, Ninian. I have not said it. I'm just telling you that the quarrels here are over. The kingdom's yours, and now it's as Alin says. You had better go and speak to the people. To you first. Why do you stand like that, as if you didn't care either way? As if you were scarcely with us here? Perhaps because it's true. What you are, brother, and what you want, does not concern me, except to ask you one thing. And that is? That you let me go now. He never would, but I think you will. To St. Peter's. She bent her head. I told you nothing here concerned me any more. It has not concerned me for some time, and less than ever now, with all this talk about invasion and war in the spring,
and the rumours about shifts of power and the death of kings. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm not a fool, and my father talked to me. But you need not be afraid of me. Nothing I know or can do can ever harm your plans for yourself, brother. I tell you, there is nothing I want out of life now except to be allowed to go in peace and live in peace, and my son too. You said one thing. That makes two. For the first time something came to life in her eyes. It might have been fear. She said swiftly, "It was always the plan for him, your plan, even before it was my father's. Surely, after the day Gorlan went, you knew that even if Merlin's father could come riding in, sword in hand, and with 3,000 men at his back, I would not go to him. Merlin can do you no harm, Camlach. He will never be anything but a nameless bastard, and you know he is no warrior. The gods know he can do you no harm at all. And even less shut up as a clerk." Camlach's voice was silky. "Even less shut up as a clerk. Camlach, are you playing with me? What's in your mind?" "This slave who spilled the oil," he said. "Who was he?" That flicker in her eyes again. Then the lids dropped. "The Saxon, Cerdic." He didn't move, but the emerald on his breast glittered suddenly against the black, as if his heart had jumped. She said fiercely, "Don't pretend you guessed this. How could you guess it?" "Not a guess, no. When I rode in, the place was humming with whispers like a smashed harp." He added, in sudden irritation, "You stand there like a ghost with your hands on your belly as if you still had a bastard there to protect." Surprisingly, she smiled. "But I have." Then, as the emerald leapt again, "No, don't be a fool. Where would I get another bastard now? I meant that I cannot go until I know he is safe from you, and that we are both safe from what you propose to do. From what I propose to do to you. I swear to you there is nothing. I am talking about my father's kingdom. But let it go now. I told you, my only concern is that St. Peter's should be left in peace. And it will be. You saw this in the crystal. It is unlawful for a Christian to dabble in soothsaying, said Ninian. But her voice was a little over-prim, and he looked sharply at her. Then, suddenly restless, took a couple of strides away into the shadows at the side of the room, then back into the light. "Tell me," he said abruptly, "what of Vortimer?" "He will die," she said indifferently. "We shall all die some day, but you know I am committed to him now. Can you not tell me what will happen this coming spring?" "I see nothing, and I can tell you nothing. But whatever your plans for the kingdom, it will serve no purpose to let even the smallest whisper of murder start. And I can tell you this, you're a fool if you think that the king's death was anything but an accident. 2 of the grooms saw it happen, and the girl he'd been with. Did the man say anything before they killed him?" "Cerdic? No, only that it was an accident. He seemed concerned more for my son than for himself. It was all he said." "So I heard," said Camlach. The silence came back. They stared at one another. She said, "You would not." He didn't answer. They stood there, eyes locked, while a draught crept through the room, making the torches gutter. Then he smiled and went. As the door slammed shut behind him, a gust of air blew through the room and tore the flames along from the torches, till shadow and light went reeling. The flames were dying and the crystals dim. As I climbed out of the cave and pulled my cloak after me, it tore. The embers in the brazier showed a sullen red. Outside now, it was quite dark.
I stumbled down from the ledge and ran towards the doorway.
"Gallopus!"
I shouted.
"Gallopus!"
He was there. His tall, stooping figure detached itself from the darkness outside, and he came forward into the cave. His feet, half bare in his old sandals, looked blue with cold. I came to a halt a yard from him, but it was as if I had run straight into his arms and been folded against his cloak.
"Gallopus! They've killed Cerdic!"
He said nothing, but his silence was like words or hands of comfort. I swallowed to shift the ache in my throat.
"If I hadn't come up here this afternoon, I gave him the slip along with the others, but I could have trusted him even about you. Gallopus, if I'd stayed, if I'd been there, perhaps I could have done something."
"No, you counted for nothing. You know that."
"I'll count for less than nothing now."
I put a hand to my head. It was aching fiercely, and my eyes swam, still half-blind. He took me gently by the arm and made me sit down near the fire. "Why do you say that? A moment, Merlin. Tell me what has happened."
"Don't you know?"
I said, surprised.
"He was filling the lamps in the colonnade, and some oil spilled on the steps, and the king slipped in it and fell and broke his neck. It wasn't Cerdic's fault, Gallopus. He spilt the oil, that's all, and he was going back. He was actually going back to clean it up when it happened. So they took him and killed him."
"And now Camlach is king." I think I stared at him for some time, unseeing with those dream-blinded eyes, my brain for the moment incapable of holding more than the single fact. He persisted gently. "And your mother? What of her?"
"What? What did you say?"
The warm shape of a goblet was put into my hand. I could smell the same drink that he had given me before when I dreamed in the cave. "Drink that. You should have slept till I wakened you. Then it wouldn't have come like this. Drink it all." As I drank, the sharp ache in my temples dulled to a throb, and the swimming shapes round me drew back into focus, and with them, thought.
"I'm sorry. It's all right now. I can think again. I've come back. I'll tell you the rest. My mother's to go into St. Peter's. She tried to make Camlach promise to let me go too, but he wouldn't. I think—"
"Yes," I said slowly, thinking hard now.
"I didn't understand it all. I was thinking about Cerdic. But I believe he's going to kill me. I believe he will use my grandfather's death for this. He'll say that my slave did it. Oh, nobody will believe that I could take anything from Camlach. But if he does shut me up in a religious house, and then I die quietly, a little time after, then by that time the whispers will have worked, and nobody will raise a voice about it. And by that time, if my mother is just one of the holy women at St. Peter's, and no longer the king's daughter, she won't have a voice to raise either."
I cupped my hands round the goblet, looking across at him.
"Why should anyone fear me so, Gallopus?"
He did not answer that, but nodded to the goblet in my hands. "Finish it. Then, my dear, you must go."
"Go? But if I go back they'll kill me or shut me up, won't they?"
"If they find you, they will try."
I said eagerly, "If I stayed here with you, nobody knows I come here. Even if they found out and came after me, you'd be in no danger. We'd see them coming up the valley for miles, or we'd know they were coming, you and I. They'd never find me. I could go in the crystal cave."
He shook his head. "The time for that isn't come. One day, but not now. You can no more be hidden now than your Merlin could go back into its egg." I glanced back over my shoulder at the ledge where the Merlin had sat brooding, still as Athene's owl. There was no bird there. I wiped the back of a hand across my eyes and blinked, not believing. But it was true. The firelit shadows were empty.
"Gallopus, it's gone."
"Yes."
"Did you see it go?"
"It went by when you called me back into the cave."
Which way?"
"South." I drank the rest of the potion, then turned the goblet up to spill the last drops for the god. Then I set it down and reached for my cloak.
"I'll see you again, won't I?"
"Yes, I promise you that."
"Then I shall come back?"
"I promised you that already. Some day the cave will be yours, and all that is in it." Past him, in from the night, came a cold, stray breath of air that stirred my cloak and lifted the hairs on my nape. My flesh prickled. I got up and swung the cloak round me and fastened the pin. "You're going, then?" He was smiling. "You trust me so much. Where do you plan to go?"
"I don't know. Home, I suppose, to start with. I'll have time to think on the way there if I need to. But I'm still in the god's path. I can feel the wind blowing. Why are you smiling, Gallopus?"
But he would not answer that. He stood up, then pulled me towards him and stooped and kissed me. His kiss was dry and light, an old man's kiss, like a dead leaf drifting down to brush the flesh. Then he pushed me towards the entrance. "Go. I saddled your pony ready for you." It was raining still as I rode down the valley. The rain was cold and small and soaking. It gathered on my cloak and dragged at my shoulders, and mixed with the tears that ran down my face. This was the second time in my life that I wept. 11. The stable-yard gate was locked. This was no more than I had expected. That day I had gone out openly enough through the main yard with the Merlin, and any other night might have chanced riding back the same way, with some story of losing my falcon and riding about till dark to look for it. But not tonight. And tonight there would be no one waiting and listening for me, to let me in. Though the need for haste was breathing on the back of my neck, I kept the impatient pony to a walk, and rode quietly along under the palace wall in the direction of the bridge. This and the road leading to it were alive with people and torches and noise, and twice in the few minutes since I had come in sight of it, a horseman went galloping headlong out over the bridge, going south. Now the wet, bare trees of the orchard overhung the towpath. There was a ditch here below the high wall, and over it the boughs hung, dripping. I slid off the pony's back and led him in under my leaning apple tree and tethered him. Then I scrambled back into the saddle, got unsteadily to my feet, balanced for a moment, and jumped for the bough above me. It was soaking, and one of my hands slipped, but the other held. I swung my legs up, cocked them over the bough, and after that it was only the work of moments to scramble over the wall and down into the orchard grasses. There to my left was the high wall which masked my grandfather's garden, to the right the dovecot and the raised terrace where Moravek used to sit with her spinning. Ahead of me was the low sprawl of the servants' quarters. To my relief, hardly a light showed. All the light and uproar of the palace was concentrated beyond the wall to my left, in the main building. From even further beyond, and muted by the rain, came the tumult of the streets. But no light showed in my window. I ran. What I hadn't reckoned on was that they should have brought him here, to his old place. His pallet lay now, not across the door, but back in the corner, near my bed. There was no purple here, no torches. He lay just as they had flung him down. All I could see in the half-darkness was the ungainly, sprawled body, with an arm flung wide and the hand splayed on the cold floor. It was too dark to see how he had died. I stooped over him and took the hand. It was cold already, and the arm had begun to stiffen. I lifted it gently to the pallet beside his body, then ran to my bed and snatched up the fine woolen coverlet. I spread it over Cerdic, then jerked upright, listening, as a man's voice called something in the distance, and then there were footsteps at the end of the colonnade, and the answer, shouted, "No, he's not come this way. I've been watching the door. Is the pony in yet?" "No, no sign." And then, in reply to another shout, "Well, he can't have ridden far. He's often out till this time." "What?" "Oh, very well." The footsteps went rapidly. Silence. There was a lamp in its stand somewhere along the colonnade. This dealt enough light through the half-open door for me to see what I was doing. I silently lifted the lid of my chest, pulled out the few clothes I had, with my best cloak and a spare pair of sandals. I bundled these all together in a bag, together with my other possessions, my ivory comb, a couple of brooches, a cornelian clasp. These I could sell. I climbed on the bed and pitched the bag out of the window. Then I ran back to Cerdic, pulled aside the coverlet and, kneeling, fumbled at his hip. They had left his dagger. I tugged at the clasp with fingers that were clumsier even than the darkness made them, and it came undone. I took it, belt and all, a man's dagger twice as long as my own, and honed to a killing point. Mine I laid beside him on the pallet. He might need it where he had gone, but I doubted it. His hands had always been enough. I was ready. I stood looking down at him for a moment longer, and saw instead, as in the flashing crystal, how they had laid my grandfather with the torchlight and the watchers and the purple. Nothing here but darkness, a dog's death, a slave's death. "Cerdic," I said it half aloud, in the darkness. I wasn't weeping now. That was over. "Cerdic, rest you now. I'll send you the way you wanted, like a king." I ran to the door, listened for a moment, then slipped through into the deserted colonnade. I lifted the lamp from its bracket. It was heavy and oil spilled. Of course, he had filled it just that evening. Back in my own room, I carried the lamp over to where he lay. Now, what I had not foreseen, I could see how he had died. They had cut his throat. Even if I had not intended it, it would have happened. The lamp shook in my hand, and hot oil splashed on the coverlet. A burning fragment broke from the wick, fell, caught, hissed. Then I flung the lamp down on the body, and watched for 5 long seconds, while the flame ran into the oil and burst like blazing spray. "Go with your gods, Cerdic," I said, and jumped for the window. I landed on the bundle and went sprawling in the wet grass, then snatched it up and ran for the river wall. Not to frighten the pony, I made for a place some yards beyond the apple tree and pitched the bag over the wall into the ditch, then back to the tree and up it to the high coping. Astride of this, I glanced back. The fire had caught. My window glowed now, red with pulsing light. No alarm had yet been given, but it could only be a matter of moments before the flames were seen, or someone smelled the smoke. I scrambled over, hung by my hands for a moment, then let myself drop. As I got to my feet, a shadow, towering, jumped at me and struck. I went down with a man's heavy body on top of me, pinning me to the muddy grass. A splayed hand came hard down on my face, choking my cry off short. Just near me was a quick footstep, the rasp of drawn metal, and a man's voice saying urgently in Breton, "Wait, make him talk first." I lay quite still. This was easy to do, for not only had the force of the first man's attack driven the breath right out of my body, but I could feel his knife at my throat. Then, as the second man spoke, my captor, with a surprised grunt, shifted his weight from me, and the knife withdrew an inch or two. He said, in a tone between surprise and disgust, "It's only a boy." Then to me, harshly, in Welsh, "Not a sound out of you, or I'll slit your throat here and now. Understood?" I nodded. He took his hand from my mouth, and, getting up, dragged me to my feet. He rammed me back against the wall, holding me there, the knife pricking my collarbone.
What's all this? What are you doing bolting out of the palace like a rat with the dogs after it? A thief? Come on, you little rat, before I choke you." He shook me as if I were indeed a rat. I managed to gasp, "Nothing. I was doing no harm. Let me go." The other man said softly, out of the darkness, "Here's what he threw over the wall. A bag full of stuff." "What's in it?" demanded my captor. And to me, "Keep quiet, you." He had no need to warn me. I thought I could smell smoke now, and see the first flicker of light as my fire took hold of the roof beams. I flattened myself back even further into the black shadow under the wall. The other man was examining my bundle. Clothes, sandals, some jewellery by the feel of it. He had moved out onto the towpath, and with my eyes now used to the darkness, I could make him out. A little weasel of a man, with bent shoulders and a narrow, pointed face under a straggle of hair. No one I had ever seen. I gave a gasp of relief. "You're not the king's men. Who are you, then? What do you want here?" The weaselly man stopped rooting in my bag and stared. "That's no concern of yours," said the big man who held me. "We'll ask the questions. Why should you be so scared of the king's men? You know them all, eh?" "Of course I do. I live in the palace. I'm a slave there." "Marek." It was the weasel, sharply. "Look over there. There's a fire started. They're buzzing like a wasp's nest. No point in wasting time here over a runaway slave brat. Slit his throat, and let's run for it while we can." "A moment," said the big man. "He may know something." "Look now, you—" "If you're going to slit my throat anyway," I said, "why should I tell you anything? Who are you?" He ducked his head forward suddenly, peering at me. "Crowing mighty fine all of a sudden, aren't you? Never mind who we are. A slave, eh? Running away?" "Yes." "Been stealing?" "No." "No? The jewellery in the bundle, and this isn't a slave's cloak." He tightened his grip on the stuff at my throat till I squirmed. "And that pony? Come on, the truth." "All right." I hoped I sounded sullen and cowed enough for a slave now. "I did take a few things. It's the prince's pony, Merlin's. I found it straying. Truly, sir. He went out today and he's not back yet. He'll have been thrown. He's a rotten horseman. It was a bit of luck. They won't miss it till I'm well away." I plucked at his clothes beseechingly. "Please, sir, let me go. Please. What harm could I do?" "Marek, for pity's sake, there's no time." The flames had taken hold now and were leaping. There was shouting from the palace, and the weasel pulled at my captor's arm. "The tide's going out fast, and the gods only know if she's there at all, this weather. Listen to the noise. They'll be coming this way any minute." "They won't," I said. "They'll be too busy putting the fire out to think of anything else. It was well away when I left it." "When you left it?" Marek hadn't budged. He was staring down at me, and his grip was less fierce. "Did you start that fire?" "Yes." I had their full attention now, even weasels. "Why?" "I did it because I hate them. They killed my friend." "Who did?" "Camlach and his people. The new king." There was a short silence. I could see Marek better now. He was a big, burly man, with a bush of black hair and black eyes that glinted in the fire. "And," I added, "if I'd stayed, they'd have killed me, too. So I burned the place and ran away. Please let me go now." "Why should they want to kill you? They'll want to now, of course, with the place going up like a torch. But why before that? What had you done?" "Nothing. But I was the old king's slave, and I suppose I heard things. Slaves hear everything. Camlach thinks I might be dangerous. He has plans. I knew about them. Believe me, sir," I said earnestly. "I'd have served him as well as I did the old king. But then he killed my friend.
What friend? And why?
Another slave, a Saxon. His name was Cerdic. He spilled oil on the steps and the old king fell. It was an accident, but they cut his throat.
Marek turned his head to the other. Hear that, Hanno? That's true enough. I heard it in the town. Then back to me. All right. Now you can tell us a bit more. You say you know Camlach's plans.
But Hanno interrupted again, this time desperately.
Marek, for pity's sake, if you think he's got something to tell us, bring him along. He can talk in the boat, can't he? I tell you, if we wait much longer, we'll lose the tide and she'll be gone. There's dirty weather coming by the feel of it, and it's my guess that they won't wait. And then, in Breton, we can as easy ditch him later as now.
Boat? I said. You're going on the river?
Where else? Do you think we can go by road? Look at the bridge.
Marek jerked his head sideways.
All right, Hanno. Get in. We'll go.
He began to drag me across the towpath. I hung back. Where are you taking me?
That's our affair. Can you swim?
No.
He laughed under his breath. It was not a reassuring sound. Then it won't matter to you which way we go, will it? Come along.
And he clapped his hand once more over my mouth, swung me up as if I had been no heavier than my own bundle, and strode across the path to the oily, dark glimmer that was the river. The boat was a coracle, half hidden under the hanging bank. Hanno was already casting off. Marek went down the bank with a bump and a slither, dumped me in the lurching vessel, and clambered after me. As the coracle rocked out from under the bank, he let me feel the knife again against the back of my neck.
There, feel it? Now hold your tongue till we're clear of the bridge.
Hanno thrust off and guided us out with the paddle into the current. A few feet from the bank, I felt the river take hold of the boat, and we gathered speed. Hanno bent to the paddle and held her straight for the southern arch of the bridge. Held in Marek's grip, I sat facing astern. Just as the current took us to sweep us southwards, I heard Asta's high, frightened whinny as he smelt the smoke, and in the light of the now roaring fire I saw him, trailing a broken rein, burst from the wall's shadow and scud like a ghost along the towpath. Fire or no fire, he would make for the gate and his stable, and they would find him. I wondered what they would think, where they would look for me. Cerdic would be gone now, and my room with the painted chest and the coverlet fit for a prince. Would they think I had found Cerdic's body, and in my fear and shock had dropped the lamp? That my own body was there, charred to nothing, in the remains of the servant's wing? Well, whatever they thought, it didn't matter. Cerdic had gone to his gods, and I, it seemed, was going to mine. 12. The black arch of the bridge swooped across the boat and was gone. We fled downstream. The tide was almost on the turn, but the last of the ebb took us fast. The air freshened, and the boat began to rock. The knife withdrew from my flesh. Across me, Marek said,
Well, so far so good. The brat did us a good turn with his fire.
No one was watching the river to see a boat slip under the bridge. Now, boy, let's hear what you have to tell us. What's your name?
Merlin Emrys.
And you say you were— Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Merlin? Not the bastard?
Yes.
He let out a long, whistling breath, and Hanno's paddle checked, to dip again hurriedly as the coracle swung and rocked across the current. You heard that, Hanno? It's the bastard. Then why, in the name of the spirits of lower earth, did you tell us you were a slave?
I didn't know who you were. You hadn't recognized me, so I thought if you were thieves yourselves, or Vortigern's men, you'd let me go.
Bag, pony, and all. So it was true you were running away. Well, he added thoughtfully, if all tales be true, you're not much to be blamed for that.
But why set the place on fire?
That was true, too. I told you. Camlach killed a friend of mine, Cerdic the Saxon, though he had done nothing to deserve it. I think they only killed him because he was mine, and they meant to use his death against me. They put his body in my room for me to find, so I burnt the room. His people like to go to their gods like that.
And the devil take anyone else in the palace?
I said indifferently. The servants' wing was empty. They were all at supper, or out looking for me, or serving Camlach. It's surprising, or perhaps it isn't, how quickly people can switch over. I expect they'll put the fire out before it reaches the king's apartments. He regarded me in silence for a minute. We were still racing with the turning tide, well out into the estuary now. Hanno gave no sign of steering to the further bank. I pulled my cloak closer round me and shivered.
"Who were you running to?"
asked Marek. "Nobody."
"Look, boy, I want the truth, or bastard prince or not, you'll go over the side now. Hear me? You'd not last a week if you hadn't someone to go to take service with. Who did you have in mind? Vortigern?"
"It would be sensible, wouldn't it? Camlach's going with Vortimer."
"He's what?"
His voice sharpened.
"Are you sure?"
"Quite sure. He was playing with the idea before, and he quarrelled with the old king about it. He and his lot would have gone anyway, I think. Now, of course, he can take the whole kingdom with him, and shut it against Vortigern."
"And open it for who else?"
"I didn't hear that. Who is there? You can imagine he wasn't being very open about it until tonight, when his father the king lay dead."
He thought for a minute. "The old king leaves another son. If the nobles don't want this alliance—"
"A baby? Aren't you being a bit simple? Camlach's had a good example in front of him. Vortimer wouldn't be where he is if his father hadn't done just what Camlach will do."
"And that is?"
"You know as well as I do. Look, why should I say any more till I know who you are? Isn't it time you told me?"
He ignored that. He sounded thoughtful.
"You seem to know a lot about it. How old are you?"
12. I'll be 13 in September. But I don't need to be clever to know about Camlach and Vortimer. I heard him say so himself."
"Did you, by the bull? And what else did you hear?"
"Quite a lot. I was always underfoot. Nobody took any notice of me. But my mother's going into retirement now at St. Peter's, and I wouldn't give you a fig for my chances, so I cleared out."
"To Vortigern?"
I said, honestly. "I've no idea. I have no plans. It might have to be Vortigern in the end. What choice is there but him, and the Saxon wolves hanging at our throats for all time till they've torn Britain piecemeal and swallowed her? Who else is there?"
"Well," said Marek, "Ambrosius."
I laughed. "Oh, yes, Ambrosius. I thought you were serious. I know you're from Les Britain. I can tell by your voices, but—"
"You asked who we were. We are Ambrosius men."
There was a silence. I realized that the river banks had disappeared. Far off in the darkness to the north, a light showed, the lighthouse. Some time back, the rain had slackened and stopped. Now it was cold, with the wind offshore, and the water was choppy. The boat pitched and swung, and I felt the first qualm of sickness. I clutched my hands hard against my belly, against the cold as much as the sickness, and said sharply,
"Ambrosius men? Then you're spies? His spies?"
"Call us loyal men."
"Then it's true. It's true he's waiting in Les Britain?"
"Aye, it's true,"
I said, aghast.
"Then that's where you're going? You can't imagine you can get there in this horrible boat?"
Marek laughed, and Hanno said sourly,
"We might have to at that, if the ship's not there."
"What ship would be there in winter?" I demanded. "It's not sailing weather."
"It's sailing weather if you pay enough,"
said Marek dryly. "Ambrosius pays. The ship will be there." His big hand dropped on my shoulder, not ungently. "Never mind that. There's still things I want to know." I curled up, hugging my belly, trying to take big breaths of the cold, clear air.
"Oh, yes, there's a lot I could tell you. But if you're going to drop me overboard anyway, I've nothing to lose, have I? I might as well keep the rest of my information to myself, or see if Ambrosius will pay for it. And there's your ship. Look, if you can't see it yet, you must be blind. Now don't talk to me any more. I feel sick."
I heard him laugh again under his breath. "You're a cool one, and no mistake. Aye, there's the ship. I can see her clearly enough now. Well, seeing who you are, we'll take you aboard, and I'll tell you the other reason. I liked what you said about your friend. That sounded true enough. So you can be loyal, eh? And you've no call to be loyal to Camlac, by all accounts, or to Vertigan. Could you be loyal to Ambrosius?"
"I'll know when I see him."
His fist sent me sprawling to the bottom of the boat. "Princeling or not, keep a civil tongue in your head when you speak of him. There's many 100 men think of him as their king, rightwise born." I picked myself up, retching. A low hail came from near at hand, and in a moment we were rocking in the deeper shadow of the ship.
"If he's a man, that'll be enough," I said.
The ship was small, compact, and low in the water. She lay there, unlighted, a shadow on the dark sea. I could just see the rake of her mast swaying, sickeningly, it seemed to me, against the scudding cloud that was only a little lighter than the black sky above. She was rigged like the merchantmen who traded in and out of Maridunum in the sailing weather, but I thought she looked cleaner built and faster. Marek answered the hail, then a rope snaked down overside, and Hanno caught it and made it fast. "Come on, you, get moving. You can climb, can't you?" Somehow I got to my feet in the swinging coracle. The rope was wet and jerked in my hands. From above an urgent voice came, "Hurry, will you? We'll be lucky if we get back at all, with the weather that's coming up." "Get aloft, blast you," said Marek roughly, giving me a shove. It was all I needed. My hands slipped, nerveless, from the rope, and I fell back into the coracle, landing half across the side, where I hung, gasping and retching, and beyond caring what fate overtook me, or even a dozen kingdoms. If I had been stabbed or thrown into sea at that point, I doubt if I would even have noticed, except to welcome death as a relief. I simply hung there over the boat's side like a lump of sodden rags, vomiting. I have very little recollection of what happened then. There was a good deal of cursing, and I think I remember Hanno urgently recommending Marek to cut his losses and throw me overboard, but I was picked up bodily and somehow slung up and into the waiting hands above. Then someone half-carried, half-dragged me below, and dropped me on a pile of bedding with a bucket to hand and the air from an open port blowing on my sweating face. I believe the journey took 4 days. Rough weather there certainly was, but at least it was behind us, and we made spanking speed. I stayed below the whole time, huddled thankfully in the blankets under the porthole, hardly venturing to lift my head. The worst of the sickness abated after a time, but I doubt if I could have moved, and, mercifully, no one tried to make me. Marek came down once. I remember it vaguely, as if it were a dream. He picked his way in over a pile of old anchor chain to where I lay, and stood, his big form stooping, peering down at me. Then he shook his head. "And to think I thought we'd done ourselves a good turn picking you up. We should have thrown you over the side in the first place and saved a lot of trouble. I reckon you haven't very much more to tell us, anyway." I made no reply. He gave a queer little grunt that sounded like a laugh, and went out. I went to sleep, exhausted. When I woke, I found that my wet cloak, sandals and tunic had been removed, and that, dry and naked, I was cocooned deep in blankets. Near my head was a water jar, its mouth stoppered with a twist of rag, and a hunk of barley bread. I couldn't have touched either, but I got the message. I slept. Then one day, shortly before dusk, we came in sight of the wild coast, and dropped anchor in the calm waters of Morbihan, that men call the small sea. Book 2. The Falcon. 1. The first I knew of our coming to shore was being roused, still heavy with that exhausted sleep, by voices talking over me.
Well, all right, if you believe him, but do you really think even a bastard prince would be abroad in those clothes? Everything soaking, not even a gilt clasp to his belt, and look at his sandals. I grant you it's a good cloak, but it's torn. More likely the first story was true, and he's a slave running away with his master's things.
It was, of course, Hanno's voice, and he was talking in Breton. Luckily I had my back to them, curled up in the welter of blankets. It was easy to pretend to be asleep. I lay still, and tried to keep my breathing even.
No, it's the bastard, all right. I've seen him in the town. I'd have known him sooner if we'd been able to show a light.
The deeper voice was Marrick's.
In any case, it would hardly matter who he was, slave or royal bastard. He's been privy to a lot in that palace that Ambrosius will want to listen to. And he's a bright lad. Oh, yes, he's what he says he is. You don't learn those cool ways and that kind of talking in the kitchens.
Well, but... The change in Hanno's voice made my skin shift on my bones. I kept very still.
Well, but what?
The weasel dropped his voice still further.
Maybe if we made him talk to us first. I mean, look at it this way. All that stuff he told us, hearing what King Camlach meant to do and all that. If we'd got that information for ourselves and got a way to report it, there'd be a fat purse for us, wouldn't there?
Marrick grunted.
And then when he gets ashore and tells someone where he comes from, Ambrosius would hear. He hears everything. Are you trying to be simple?
The question was waspish. It was all I could do to keep still. There was a space between my shoulder blades where the skin tightened cold over the flesh, as if it already felt the knife.
Oh, I'm not as simple as that. I get you. But I don't see that nobody in Maradunum knows where he went.
Hanno's whisper was hurried and eager.
As for the men who saw him come on board, they'll think we've taken him off with us now. In fact, that's what we'll do. Take him with us now, and there are plenty of places between here and the town.
I heard him swallow.
I told you before we put out, it's senseless to have spent the money on his passage if we were going to get rid of him, said Marrick bluntly. We'd have done better not to have paid his passage at all. Have a bit of sense. We'll get the money back now in any case, and maybe a good bit over. How do you make that out? Well, if the boy has got information, Ambrosius'll pay the passage, you can be sure of that. Then, if it turns out he is the bastard, and I'm certain he is, there might be extra in it for us. King's sons or grandsons come in useful, as who should know better than Ambrosius? Ambrosius must know the boy's useless as a hostage.
Hanno sounded sullen.
Who's to tell? And if he's no use either way to Ambrosius, then we keep the boy and sell him and split the proceeds. So leave it be, I tell you. Alive, he might be worth something. Dead, he's worth nothing at all, and we might find ourselves out of pocket over his passage.
I felt Hanno's toe prodding me, not gently.
Doesn't look worth much either way at the moment. Ever know anyone so sick? He must have a stomach like a girl. Do you even suppose he can walk? We can find out, said Marrick, and shook me. Here, boy, get up.
I groaned, rolled over slowly, and showed them what I hoped was a wretchedly pale face.
What is it?
"Are we there?" I asked it in Welsh.
"Yes, we're there. Come on now, get to your feet. We're going ashore."
I groaned again, more dismally than before, and clutched my belly.
"Oh, God, no! Leave me alone!"
"A bucket of sea water," suggested Hanno.
Marek straightened.
"There's hardly time."
He spoke in Breton again. "He looks as if we'd have to carry him."
"No, we'll have to leave him. We've got to get straight to the Count. It's the night of the meeting, remember? He'll already know the ship's docked, and he'll be expecting to see us before he has to leave. We'd better get the report straight to him, or there'll be trouble. We'll leave the boy here for the time being. We can lock him up and tell the watch to keep an eye on him. We can be back well before midnight."
"You can, you mean," said Hanno sourly.
"I've got something that won't wait. Ambrosius won't wait either, so if you want the money for that, you'd better come. They've half finished unloading already. Who's on watch?"
Hanno said something, but the creak of the heavy door as they pulled it shut behind them, and then the thudding of the bars dropping into their sockets, drowned the reply. I heard the wedges go in, then lost the sound of their voices and footsteps in the noises of the offloading operation that was shaking the ship, the creak of winches, the shouts of men above me and a few yards away on shore, the hiss and squeak of running hawsers, and the thud of loads being lifted and swung overside onto the wharf. I threw the blankets off and sat up. With the ceasing of the dreadful motion of the ship, I felt steady again, even well, with a sort of light and purged emptiness that gave me a strange feeling of well-being, a floating, slightly unreal sensation, like the power one has in dreams. I knelt up on the bedding and looked about me. They had lanterns on the wharf to work by, and light from these fell through the small square porthole. It showed me the wide-mouthed jar still in place, and a new hunk of barley bread. I unstoppered the jar and tasted the water cautiously. It was musty, tasting of the rag, but good enough, and it cleared the metallic sickness from my mouth. The bread was iron-hard, but I soused it in water until I could break off a piece to chew. Then I got up and levered myself up to look out of the porthole. To do this I had to reach for the sill and pull myself up by my hands, finding a hold for my toes on one of the struts that lined the bulkhead. I had guessed by the shape of my prison that the hold was in the bows, and I now saw that this was correct. The ship lay alongside a stone-built wharf, where a couple of lanterns hung on posts, and by their light some 20 men, soldiers, were working to bring the bales and loaded crates off the ship. To the back of the wharf was a row of solid-looking buildings, presumably for storage, but tonight it looked as if the merchandise were bound elsewhere. Carts waited beyond the lampposts, the hitched mules patient. The men with the carts were in uniform and armed, and there was an officer superintending the unloading. The ship was moored close to the wharf amidships, where the gangplank was. Her forward hawser ran from the rail above my head to the wharf, and this had allowed the bow to swing out from land, so that between me and the shore lay about 15 feet of water. There were no lights at this end of the ship. The rope ran down into a comfortable pool of darkness, and beyond that was the deeper darkness of the buildings. But I would have to wait, I decided, till the unloading was finished, and the carts, and presumably the soldiers with them, moved off. There would be time later to escape, with only the watch on board, and perhaps even the lanterns gone from the wharf. For of course I must escape. If I stayed where I was, my only hope of safety lay in Marek's goodwill, and this in its turn depended on the outcome of his interview with Ambrosius. And if for some reason Marek could not come back, and Hanno came instead. Besides, I was hungry. The water and the hideous snack of soaked bread had set the juices churning in a ferociously empty belly, and the prospect of waiting 2 or 3 hours before anyone came back for me was intolerable, even without the fear of what that return might bring. And even if the best should happen, and Ambrosius send for me, I could not be too sure of my fate at his hands once he had all the information I could give him. Despite the bluff which had saved my life from the spies, this information was scanty enough, and Hanno had been right in guessing, and Ambrosius would know it, that I was useless as a hostage. My semi-royal status might impress Marek and Hanno, but neither being grandson to Vortigern's ally nor nephew to Vortimer's would be much of a recommendation to Ambrosius' kindness. It looked as if, royal or not, my lot would with luck be slavery, and without it, an unsung death. And this I had no intention of waiting for. Not while the porthole stood open and the hawser ran, sagging only slightly, from just above me to the bollard on the wharf. The two spies, I supposed, were so little accustomed to dealing with prisoners of my size that they had not even given a thought to the porthole. No man, not even the weaselly Hanno, could have attempted escape that way, but a slim boy could. Even if they had thought of it, they knew I could not swim, and they had not reckoned with the rope. But, eyeing it carefully as I hung there in the porthole, I thought I could manage it. If the rats could go along it, I could see one now, a huge fat fellow, sleek with scraps, creeping down towards the shore. Then so could I. But I would have to wait. Meanwhile it was cold, and I was naked. I dropped lightly back into the hold, and turned to hunt for my clothes. The light from the shore was dim, but sufficient. It showed me the small cage of my prison, with the blankets tumbled on the pile of old sacks that had been my bed, a warped and splitting sea-chest against a bulkhead, a pile of rusty chain too heavy for me to shift, the water jar, and in the far corner, far meaning 2 paces away, the vile bucket still half full of vomit. It showed me nothing else. It may have been a kindly impulse which had made Marek strip me of my sodden clothes, but either he had forgotten to return them, or they had been kept back to prevent me from doing this very thing. 5 seconds showed me that the chest contained nothing but some writing tablets, a bronze cup, and some leather sandal thongs. At least, I thought, letting the lid down gently on this unpromising collection, they had left me my sandals. Not that I wasn't used to going barefoot, but not in winter, not on the roads. For, naked or not, I had still to escape. Marek's very precautions made me more than ever anxious to get away. What I would do, where I would go, I had no idea, but the god had sent me safely out of Camlach's hands and across the narrow sea, and I trusted my fate. As far as I had a plan, I intended to get near enough to Ambrosius to judge what kind of man this was. Then, if I thought there was patronage there, or even only mercy, I could approach him and offer him my story and my services. It never entered my head that there might be anything absurd about asking a prince to employ a 12-year-old. I suppose that, to this extent at least, I was royal. Failing Ambrosia's service, I believe I had some hazy idea of making my way to the village north of Kerek, where Moravik came from, and asking for her people. The sacks I had been lying on were oldish and beginning to rot. It was easy enough to tear one of them open at the seams for my head and arms to go through. It made a dreadful garment, but it covered me after a fashion. I ripped a second one and pulled that over my head as well, for warmth. A third would be too bulky. I fingered the blankets longingly, but they were good ones, too thick to tear, and would have been impossibly hampering on my climb out of the ship. Reluctantly, I let them lie. A couple of the leather thongs, knotted together, made a girdle. I stuffed the remaining lump of barley bread into the front of my sack, swilled my face, hands, and hair with the rest of the water, then went again to the porthole and pulled myself up to look out. While I was dressing, I heard shouts and the tramp of feet, as if the men had been formed up, ready to march. I now saw that this had indeed happened. Men and carts were moving off. The last of the carts, heavily loaded, was just creaking away past the buildings, with the whip cracking over the straining mules. With them went the tramp of marching feet. I wondered what the cargo was. Hardly grain at that time of year. More likely, I thought, metal or ore, to be unloaded by troops and sent to the town under guard. The sounds receded. I looked carefully round. The lantern still hung from the posts, but as far as I could see, the wharf was deserted. It was time to go, before the watch decided to come forward to check on the prisoner. For an active boy, it was easy. I was soon sitting astride the sill of the porthole, with my body outside and my legs gripping the bulkhead while I reached up for the rope. There was a bad moment when I found I could not reach it, and would have to stand, holding myself somehow against the hull of the ship, above the black depths between ship and wharf where the oily water lapped and sucked, rustling its drifts of refuse against the dripping walls. But I managed it, clawing up the ship's side as if I had been another of the shore-going rats, till at last I could stretch upright and grasp the hawser. This was taut and dry, and went down at a gentle angle towards the bollard on the wharf. I gripped it with both hands, twisted to face outwards, then swung my legs free of the ship and up over the rope. I had meant to let myself down gently, hand over hand, to land in the shadows, but what I hadn't reckoned on, being no seaman, was the water-borne lightness of a small ship. Even my slender weight, as I hitched myself down the rope, made her curtsy sharply and disconcertingly, and then, tilting, swing her bow suddenly in towards the wharf. The hawser sagged, slackened, drooped under my weight as the strain was loosed, then went down into a loop. Where I swung, clinging like a monkey, it suddenly hung vertical. My feet lost their grip and slid away from me. My hands could not hold my weight. I went down the ship's side on that hawser like a bead on a string. If the ship had swung more slowly, I would have been crushed as she ground against the wharfside, or drowned as I reached the bottom of the loop, but she went like a horse shying. As she jarred the edge of the wharf, I was just above it, and the jerk loosened what was left of my grip and flung me clear. I missed the bollard by inches, and landed sprawling on the frost-hard ground in the shadow of a wall.
2. There was no time to wonder whether I was hurt. I could hear the slap of bare feet on the dock above me as the watch raced along to see what had happened. I bunched, rolled, and was on my feet and running before his bobbing lantern reached the side. I heard him shout something, but I had already dodged round the corner of the buildings and was sure he had not seen me. Even if he had, I thought I was safe enough. He would check my prison first, and even then I doubted if he would dare leave the ship. I leaned for a moment or two against the wall, hugging the rope burns on my hands, and trying to adjust my eyes to the night. Since I had come from near darkness in my prison, this took no more than a few seconds, and I looked quickly about me to get my bearings. The shed that hid me was the end one of the row, and behind it, on the side away from the wharf, was the road, a straight ribbon of gravel, making for a cluster of lights some distance away. This, no doubt, was the town. Nearer, just where the road was swallowed by darkness, was a dim and shifting gleam, which must be the tail light of the last wagon. Nothing else moved. It was a fairly safe guess that any wagons so guarded were bound for Ambrosius' headquarters. I had no idea whether I could get to him, or even into any town or village, but all I wanted at this stage was to find something to eat, and somewhere warm where I could hide and eat it, and wait for daylight. Once I got my bearings, no doubt the god would lead me still. He would also have to feed me. I had originally meant to sell one of my brooches for food, but now, I thought, as I jogged in the wake of the wagons, I would have to steal something. At the very worst, I still had a hunk of barley bread. Then somewhere to hide until daylight. If Ambrosius was at a meeting, as Marek had said, it would be worse than useless to go to his headquarters and ask to see him now. Whatever my sense of my own importance, it did not stretch to privileged treatment by Ambrosius' soldiers if I turned up dressed like this in his absence. Come daylight,
we should see. It was cold. My breath puffed, grey on the black and icy air. There was no moon, but the stars were out like wolves' eyes, glaring. Frost glittered on the stones of the road and rang under the hoofs and wheels ahead of me. Mercifully, there was no wind, and my blood warmed with running, but I dared not catch up with the convoy, which went slowly, so that from time to time I had to check and hang back, while the freezing air bit through the ragged sacks, and I flailed my arms against my body for warmth. Fortunately, there was plenty of cover. Bushes, sometimes in crouching clusters, sometimes singly, hunched as they had, frozen in the path of the prevailing wind, still reaching after it with stiff fingers. Among them great stones stood, rearing sharp against the stars. I took the first of these for a huge milestone, but then saw others in ranks, thrusting from the turf like storm-blasted avenues of trees, or like colonnades where gods walked, but not gods that I knew. The starlight struck the face of the stone where I had paused to wait, and something caught my eye, a shape rudely carved in the granite, and etched by the cold light like lampblack. An axe, two-headed. The standing stones stretched away from me into darkness like a march of giants. A dry thistle, broken down to the stalk, stabbed my bare leg. As I turned away, I glanced at the axe again. It had vanished. I ran back to the road, clamping my teeth against the shivering. It was the cold, of course, that made me shiver. What else? The wagons had drawn ahead again, and I ran after, keeping to the turf at the road's edge, though this in fact seemed as hard as the gravel. The frost broke and squeaked under my sandals. Behind me the silent army of stones marched, dwindling into the dark, and before me now were the lights of a town and the warmth of its houses reaching out to meet me. I think it was the first time that I, Merlin, had run towards light and company, run from solitude as if it were a ring of wolves' eyes driving one nearer the fire. It was a walled town. I should have guessed it, so near the sea. There was a high earthwork, and above that a palisade, and the ditch outside the earthwork was wide and white with ice. They had smashed the ice at intervals, so that it would not bear. I could see the black stars and the criss-cross map of cracks, just skinning over with grey glass as the new ice formed. There was a wooden bridge across to the gate, and here the wagons halted, while the officer rode forward to speak to the guards, and the men stood like rocks, while the mules stamped and blew and jingled their harness, eager for the warmth of the stable. If I had had any idea of jumping on the back of a wagon and being carried in that way, I had had to abandon it. All the way to the town, the soldiers had been strung out in a file to either side of the convoy, with the officer riding out to one side where he could scan the whole. Now, as he gave the order to advance and break step for the bridge, he wheeled his horse and rode back himself to the tail of the column to see the last cart in. I caught a glimpse of his face, middle-aged, bad-tempered, and catarrhal with cold. Not the man to listen patiently, or even to listen at all. I was safer outside with the stars and the marching giants. The gate thudded shut behind the convoy, and I heard the locks drive home. There was a path, faintly discernible, leading off eastward along the edge of the ditch. When I looked that way, I saw that some way off, so far that they must mark some kind of settlement or farm well beyond the limits of the town, more lights showed. I turned along the path at a trot, chewing at my chunk of barley bread as I went. The lights turned out to belong to a fair-sized house whose buildings enclosed a courtyard. The house itself, 2 stories high, made one wall of the yard, which was bounded on the other 3 sides by single-story buildings, baths, servants' quarters, stables, bakehouse, the whole enclosure high-walled, and showing only a few slit windows well beyond my reach. There was an arched gateway, and beside this, in an iron bracket set at the height of a man's reach, a torch spluttered, sulky with damp pitch. There were more lights inside the yard, but I could hear no movement or voices. The gate, of course, was shut fast. Not that I would have dared go in that way, to meet some summary fate at the porter's hands. I skirted the wall, looking hopefully for a way to climb in. The third window was the bakehouse. The smells were hours old and cold, but still would have sent me swarming up the wall, save that the window was a bare slit which would not have admitted even me. The next was a stable, and the next also. I could smell the horse smells and beast smells mingling, and the sweetness of dried grass. Then the house, with no windows at all facing outwards. The bathhouse, the same. And back to the gate. A chain clanged suddenly, and within a few feet of me, just inside the gate, a big dog gave tongue like a bell. I believe I jumped back a full pace, then flattened myself against the wall as I heard a door open somewhere close. There was a pause, while the dog growled and someone listened. Then a man's voice said something curt, and the door shut. The dog grumbled to itself for a bit, snuffling at the foot of the gate, then dragged its chain back to the kennel, and I heard it settling again into its straw. There was obviously no way in to find shelter. I stood for a while, trying to think, with my back pressed to the cold wall that still seemed warmer than the icy air. I was shaking so violently now with the cold that I felt as if my very bones were chattering. I was sure I had been right to leave the ship, and not to trust myself to the troops' mercy, but now I began to wonder if I dared knock at the gate and beg for shelter. I would get rough shrift as a beggar, I knew, but if I stayed out here I might well die of cold before morning. Then I saw, just beyond the torchlight's reach, the low black shape of a building that must be a cattle shed or ship-on, some 20 paces away and at the corner of a field surrounded by low banks crowned with thorn bushes. I could hear cattle moving there. At least there would be their warmth to share, and if I could force my chattering teeth through it, I still had a heel of barley bread. I had taken a pace away from the wall, moving, I could have sworn, without a sound, when the dog came out of his kennel with a rush and a rattle and set up his infernal baying again. This time the house door opened immediately, and I heard a man's step in the yard. He was coming towards the gate. I heard the rasp of metal as he drew some weapon. I was just turning to run when I heard, clear and sharp on the frosty air, what the dog had heard. The sound of hoofs, full gallop, coming this way. Quick as a shadow, I ran across the open ground towards the shed. Beside it, a gap in the bank made a gateway, which had been blocked with a dead thorn tree. I shoved through this, then crept, as quietly as I could, not to disturb the beasts, to crouch in the shed doorway, out of sight of the house gate. The shed was only a small, roughly built shelter, with walls not much more than man-height, thatched over and crowded with beasts. These seemed to be young bullocks for the most part, too thronged to lie down, but seemingly content enough with each other's warmth and some dry fodder to chew over. A rough plank across the doorway made a barrier to keep them in. Outside, the field stretched empty in the starlight, grey with frost, and bounded with its low banks ridged with those hunched and crippled bushes. In the centre of the field was one of the standing stones. Inside the gateway, I heard the man speak to silence the dog. The sound of hoofs swelled, hammering up the iron track. Then suddenly the rider was on us, sweeping out of the dark and pulling his horse up with a scream of metal on stone and a flurry of gravel and frozen turf, and the thud of the beast's hoofs right up against the wood of the gate. The man inside shouted something, a question, and the rider answered him even in the act of flinging himself down from the saddle. "Of course it is! Open up, will you?" I heard the door grate as it was dragged open, then the two men talking, but apart from a word here and there, could not distinguish what they said. It seemed, from the movement of the light, that the porter, or whoever had come to the gate, had lifted the torch down from its socket. Moreover, the light was moving this way, and both men with it, leading the horse. I heard the rider say impatiently,
"Oh, yes, it'll be well enough here. If it comes to that, it will suit me to have a quick getaway. There's fodder there?"
"Aye, sir. I put the young beasts out to make room for the horses."
"There's a crowd, then?" The voice was young, clear, a little harsh, but that might only be cold and arrogance combined. A patrician voice, careless as the horsemanship that had all but brought the horse down on its haunches in front of the gate.
"A fair number," said the porter. "Mind now, sir, it's through this gap. If you'll let me go first with the light."
"I can see," said the young man irritably. "If you don't shove the torch right in my face. Hold up, you." This to the horse as it pecked at a stone.
"You'd best let me go first, sir. There's a thorn bush across the gap to keep them in. If you'll stand clear a minute, I'll shift it."
I had already melted out of the shed doorway and round the corner, where the rough wall met the field embankment. There were turfs stacked here, and a pile of brushwood and dried bracken that I supposed were winter bedding. I crouched down behind the stack. I heard the thorn tree being lifted and flung aside.
"There, sir. Bring him through. There's not much room, but if you're sure you'd as soon leave him out here—"
"I said it would do. Shift the plank and get him in. Hurry, man, I'm late."
"If you leave him with me now, sir, I'll unsaddle for you."
"No need. He'll be well enough for an hour or two. Just loosen the girth. I suppose I'd better throw my cloak over him. Gods, it's cold. Get the bridle off, will you? I'm getting in out of this." I heard him stride away, spurs clinking. The plank went back into place, and then the thorn tree. As the porter hurried after him, I caught something that sounded like,
"And let me in at the back, where the father won't see me."
The big gate shut behind them. The chain rattled, but the dog stayed silent. I heard the men's steps crossing the yard, then the house door shut on them. 3. Even if I had dared to risk the torchlight and the dog, to scramble over the bank behind me and run the 20 paces to the gate, there would have been no need. The god had done his part. He had sent me warmth and, I discovered, food. No sooner had the gate shut than I was back inside the shippon, whispering reassurance to the horse as I reached to rob him of the cloak. He was not sweating much. He must have galloped only the mile or so from the town, and in that shed among the crowded beasts he could take no harm from cold. In any case, my need came before his, and I had to have that cloak. It was an officer's cloak, thick, soft, and good. As I laid hold of it, I found, to my excitement, that my lord had left me not only his cloak, but a full saddlebag as well. I stretched up, tiptoe, and felt inside. A leather flask, which I shook. It was almost full. Wine, certainly. That young man would never carry water. A napkin with biscuits in it, and raisins, and some strips of dried meat. The beasts jostled, dribbling, and puffed their warm breath at me. The long cloak had slipped to trail a corner in the dirt under their hoofs. I snatched it up, clutched the flask and food to me, and slipped out under the barrier. The pile of brushwood in the corner outside was clean, but I would hardly have cared if it had been a dung heap. I burrowed into it, wrapped myself warmly in the soft woolen folds, and steadily ate and drank my way through everything the god had sent me. Whatever happened, I must not sleep. Unfortunately, it seemed that the young man would not be here for more than an hour or two, but this, with the bonus of food, should be time enough to warm me so that I might bed down in comfort till daylight. I would hear movement from the house in time to slip back to the shed and throw the cloak into place. My lord would hardly be likely to notice that his marching rations had gone from his saddlebag. I drank some more wine. It was amazing how even the stale ends of the barley bread tasted the better for it. It was good stuff, potent and sweet, and tasting of raisins. It ran warm into my body, till the rigid joints loosened and melted and stopped their shaking, and I could curl up warm and relaxed in my dark nest, with the bracken pulled right up over me
to shut out the cold. I must have slept a little. What woke me, I have no idea. There was no sound. Even the beasts in the shed were still. It seemed darker, so that I wondered if it were almost dawn when the stars fade. But when I parted the bracken and peered out, I saw they were still there, burning white in the black sky. The strange thing was, it was warmer. Some wind had risen and had brought cloud with it, scudding drifts that raced high overhead, then scattered and wisped away so that shadow and starlight broke one after the other like waves across the frost-grey fields and still landscape, where the thistles and stiff winter grasses seemed to flow like water, or like a cornfield under the wind. There was no sound of the wind blowing. Above the flying veils of cloud, the stars were brilliant, studding a black dome. The warmth and my curled posture in the dark must, I thought, have made me dream of security, of Galapus and the crystal globe where I had lain curled and watched the light. Now the brilliant arch of stars above me was like the curved roof of the cave, with the light flashing off the crystals, and the passing shadows flying, chased by the fire. You could see points of red and sapphire, and one star steady, beaming gold. Then the silent wind blew another shadow across the sky, with light behind it, and the thorn trees shivered, and the shadow of the standing stone. I must be buried too deep and snug in my bed to hear the rustle of the wind through grass and thorn. Nor did I hear the young man pushing his way through the barrier that the porter had replaced across the gap in the bank. For suddenly, with no warning, he was there, a tall figure striding across the field, as shadowy and quiet as the wind. I shrank, like a snail into its shell. Too late now to run and replace the cloak. All I could hope was that he would assume the thief had fled, and not search too near. But he did not approach the shed. He was making straight across the field, away from me. Then I saw, half in, half out of the shadow of the standing stone, the white animal grazing. His horse must have broken loose. The gods alone knew what it found to eat in that winter field, but I could see it, ghostly in the distance, the white beast grazing beside the standing stone. And it must have rubbed the girth till it snapped. Its saddle, too, was gone. At least, in the time he would take to catch it, I should be able to get away, or, better still, drop the cloak near the shed where he would think it had slid from the horse's back, and then get back to my warm nest till he had gone. He could only blame the porter for the animal's escape, and, justly, I had not touched the bar across the doorway. I raised myself cautiously, watching my chance. The grazing animal had lifted its head to watch the man's approach. A cloud swept across the stars, blackening the field. Light ran after the shadow across the frost. It struck the standing stone. I saw that I had been wrong. It was not the horse. Nor, my next thought, could it be one of the young beasts from the shed. This was a bull, a massive white bull, full-grown, with a royal spread of horns and a neck like a thundercloud. It lowered its head till the dewlap brushed the ground, and pawed once, twice. The young man paused. I saw him now, clearly, as the shadow lifted. He was tall and strongly built, and his hair looked bleached in the starlight. He wore some sort of foreign dress, trousers cross-bound with thongs below a tunic girded low on the hips, and a high, loose cap. Under this, the fair hair blew round his face like rays. There was a rope in his hand, held loosely, its coils brushing the frost. His cloak flew in the wind, a short cloak of some dark colour I could not make out. His cloak? Then it could not be my young lord. And, after all, why should that arrogant young man come with a rope to catch a bull that had strayed in the night? Without warning, and without a sound, the white bull charged. Shadow and light rushed with it, flickering, blurring the scene. The rope whirled, snaked into a loop, settled. The man leapt to one side as the great beast tore past him and came to a sliding stop with the rope snapping taut and the frost smoking up in clouds from the side-slipping hoofs. The bull whirled and charged again. The man waited without moving, his feet planted slightly apart, his posture casual, almost disdainful. As the bull reached him, he seemed to sway aside, lightly, like a dancer. The bull went by him so close that I saw a horn shear the swirling cloak, and the beast's shoulder passed the man's thigh like a lover seeking a caress. The man's hands moved. The rope whipped up into a ring, and another loop settled round the royal horns. The man leaned against it, and as the beast came up short once more, turning sharp in its own smoke, the man jumped, not away, towards the bull, clean on to the thick neck, with knees digging into the dewlap, and fierce hands using the rope like reins. The bull stopped dead, his feet foursquare, his head thrust downwards with his whole weight and strength against the rope. There was still no sound that I could hear, no sound of hoof or crack of rope or bellow of breath. I was half out of the brushwood now, rigid and staring, heedless of anything save the fight between man and bull. A cloud stamped the field again with darkness. I got to my feet. I believe I meant to seize the plank from the shed and rush with it across the field, to give what futile help I could. But before I could move, the cloud had fled, to show me the bull standing as before, the man still on its neck. But now the beast's head was coming up. The man had dropped the rope, and his two hands were on the bull's horns, dragging them back, up. Slowly, almost as if in a ritual of surrender, the bull's head lifted, the powerful neck stretched up, exposed. There was a gleam in the man's right hand. He leaned forward, then drove the knife down and across. Still in silence, slowly, the bull sank to its knees. Black flowed over the white hide, the white ground, the white base of the stone. I broke from my hiding place and ran, shouting something, I have no idea what, across the field towards them. I don't know what I meant to do. The man saw me coming and turned his head, and I saw that nothing was needed. He was smiling, but his face in the starlight seemed curiously smooth and unhuman in its lack of expression. I could see no sign of stress or effort. His eyes were expressionless too, cold and dark, with no smile there. I stumbled, tried to stop, caught my feet in the trailing cloak and fell, rolling in a ridiculous and helpless bundle towards him, just as the white bull, slowly heeling over, collapsed. Something struck me on the side of the head. I heard a sharp, childish sound, which was myself crying out. Then it was dark. 4. Someone kicked me again, hard, in the ribs. I grunted and rolled, trying to get out of range, but the cloak hampered me. A torch, stinking with black smoke, was thrust down, almost into my face. The familiar young voice said angrily, "My cloak, by God! Grab hold of him, you, quick! I'm damned if I touch him. He's filthy." They were all round me, feet scuffling the frost, torches flaring, men's voices curious or angry or indifferently amused. Some were mounted, and their horses skirmished on the edge of the group, stamping and fidgeting with cold. I crouched, blinking upwards. My head ached, and the flickering scene above me swam unreal, in snatches, as if reality and dream were breaking and dovetailing one across the other to split the senses. Fire, voices, the rocking of a ship, the white bull falling. A hand tore the cloak off me. Some of the rotten sacking went with it, leaving me with a shoulder and side bare to the waist. Someone grabbed my wrist and yanked me to my feet and held me. His other hand took me roughly by the hair and pulled my head up to face the man who stood over me. He was tall, young, with light brown hair showing reddish in the torchlight, and an elegant beard fringing his chin. His eyes were blue and looked angry. He was cloakless in the cold. He had a whip in his left hand. He eyed me, making a sound of disgust. "A beggar's brat, and stinking at that. I'll have to burn the thing, I suppose. I'll have your hide for this, you bloody little vermin. I suppose you were going to steal my horse as well." "No, sir. I swear it was only the cloak. I would have put it back, I promise you."
"And the brooch as well?"
"Brooch?" The man holding me said.
"Your brooch is still in the cloak, my lord."
I said quickly,
"I only borrowed it for warmth. It was so cold, so
"So you just stripped my horse and left him to catch cold? Is that it?"
"I didn't think it would harm him, sir. It was warm in the shed. I would have put it back, really I would."
"For me to wear after you, you stinking little rat. I ought to slit your throat for this." Someone, one of the mounted men, said, "Oh, leave it. There's no harm done except that your cloak will have to go to the fuller tomorrow. The wretched boy's half naked, and it's cold enough to freeze a salamander. Let him go."
"At least,"
said the young officer between his teeth, "it will warm me up to thrash him." "Ah, no, you don't. Hold him fast, Cuddle." The whip whistled back. The man who held me tightened his grip as I fought to tear free, but before the whip could fall, a shadow moved in front of the torchlight, and a hand came lightly down, no more than a touch, on the young man's wrist. Someone said, "What's this?" The men fell silent, as if at an order. The young man dropped the whip to his side and turned. My captor's grip had slackened as the newcomer spoke, and I twisted free. I might possibly have doubled away between the men and horses and run for it, though I suppose a mounted man could have run me down in seconds. But I made no attempt to get away. I was staring. The newcomer was tall, taller than my cloakless young officer by half a head. He was between me and the torches, and I could not see him well against the flame. The flares swam still, blurred and dazzling. My head hurt, and the cold had sprung back at me like a toothed beast. All I saw was the tall, shadowy figure watching me, dark eyes in an expressionless face. I took a breath like a gasp.
"It was you. You saw me, didn't you? I was coming to help you, only I tripped and fell. I wasn't running away. Tell him that, please, my lord. I did mean to put the cloak back before he came for it. Please tell him what happened."
"What are you talking about? Tell him what?"
I blinked against the glare of the torches.
"About what happened just now. It was you who killed the bull."
"Who what?"
It had been quiet before, but now there was silence, complete except for the men's breathing as they crowded round, and the fidgeting of the horses. The young officer said sharply,
"What bull?" "The white bull,"
I said.
"He cut its throat, and the blood splashed out like a spring. That was how I got your cloak dirty. I was
How the hell did you know about the bull? Where were you? Who's been talking?"
"Nobody,"
I said, surprised.
"I saw it all. Is it so secret? I thought I must be dreaming at first. I was sleepy after the bread and wine. By the light!"
It was the young officer still, but now the others were exclaiming with him, their anger breaking round me.
"Kill him, and have done! He's lying! Lying to save his wretched skin! He must have been spying!"
The tall man had not spoken, nor had he taken his eyes off me. From somewhere, anger poured into me, and I said hotly, straight to him,
"I'm not a spy or a thief. I'm tired of this. What was I to do? Freeze to death to save the life of a horse?"
The man behind me laid a hand on my arm, but I shook him off with a gesture that my grandfather himself might have used.
"Nor am I a beggar, my lord. I'm a free man, come to take service with Ambrosius, if he'll have me. That's what I came here for, from my own country, and it was
It was an accident that I lost my clothes. I may be young, but I have certain knowledge that is valuable, and I speak 5 languages."
My voice faltered. Someone had made a stifled sound, like a laugh. I set my chattering teeth and added royally,
"I beg you merely to give me shelter now, my lord, and tell me where I may seek him out in the morning."
This time, the silence was so thick you could have cut it. I heard the young officer take breath to speak, but the other put out a hand. He must, by the way they waited for him, be their commander.
"Wait. He's not being insolent. Look at him. Hold the torch higher, Lucius. Now, what's your name?"
"Merlin, sir."
"Well, Merlin, I'll listen to you, but make it plain and make it quick. I want to hear this about the bull. Start at the beginning. You saw my brother stable his horse in the shed yonder, and you took the cloak off its back for warmth. Go on from there."
"Yes, my lord," I said. "I took the food from the saddlebag too, and the wine." "You were talking about my bread and wine?" demanded the young officer. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, but I'd hardly eaten for 4 days."
"Never mind that," said the commander curtly. "Go on."
"I hid in the brushwood stack at the corner of the shed, and I think I went to sleep. When I woke, I saw the bull over by the standing stone. He was grazing there, quite quiet. Then you came, with the rope. The bull charged, and you roped it, and then jumped on its back and pulled its head up and killed it with a knife. There was blood everywhere. I was running to help. I don't know what I could have done, but I ran, all the same. Then I tripped over the cloak and fell. That's all."
I stopped. A horse stamped, and a man cleared his throat. Nobody spoke. I thought that Cadell, the servant who had held me, moved a little further away. The commander said very quietly,
"Beside the standing stone?"
"Yes, sir."
He turned his head. The group of men and horses was very near the stone. I could see it behind the horsemen's shoulders, thrusting up, torchlit, against the night sky.
"Stand aside and let him see,"
said the tall man, and some of them moved. The stone was about 30 feet away. Near its base the frosty grass showed scuffled by boots and hoof-prints, but no more. Where I had seen the white bull fall, with the black blood gushing from its throat, there was nothing but the scuffled frost and the shadow of the stone. The torchbearer had shifted the torch to throw light towards the stone. Light fell now, straight on my questioner, and for the first time I saw him plainly. He was not as young as I had thought. There were lines in his face, and his brows were down, frowning. His eyes were dark, not blue, like his brother's, and he was more heavily built than I had supposed. There was a flash of gold at his wrists and collar, and a heavy cloak dropped in a long line, from shoulder to heel. I said, stammering, "It wasn't you. I'm sorry, I see now. I must have dreamed it. No one would come with a rope and a short knife, alone against a bull, and no man could drag a bull's head up and slit its throat. It was it was a dream. And it wasn't you, I can see that now. I thought you were the man in the cap. I'm sorry." The men were muttering now, but no longer with threats. The young officer said, in quite a different tone from any he had used before, "What was he like, this man in the cap?" His brother said quickly, "Never mind. Not now." He put out a hand, took me by the chin, and lifted my face. "You say your name is Merlin. Where are you from?" "From Wales, sir."
"Ah, so you're the boy they brought from Maridunum."
"Yes. You knew about me? Oh!"
Made stupid by the cold and by bewilderment, I made the discovery I should have made long ago. My flesh shivered like a nervous pony's with cold, and a curious sensation, part excitement, part fear. "You must be the Count. You must be Ambrosius himself." He did not trouble to answer.
"How old are you?"
12, sir."
"And who are you, Merlin, to talk of offering me service? What can you offer me, that I should not cut you down here and now, and let these gentlemen get in out of the cold?"
"Who I am makes no difference, sir. I am the grandson of the King of South Wales, but he is dead. My uncle Camlach is king now, but that's no help to me either. He wants me dead. So I'd not serve your turn even as a hostage. It's not who I am, but what I am, that matters. I have something to offer you, my lord. You will see, if you let me live till morning."
"Ah, yes, valuable information and 5 languages. And dreams, too, it seems."
The words were mocking, but he was not smiling.
"The old king's grandson, you say? And Camlach not your father? Nor David either, surely? I never knew the old man had a grandson, barring Camlach's baby. From what my spies told me, I took you to be his bastard."
"He used sometimes to pass me off as his own bastard, to save my mother's shame, he said, but she never saw it as shame, and she should know. My mother was Ninian, the old king's daughter."
"Ah."
A pause.
"Was?"
I said, "She's still alive, but by now she's in St. Peter's nunnery. You might say she joined them years ago, but she's only been allowed to leave the palace since the old king died."
"And your father?"
"She never spoke of him, to me or any man. They say he was the Prince of Darkness."
I expected the usual reaction to that, the crossed fingers or the quick look over the shoulder.
He did neither. He laughed.
"Then no wonder you talk of helping kings to their kingdoms, and dream of gods under the stars."
He turned aside then, with a swirl of the big cloak.
"Bring him along, one of you. Uther, you may as well give him your cloak again before he dies in front of our eyes."
"Do you think I'd touch it after him, even if he were the Prince of Darkness in person?" asked Uther.
Ambrosius laughed. "If you ride that poor beast of yours in your usual fashion, you'll be warm enough without. And if your cloak is dabbled with the blood of the bull, then it's not for you tonight, is it?"
"Are you blaspheming?"
"I?"
said Ambrosius, with a sort of cold blankness. His brother opened his mouth, thought better of it, shrugged, and vaulted into his grey's saddle. Someone flung the cloak to me, and, as I struggled with shaking hands to wrap it round me again, seized me, bundled me up in it anyhow, and threw me like a parcel to some rider on a wheeling horse. Ambrosius swung to the saddle of a big black.
"Come, gentlemen."
The black stallion jumped forward, and Ambrosius' cloak flew out. The grey pounded after him. The rest of the cavalcade strung out at a hard gallop along the track, back to the town. 5. Ambrosius' headquarters was in the town. I learned later that the town had, in fact, grown up round the camp where Ambrosius and his brother had, during the last couple of years, begun to gather and train the army that had for so long been a mythical threat to Vortigern, and now, with the help of King Budek and troops from half the countries of Gaul, was growing into a fact. Budek was king of Les Britain, and cousin of Ambrosius and Uther. He it was who had taken the brothers in 20 years ago, when they, Ambrosius then 10 years old and Uther still at his nurse's breast, were carried overseas into safety after Vortigern had murdered their elder brother, the king. Budek's own castle was barely a stone's throw from the camp that Ambrosius had built, and round the two strong points the town had grown up, a mixed collection of houses, shops, and huts, with the wall and ditch thrown round for protection. Budek was an old man now, and had made Ambrosius his heir, as well as comes, or count, of his forces. It had been supposed in the past that the brothers would be content to stay in Les Britain, and rule it after Budek's death. But now that Vortigern's grip on Greater Britain was slackening, the money and the men were pouring in, and it was an open secret that Ambrosius had his eye on South and West Britain for himself, while Uther, even at 20, a brilliant soldier, would, it was hoped, hold less Britain, and so for another generation at least provide between the two kingdoms a Romano-Celtic rampart against the barbarians from the north. I soon found that in one respect Ambrosius was pure Roman. The first thing that happened to me after I was dumped, cloak and all, between the doorposts of his outer hall was that I was seized, unwrapped, and, exhausted by now beyond protest or question, deposited in a bath. The heating system certainly worked here. The water was steaming hot, and thawed my frozen body in 3 painful and ecstatic minutes. The man who had carried me home, it was Cadell, who turned out to be one of the Count's personal servants, bathed me himself. Under Ambrosius' own orders, he told me curtly, as he scrubbed and oiled and dried me, and then stood over me as I put on a clean tunic of white wool, only 2 sizes too big. "Just to make sure you don't bolt again. He wants to talk to you. Don't ask me why. You can't wear those sandals in this house. Dia knows where you've been with them. Leastways, it's obvious where you've been with them. Cows, was it? You can go barefoot. The floors are warm. Well, at least you're clean now. Hungry? Are you joking? Come along then. Kitchen's this way. Unless, being a king's grand bastard, or whatever it was you told him, you're too proud to eat in the kitchen." "Just this once," I said. "I'll put up with it." He shot me a look, scowled, and then grinned. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. You stood up to them a fair treat. Beats me how you thought of all that stuff quick enough. Rocked 'em proper. I wouldn't have given 2 pins for your chances once Uther laid hands on you. You got yourself a hearing, anyway." It was true. "Oh, sure. Well, you can tell him all over again in a minute, and see you make it good, because he don't like them that wastes his time, see?" "Tonight?" "Certainly. You'll find that out if you live till morning. He doesn't waste much time sleeping. Nor does Prince Uther, come to that. But then he's not working, exactly. Not at his papers, that is, though they reckon he puts in a bit of uncommon hard labour in other directions. Come along." Yards before we reached the kitchen door, the smell of hot food came out to meet me, and with it the sound of frying. The kitchen was a big room, and seemed, to my eye, about as grand as the dining room at home. The floor was of smooth red tiles. There was a raised hearth at each end of the room, and along the walls the chopping slabs, with store jars of oil and wine below them, and shelves of dishes above. At one of the hearths, a sleepy-eyed boy was heating the oil in a skillet. He had kindled fresh charcoal in the burners, and on one of these a pot of soup simmered, while sausages spat and crackled over a grill, and I could smell chicken frying. I noticed that, in spite of Cadell's implied disbelief in my story, I was given a platter of Samian ware so fine that it must be the same used at the Count's own table, and the wine came in a glass goblet and was poured from a glazed red jar with a carved seal and the label Reserve. There was even a fine white napkin. The cook boy, he must have been roused from his bed to make the meal for me, hardly bothered to look who he was working for. After he had dished up the meal, he scraped the burners hurriedly clean for morning, did an even sketchier job of scouring his pans, then, with a glance at Cadell for permission, went yawning back to bed. Cadell served me himself, and even fetched fresh bread hot from the bakehouse, where the first batch had just come out for morning. The soup was some savoury concoction of shellfish, which they eat almost daily in Less Britain. It was smoking hot and delicious, and I thought I had never eaten anything so good, until I tried the chicken, crisp fried in oil, and the grilled sausages, brown and bursting with spiced meat and onions. I mopped the platter dry with the new bread, and shook my head when Cadell handed a dish of dried dates and cheese and honey cakes. "No, thank you." "Enough?" "Oh, yes." I pushed the platter away. "That was the best meal I ever ate in my life. Thank you."
"Well," he said, "hunger's the best sauce, they say. Though I'll allow the food's good here."
He brought fresh water and a towel, and waited while I rinsed my hands and dried them.
"Well, I might even credit the rest of your story now."
I looked up. "What do you mean?"
"You didn't learn your manners in a kitchen, that's for sure. Ready? Come along, then." He said to interrupt him even if he was working.
Ambrosius, however, was not working when we got to his room. His table, a vast affair of marble from Italy, was indeed littered with rolls and maps and writing materials, and the Count was in his big chair behind it. But he sat half sideways, chin on fist, staring into the brazier which filled the room with warmth and the faint scent of applewood. He did not look up as Cadal spoke to the sentry, and with a clash of arms the latter let me by.
"The boy, sir."
This was not the voice Cadal had used to me.
"Thank you. You can go to bed, Cadal." "Sir."
He went. The leather curtains fell to behind him. Ambrosius turned his head then. He looked me up and down for some minutes in silence. Then he nodded towards a stool.
"Sit down."
I obeyed him.
"I see they found something for you to wear. Have you been fed?"
"Yes, thank you, sir."
"And you're warm enough now? Pull the stool nearer the fire if you want to."
He turned straight in the chair and leaned back, his hands resting on the carved lions' heads of the arms. There was a lamp on the table between us, and in its bright, steady light, any resemblance between the Count Ambrosius and the strange man of my dream had vanished completely. It is difficult now, looking back from this distance in time, to remember my first real impression of Ambrosius. He would be, at that time, not much more than 30 years old, but I was only 12, and to me, of course, he already seemed venerable. But I think that in fact he did seem older than his years. This was a natural result of the life he had led, and the heavy responsibility he had borne since he was a little younger than myself. There were lines round his eyes, and 2 heavy furrows between his brows, which spoke of decision and perhaps temper, and his mouth was hard and straight, and usually unsmiling. His brows were dark, like his hair, and could bar his eyes formidably with shadow. There was the faint white line of a scar running from his left ear half over his cheekbone. His nose looked Roman, high-bridged and prominent, but his skin was tanned rather than olive, and there was something about his eyes which spoke of black Celt rather than Roman. It was a bleak face, a face, as I would find, that could cloud with frustration or anger, or even with the hard control that he exerted over these, but it was a face to trust. He was not a man one could love easily, certainly not a man to like, but a man either to hate or to worship. You either fought him or followed him. But it had to be one or the other. Once you came within reach of him, you had no peace. All this I had to learn. I remember little now of what I thought of him, except for the deep eyes watching me past the lamp, and his hands clasped on the lions' heads. But I remember every word that was said. He looked me up and down. "Merlin, son of Ninian, daughter of the King of South Wales, and privy, they tell me, to the secrets of the palace at Maridunum." Did I say that? I told them I lived there and heard things sometimes. "My men brought you across the narrow sea because you said you had secrets which would be useful to me. Was that not true?" "Sir," I said a little desperately, "I don't know what might be useful to you. To them I spoke the language I thought they would understand. I thought they were going to kill me. I was saving my life."
"I see. Well, now you are here, and safely. Why did you leave your home?"
"Because once my grandfather had died, it was not safe for me there.
My mother was going into a nunnery, and Camlach, my uncle, had already tried to kill me, and his servants killed my friend.
Your friend?
My servant. His name was Cerdic. He was a slave.
Ah, yes. They told me about that. They said you set fire to the palace. You were perhaps a little drastic.
I suppose so, but someone had to do him honor. He was mine.
His brows went up. Do you give that as a reason, or as an obligation?
Sir?
I puzzled it out, then said slowly,
Both, I think.
He looked down at his hands. He had moved them from the chair arms, and they were clasped on the table in front of him. Your mother, the princess. He said it as if the thought sprang straight from what we had been saying. Did they harm her, too?
Of course not.
He looked up at my tone. I explained quickly.
I'm sorry, my lord. I only meant if they'd been going to harm her, how could I have left? No, Camlach would never harm her. I told you, she'd spoken for years of wanting to go into St. Peter's nunnery. I can't even remember a time when she didn't receive any Christian priest who visited Maridunum, and the bishop himself, when he came from Caerleon, used to lodge in the palace. But my grandfather would never let her go. He and the bishop used to quarrel over her, and over me. The bishop wanted me baptized, you see, and my grandfather wouldn't hear of it. I think perhaps he kept it as a bribe to my mother, if she'd tell him who my father was, or perhaps if she'd consent to marry where he chose for her, but she never consented or told him anything. I paused, wondering if I was saying too much, but he was watching me steadily, and it seemed attentively. My grandfather swore she should never go into the church, I added. But as soon as he died, she asked Camlach, and he allowed it. He would have shut me up, too, so I ran away.
He nodded. Where did you intend to go?
I didn't know. It was true, what Marek said to me in the boat, that I'd have to go to someone. I'm only 12, and because I can't be my own master, I must find a master. I didn't want Vortigern or Vortimer, and I didn't know where else to go.
So you persuaded Marek and Hanno to keep you alive and bring you to me?
Not really, I said honestly. I didn't know at first where they were going. I just said anything I could think of to save myself. I had put myself into the god's hand, and he had sent me into their path, and then the ship was there. So I made them bring me across.
To me?
I nodded.
The brazier flickered, and the shadows danced. A shadow moved on his cheek, as if he was smiling. Then why not wait till they did so? Why jump ship and risk freezing to death in an icy field?
Because I was afraid they didn't mean to bring me to you after all. I thought that they might have realized how little use I would be to you.
So you came ashore on your own in the middle of a winter's night, and in a strange country, and the god threw you straight at my feet. You and your god between you, Merlin, make a pretty powerful combination. I can see I have no choice.
My lord?
Perhaps you are right, and there are ways in which you can serve me. He looked down at the table again, picked up a pen, and turned it over in his hand, as if he examined it. But tell me first, why are you called Merlin? You say your mother never told you who your father was? Never even hinted? Might she have called you after him?
Not by calling me Merlin, sir. That's one of the old gods. There's a shrine just near St. Peter's Gate. He was the god of the hill nearby, and some say of other parts beyond South Wales. But I have another name.
I hesitated.
I've never told anyone this before, but I'm certain it was my father's name.
And that is?
Emrys. I heard her talking to him once, at night, years ago when I was very small. I never forgot. There was something about her voice. You can tell.
The pen became still. He looked at me under his brows.
Talking to him? Then it was someone in the palace?
Oh, no, not like that. It wasn't real.
You mean it was a dream? A vision? Like this tonight of the bull?
No, sir, and I wouldn't have called that a dream either. It was real, too, in a different way. I have those sometimes. But the time I heard my mother, there was an old hypocaust in the palace that had been out of use for years. They filled it in later, but when I was young, when I was little, I used to crawl in there to get away from people. I kept things there, the sort of things you keep when you're small, and if they find them, they throw them away.
I know. Go on.
Do you? Well, I used to crawl through the hypocaust, and one night I was under her chamber, and heard her talking to herself, out loud, as you do when you pray sometimes. I heard her say Emrys, but I don't remember what else.
I looked at him.
You know how one catches one's own name, even if one can't hear much else? I thought she must be praying for me, but when I was older and remembered it, it came to me that the Emrys must be my father. There was something about her voice, and anyway, she never called me that. She called me Merlin.
Why?
After a falcon. It's a name for the Corwalch.
Then I shall call you Merlin, too. You have courage, and it seems as if you have eyes that can see a long way. I might need your eyes some day. But tonight you can start with simpler things. You shall tell me about your home. Well, what is it?
If I'm to serve you, of course I will tell you anything I can. But—
I hesitated, and he took the words from me.
But you must have my promise that when I invade Britain no harm will come to your mother. You have it. She shall be safe, and so shall any other man or woman you may ask me to spare for their kindness to you.
I must have been staring.
You are very generous.
If I take Britain, I can afford to be. I should perhaps have made some reservations.
He smiled.
It might be difficult if you wanted an amnesty for your uncle, Camlach.
It won't arise, I said. When you take Britain, he'll be dead.
A silence. His lips parted to say something, but I think he changed his mind.
I said I might use those eyes of yours some day. Now you have my promise. So let us talk. Never mind if things don't seem important enough to tell. Let me be the judge of that.
So I talked to him.
It did not strike me as strange then that he should talk to me as if I were his equal, nor that he should spend half the night with me asking questions which, in part, his spies could have answered. I believe that twice, while we talked, a slave came in silently and replenished the brazier, and once I heard the clash and command of the guard changing outside the door. Ambrosius questioned, prompted, listened, sometimes writing on a tablet in front of him, sometimes staring, chin on fist, at the tabletop, but more usually watching me with that steady, shadowed stare. When I hesitated, or strayed into some irrelevancy, or faltered through sheer fatigue, he would prod me back with his questions towards some unseen goal, as a muleteer goads his mule. This fortress on the River Saint, where your grandfather met Vortigern. How far north of Caerleon? By which road? Tell me about the road. How was the fortress reached from the sea? And the tower where the High King lodged, Maximus Tower, Maxens, you call it. Tell me about this. How many men were housed there? What road there is to the harbour? Or, you say the king's party halted in a valley pass, south of the snow hill, and the kings went aside together.
Your man Cerdic said they were looking at an old stronghold on the crag. Describe the place, the height of the crag, how far one should see from the top, to the north, the south, the east. Or, now think of your grandfather's nobles. How many will be loyal to Camlach? Their names? How many men? And of his allies, who? Their numbers, their fighting power. And then, suddenly, now tell me this. How did you know Camlach was going to Vortimer? He said so to my mother, I told him. By my grandfather's bier. I heard him. There had been rumours that this would happen, and I knew he had quarrelled with my grandfather, but nobody knew anything for certain. Even my mother only suspected what he meant to do. But as soon as the king was dead, he told her. He announced this straight away. Then how was it that Marek and Hanno heard nothing, apart from the rumours of the quarrel? Fatigue and the long, relentless questioning had made me incautious. I said, before I thought, he didn't announce it. He told only her. He was alone with her. Except for you? His voice changed, so that I jumped on my stool. He watched me under his brows. I thought you told me the hypocaust had been filled in. I merely sat and looked at him. I could think of nothing to say. It seems strange, does it not, he said levelly, that he should tell your mother this in front of you, when he must have known you were his enemy, when his men had just killed your servant, and then, after he had told you of his secret plans, how did you get out of the palace and into the hands of my men to make them bring you with them to me? I stammered. My lord, you cannot think that My lord, I told you I was no spy. All I have told you is true. He did say it, I swear it. Be careful. It matters whether this is true. Your mother told you? No. Slaves talk, then? That's all? I said desperately. I heard him myself. Then where were you? I met his eyes. Without quite realizing why, I told the simple truth. My lord, I was asleep in the hills, 6 miles off. There was a silence, the longest yet. I could hear the embers settling in the brazier, and some distance off, outside, a dog barking. I sat waiting for his anger. Merlin. I looked up. Where do you get the sight from? Your mother? Against all expectation, he believed me. I said eagerly, Yes, but it is different. She saw only women's things to do with love. Then she began to fear the power and let it be. Do you fear it? I shall be a man, and a man takes power where it is offered. Yes. Did you understand what you saw tonight? The bull? No, my lord, only that it was something secret. Well, you will know some day, but not now. Listen. Somewhere outside, a cock crowed, shrill and silver like a trumpet. He said, That, at any rate, puts paid to your phantoms. It's high time you were asleep. You look half dead for lack of it. He got to his feet. I slid softly from the stool, and he stood for a moment, looking down at me. I was 10 when I sailed for Les Britain, and I was sick all the way. So was I said. He laughed. Then you will be as exhausted as I was. When you have slept, we'll decide what to do with you. He touched a bell, and a slave opened the door and stood aside, waiting. You'll sleep in my room tonight. This way. The bedchamber was Roman too. I was to find that by comparison with, say, Uther's, it was austere enough, But to the eyes of a boy used to the provincial and often makeshift standards of a small outlying country, it seemed luxurious, with the big bed spread with scarlet wool blankets and a fur rug, the sheepskins on the floor, and the bronze tripod as high as a man, where the triple lamps, shaped like small dragons, mouthed tongues of flame. Thick brown curtains kept out the icy night, and it was very quiet. As I followed Ambrosius and the slave past the guards, there were two on the door, rigid and unmoving except for their eyes, which slid, carefully empty of speculation, from Ambrosius to me. It occurred to me for the first time to wonder whether he might be, perhaps, Roman in other ways. But he only pointed to an archway where another of the brown curtains half hid a recess with a bed in it. I suppose a slave slept there sometimes, within call. The servant pulled the curtain aside and showed me the blankets folded across the mattress and the good pillows stuffed with fleece, then left me and went to attend Ambrosius. I took off my borrowed tunic and folded it carefully. The blankets were thick, new wool, and smelled of cedarwood. Ambrosius and the slave were talking, but softly, and their voices came like echoes from the far end of a deep, quiet cave. It was bliss only to be in a real bed again, to lie, warm and fed, in a place that was beyond even the sound of the sea, and safe. I think he said, "Good night," but I was already submerged in sleep, and could not drag myself to the surface to answer. The last thing I remember is the slave moving softly to put out the lamps.
6. When I awoke next morning, it was late. The curtains had been drawn back, letting in a grey and wintry day, and Ambrosius' bed was empty. Outside the windows I could see a small courtyard where a colonnade framed a square of garden, at the centre of which a fountain played, in silence, I thought, till I saw that the cascade was solid ice. The tiles of the floor were warm to my bare feet. I reached for the white tunic which I had left folded on a stool by the bed, but instead I saw that someone had put there a new one of dark green, the colour of yew trees, which fitted. There was a good leather belt to go with it, and a pair of new sandals replacing my old ones. There was even a cloak, this time of a light beech green, with a copper brooch to fasten it. There was something embossed on the brooch, a dragon, enamelled in scarlet, the same device I had seen last night on the seal ring he wore. It was the first time that I remember feeling as if I looked like a prince, and I found it strange that this should happen at the moment when you would have thought I had reached the bottom of my fortunes. Here in Les Britain I had nothing, not even a bastard name to protect myself with, no kin, not even a rag of property. I had hardly spoken with any man except Ambrosius, and to him I was a servant, a dependent, something to be used, and only alive by his sufferance. Cadell brought me my breakfast, brown bread and honeycomb and dried figs. I asked where Ambrosius was. Out with the men, drilling, or rather, watching the exercises. He's there every day. What do you suppose he wants me to do? All he said was, you could stay around here till you were rested, and to make yourself at home. I've to send someone to the ship, so if you'll tell me what your traps were that you lost, I'll have them brought. There was nothing much. I didn't have time. A couple of tunics and a pair of sandals wrapped in a blue cloak, and some little things, a brooch and a clasp my mother gave me, things like that. I touched the expensive folds of the tunic I wore. Nothing as good as this. Cadell, I hope I can serve him. Did he say what he wanted of me? Not a word. You don't think he tells me his secret thoughts, do you? Now, you just do as he says. Make yourself at home, keep your mouth shut, and see you don't get into trouble. I don't suppose you'll be seeing much of him. I didn't suppose I would, I said. Where am I to live? Here. In this room? Not likely. I meant in the house. I pushed my plate aside.
Cadel, does my Lord Uther have a house of his own?"
Cadel's eyes twinkled. He was a short, stocky man, with a square, reddish face, a black shag of hair, and small black eyes no bigger than olives. The gleam in them now showed me that he knew exactly what I was thinking, and moreover that everyone in the house must know exactly what had passed between me and the prince last night.
"No, he hasn't. He lives here too. Cheek by jowl, you might say."
"Oh."
"Don't worry, you won't be seeing much of him either. He's going north in a week or two. Should cool him off quickly, this weather. He's probably forgotten all about you by now, anyway."
He grinned and went out. He was right. During the next couple of weeks I saw very little of Uther. Then he left with troops for the north, on some expedition designed half as an exercise for his company, half as a foray in search of supplies. Cadel had guessed right about the relief this would bring me. I was not sorry to be out of Uther's range. I had the idea that he had not welcomed my presence in his brother's house, and indeed that Ambrosius' continued kindness had annoyed him quite a lot. I had expected to see very little of the Count after that first night, when I had told him all I knew, but thereafter he sent for me on most evenings when he was free, sometimes to question me and to listen to what I could tell him of home, sometimes, when he was tired, to have me play to him, or, on several occasions, to take a hand at chess. Here, to my surprise, we were about even, and I do not think he let me beat him. He was out of practice, he told me. The usual game was dice, and he was not risking that against an infant soothsayer. Chess, being a matter of mathematics rather than magic, was less susceptible to the black arts. He kept his promise, and told me what I had seen that first night by the Standing Stone. I believe, had he told me to, I would even have dismissed it as a dream. As time went on, the memory had grown blurred and fainter, until I had begun to think it might have been a dream fostered by cold and hunger, and some dim recollection of the faded picture on the Roman chest in my room at Maridunum, the kneeling bull and the man with a knife under an arch studded with stars. But when Ambrosius talked about it, I knew I had seen more than was in the painting. I had seen the soldier's God, the Word, the Light, the Good Shepherd, the mediator between the one God and man. I had seen Mithras, who had come out of Asia 1,000 years ago. He had been born, Ambrosius told me, in a cave at midwinter, while shepherds watched and a star shone. He was born of earth and light, and sprang from the rock with a torch in his left hand and a knife in his right. He killed the bull to bring life and fertility to the earth with its shed blood, and then, after his last meal of bread and wine, he was called up to heaven. He was the god of strength and gentleness, of courage and self-restraint. "The soldier's god," said Ambrosius again. "And that is why we have re-established his worship here, to make, as the Roman armies did, some common meeting ground for the chiefs and petty kings of all tongues and persuasions who fight with us. About his worship I can't tell you, because it is forbidden, but you will have gathered that on that first night I and my officers had met for a ceremony of worship, and your talk about bread and wine and bull-slaying sounded very much as if you had seen more of our ceremony than we are even allowed to speak about. You will know it all one day, perhaps. Till then, be warned, and if you are asked about your vision, remember that it was only a dream. You understand?" I nodded, but with my mind filled suddenly, with only one thing he had said. I thought of my mother and the Christian priests, of Galapus and the well of Merlin, of things seen in the water and heard in the wind. "You want me to be an initiate of Mithras?" "A man takes power where it is offered," he said again. "You have told me you don't know what god has his hand over you. Perhaps Mithras was the god in whose path you put yourself, and who brought you to me. We shall see. Meanwhile, he is still the god of armies, and we shall need his help. Now bring the harp, if you will, and sing to me." So he dealt with me, treating me more as a prince than I had ever been treated in my grandfather's house, where at least I had had some sort of claim to it. Cadell was assigned to me as my own servant. I thought at first he might resent this, as a poor substitute for serving Ambrosius, but he did not seem to mind. In fact, I got the impression that he was pleased. He was soon on easy terms with me, and, since there were no other boys of my age about the place, he was my constant companion. I was also given a horse. At first they gave me one of Ambrosius' own, but after a day on that I asked shamefacedly if I might have something more my size, and was given a small, stolid grey, which, in my only moment of nostalgia, I called Asta. So the first days passed. I rode out with Cadell at my side to see the country. This was still in the grip of frost, and soon the frost turned to rain, so that the fields were churned mud and the ways were slippery and foul, and a cold wind whistled day and night across the flats, whipping the small sea to white on iron grey, and blackening the northern sides of the standing stones with wet. I looked one day for the stone with the mark of the axe, and failed to find it. But there was another where, in a certain light, you could see a dagger carved, and a thick stone standing a little apart, where under the lichen and the bird droppings stared the shape of an open eye. By daylight the stones did not breathe so cold on one's nape, but there was still something there, watching, and it was not a way my pony cared to go. Of course I explored the town. King Budek's castle was in the centre, on a rocky outcrop which had been crowned with a high wall. A stone ramp led up to the gate, which was shut and guarded. I often saw Ambrosius, or his officers, riding up this ramp, but never went myself any nearer than the guard-post at the foot of it. But I saw King Budek several times, riding out with his men. His hair and his long beard were almost white, but he sat his big brown gelding like a man 30 years younger, and I heard countless stories of his prowess at arms, and how he had sworn to be avenged on Vortigern for the killing of his cousin Constantius, even though it would take a lifetime. This, in fact, it threatened to do, for it seemed an almost impossible task for so poor a country to raise the kind of army that might defeat Vortigern and the Saxons, and gain a footing in Greater Britain. But soon now, men said. Soon. Every day, whatever the weather, men drilled on the flat fields outside the town walls. Ambrosius had now, I learned, a standing army of about 4,000 men. As far as Budek was concerned, they earned their keep a dozen times over, since not much more than 30 miles away his borders ran with those of a young king whose eye was weather-lifted for plunder, and who was held back only by rumours of Ambrosius' growing power and the formidable reputation of his men. Budek and Ambrosius fostered the idea that the army was mainly defensive, and saw to it that Vortigern learned nothing for certain. News of preparations for invasion reached him as before, only in the form of rumours, and Ambrosius' spies made sure that these sounded like rumours. What Vortigern actually believed was what Budek was at pains that he should believe, that Ambrosius and Uther had accepted their fate as exiles, had settled in Less Britain as Budek's heirs, and were concerned with keeping the borders that would one day be their own. This impression was fostered by the fact that the army was used as a foraging party for the town. Nothing was too simple or too rough for Ambrosius' men to undertake. Work which even my grandfather's rough-trained troops would have despised, these seasoned soldiers did as a matter of course. They brought in and stored wood in the town's yards. They dug and stored peat and burned charcoal. They built and worked the smithies, making not only weapons of war, but tools for tilling and harvesting and building, spades, ploughshares, axes, scythes. They could break horses, and herd and drive cattle, as well as butcher them. They built carts. They could pitch and mount guard over a camp in 2 hours flat, and strike it in 1 hour less. There was a corps of engineers who had half a square mile of workshops, and could supply anything from a padlock to a troopship. They were fitting themselves, in short, for the task of landing blindfold in a strange country, and maybe living off it and moving fast across it in all weathers. "For," said Ambrosius once to his officers in front of me, "it is only to fair-weather soldiers that war is a fair-weather game. I shall fight to win, and after I have won, to hold. And Britain is a big country. Compared with her, this corner of Gaul is no more than a meadow. So, gentlemen, we fight through spring and summer, but we do not retire at the first October frost to rest and sharpen our swords again for spring. We fight on, in snow if we have to, in storm and frost and the wet mud of winter. And in all that weather and through all that time we must eat, and 15,000 men must eat well." Shortly after this, about a month after my arrival in Les Britain, my days of freedom ended. Ambrosius found me a tutor. Belasius was very different from Gallipus and from the gentle drunkard Demetrius, who had been my official tutor at home. He was a man in his prime, who was one of the Count's men of business, and seemed to be concerned with the estimating and accounting side of Ambrosius' affairs. He was by training a mathematician and astronomer. He was half Gallo-Roman, half Sicilian, a tallish, olive-faced man with long-lidded black eyes, a melancholy expression and a cruel mouth. He had an acid tongue and a sudden, vicious temper, but he was never capricious. I soon learned that the way to dodge his sarcasms and his heavy hand was to do my work quickly and well, and since this came easily to me and I enjoyed it, we soon understood one another and got along tolerably well. One afternoon towards the end of March, we were working in my room in Ambrosius' house. Belasius had lodgings in the town, which he had been careful never to speak of, so I assumed he lived with some drab and was ashamed to risk my seeing her. He worked mainly in headquarters, but the offices near the treasury were always crowded with clerks and paymasters, so we held our daily tutorials in my room. This was not a large chamber, but to my eyes very well appointed, with a floor of red tiles locally made, carved fruitwood furniture, a bronze mirror, and a brazier and lamp that had come from Rome. Today the lamp was lit, even in the afternoon, for the day was dark and overcast. Belasius was pleased with me. We were doing mathematics, and it had been one of the days when I could forget nothing, but walked through the problems he set me, as if the field of knowledge were an open meadow, with a pathway leading plain across it for all to see. He drew the flat of his hand across the wax to erase my drawing, pushed the tablet aside, and stood up. "You've done well today, which is just as well, because I have to leave early." He reached out and struck the bell. The door opened so quickly that I knew his servant must have been waiting just outside. The boy came in with his master's cloak over his arm and shook it out quickly to hold it for him. He did not even glance my way for permission, but watched Belasius, and I could see he was afraid of him. He was about my age, or younger, with brown hair cut close to his head in a curled cap, and grey eyes too big for his face. Belasius neither spoke nor glanced at him, but turned his shoulders to the cloak, and the boy reached up to fasten the clasp. Across his head, Belasius said to me, "I shall tell the Count of your progress. He will be pleased." The expression on his face was as near a smile as he ever showed. Made bold by this, I turned on my stool. "Belasius." He stopped halfway to the door. "Well?" "You must surely know. Please tell me. What are his plans for me?" "That you should work at your mathematics and your astronomy, and remember your languages." His tone was smooth and mechanical, but there was amusement in his eyes, so I persisted. "To become what?" "What do you wish to become?" I did not answer. He nodded, just as if I had spoken. "If he wanted you to carry a sword for him, you would be out in the square now." "But to live here as I do, with you to teach me and Cadal as my servant, I don't understand it."
I should be serving him somehow, not just learning, and living like this, like a prince. I know very well that I am only alive by his grace."
He regarded me for a moment under those long lids. Then he smiled.
"It's something to remember. I believe you told him once that it was what you were, not who you were, that would matter. Believe me, he will use you, as he uses everyone. So stop wondering about it, and let it be. Now I must go."
The boy opened the door for him to show Cadal just pausing outside, with a hand raised to knock.
"Oh, excuse me, sir. I came to see when you'd be done for the day. I've got the horses ready, Master Merlin."
"We've finished already," said Belasius. He paused in the doorway and looked back at me.
"Where were you planning to go?"
"North, I think. The road through the forest. The causeway is still good, and the road will be dry."
He hesitated, then said, to Cadal rather than to me,
"Then keep to the road, and be home before dark."
He nodded and went out, with the boy at his heels.
"Before dark?" said Cadal. "It's been dark all day, and it's raining now, besides. Look, Merlin."
When we were alone, we were less formal.
"Why don't we just take a look along to the engineers' workshops? You always enjoy that, and Tremorinus ought to have got that ram working by now. What do you say we stay in town?"
I shook my head.
"I'm sorry, Cadal, but I must go, rain or no rain. I've got the fidgets or something, and I must get out."
"Well, then, a mile or two down to the port should do you. Come on, here's your cloak. It'll be pitch black in the forest. Have a bit of sense."
"The forest,"
I said obstinately, turning my head while he fastened the pin.
"And don't argue with me, Cadal. If you ask me, Belasius has the right ideas. His servant doesn't even dare to speak, let alone argue. I ought to treat you the same way. In fact, I'll start straight away. What are you grinning at?"
"Nothing. All right. I know when to give in. The forest it is, and if we lose ourselves and never get back alive, at least I'll have died with you and won't have to face the Count."
"I really can't see that he'd care overmuch."
"Oh, he wouldn't," said Cadal, holding the door for me to go through. "It was only a manner of speaking. I doubt if he'd even notice, myself."
7. Once outside, it was not as dark as it had seemed, and it was warm, one of those heavy, dull days fraught with mists, and a small rain that lay on the heavy wool of our cloaks like frost. About a mile to the north of the town, the flattish, salt-bitten turf began to give way to woodland, thin at first, with trees sticking up here and there solitary, with veils of white mist hanging their lower boughs or lying over the turf like pools, which now and then broke and swirled as a deer fled through. The road north was an old one, paved, and the men who had built it had cleared the trees and scrub back on either side for 100 paces, but with time and neglect the open verge had grown thick with whin and heather and young trees, so that now the forest seemed to crowd round you as you rode, and the way was dark. Near the town we had seen 1 or 2 peasants carrying home fuel on their donkeys, and once one of Ambrosius' messengers spurred past us with a stare, and what looked like a half-salute to me. But in the forest we met no one. It was the silent time between the thin bird-song of a March day and the hunting of the owls. When we got among the big trees, the rain had stopped, and the mist was thinning. Presently we came to a crossroads where a track, unpaved this time, crossed our own at right angles. The track was one used for hauling timber out of the forest, and also by the carts of charcoal burners, and, though rough and deeply rutted, it was clear and straight, and if you kept your horse to the edge, there was a gallop.
"Let's turn down here, Cadal."
"You know he said keep to the road."
"Yes, I know he did, but I don't see why. The forest's perfectly safe."
This was true. It was another thing Ambrosius had done. Men were no longer afraid to ride abroad in Less Britain, within striking distance of the town. The country was constantly patrolled by his companies, alert and spoiling for something to do. Indeed, the main danger was, as I had once heard him admit, that his troops would overtrain and grow stale and look rather too hard for trouble. Meanwhile, the outlaws and disaffected men stayed away, and ordinary folk went about their business in peace. Even women could travel without much of an escort. "Besides," I added, "does it matter what he said? He's not my master. He's only in charge of teaching me, nothing else. We can't possibly lose our way if we keep to the tracks, and if we don't get a canter now, it'll be too dark to press the horses when we get back to the fields. You're always complaining that I don't ride well enough. How can I, when we're always trotting along the road? Please, Cadal."
"Look, I'm not your master either. All right then, but not far, and watch your pony. It'll be darker under the trees. Best let me go first."
I put a hand on his rein. "No, I'd like to ride ahead, and would you hold back a little, please? The thing is, I have so little solitude, and it's been something I'm used to. This was one of the reasons I had to come out this way." I added carefully, "It's not that I haven't been glad of your company, but one sometimes wants time to think things out. If you'll just give me 50 paces. He reined back immediately. Then he cleared his throat. "I told you I'm not your master. Go ahead, but go careful." I turned Astor into the ride and kicked him to a canter. He had not been out of his stable for 3 days, and in spite of the distance behind us, he was eager. He laid his ears back and picked up speed down the grass verge of the ride. Luckily, the mist had almost gone, but here and there it smoked across the track, saddle high, and the horses plunged through it, fording it like water. Cadal was holding well back. I could hear the thud of the mare's hoofs like a heavy echo of my pony's canter. The small rain had stopped, and the air was fresh and cool and resinous with the scent of pines. A woodcock flighted overhead with a sweet whispering call, and a soft tassel of spruce flicked a fistful of drops across my mouth and down inside the neck of my tunic. I shook my head and laughed, and the pony quickened his pace, scattering a pool of mist like spray. I crouched over his neck as the track narrowed, and branches whipped at us in earnest. It was darker. The sky thickened to nightfall between the boughs, and the forest rolled by in a dark cloud, wild with scent, and silent but for Astor's scudding gallop and the easy pacing of the mare. Cadal called me to stop. As I made no immediate response, the thudding of the mare's hoofs quickened and drew closer. Astor's ears flicked, then flattened again, and he began to race. I drew him in. It was easy, as the going was heavy and he was sweating. He slowed and then stood and waited quietly for Cadal to come up. The brown mare stopped. The only sound in the forest now was the breathing of the horses. "Well," he said at length, "did you get what you wanted?" "Yes, only you called too soon." "We'll have to turn back if we're to be in time for supper. Goes well, that pony. You want to ride ahead on the way back?" "If I may." "I told you there's no question. You do as you like. I know you don't get out on your own, but you're young yet, and it's up to me to see you don't come to harm, that's all." "What harm could I come to? I used to go everywhere alone at home." "This isn't home. You don't know the country yet. You could lose yourself, or fall off your pony and lie in the forest with a broken leg. It's not very likely, is it? You were told to watch me. Why don't you admit it?" "To look after you." "It could come to the same thing. I've heard what they call you. The watchdog." He grunted. "You don't need to dress it up. Merlin's black dog, that's the way I heard it. Don't think I mind. I do as he says and no questions asked, but I'm sorry if it frets you." "It doesn't. Oh, it doesn't. I didn't mean it like that. It's all right. It's only—" "Cadal?" "Yes?"
Am I a hostage, after all?"
"That I couldn't say," said Cadal woodenly.
"Come along, then. Can you get by?"
Where our horses stood, the way was narrow, the centre of the ride having sunk into deep mud, where water faintly reflected the night sky. Cadal reined his mare back into the thicket that edged the ride, while I forced Asta, who would not wet his feet unless compelled, past the mare. As the Browns' big quarters pressed back into the tangle of oak and chestnut, there was suddenly a crash just behind her, and a breaking of twigs, and some animal burst from the undergrowth almost under the mare's belly, and hurtled across the ride in front of my pony's nose. Both animals reacted violently. The mare, with a snort of fear, plunged forward hard against the rein. At the same moment, Asta shied wildly, throwing me half out of the saddle. Then the plunging mare crashed into his shoulder, and the pony staggered, whirled, lashed out, and threw me. I missed the water by inches, landing heavily on the soft stuff at the edge of the ride, right up against a broken stump of pine which could have hurt me badly if I had been thrown on it. As it was, I escaped with scratches and a minor bruise or two, and a wrenched ankle that, when I rolled over and tried to put it to the ground, stabbed me with pain momentarily so acute as to make the black woods swim. Even before the mare had stopped circling, Cadal was off her back, had flung the reins over a bough, and was stooping over me.
"Merlin, Master Merlin, are you hurt?"
I unclamped my teeth from my lip and started gingerly with both hands to straighten my leg.
"No, only my ankle, a bit."
"Let me see. No, hold still. By the dog, Ambrosius will have my skin for this."
"What was it?"
"A boar, I think. Too small for a deer, too big for a fox."
"I thought it was a boar. I smelled it. My pony?"
"Halfway home by now, I expect. Of course, you had to let the rein go, didn't you?"
"I'm sorry. Is it broken?"
His hands had been moving over my ankle, prodding, feeling.
"I don't think so. No, I'm sure it's not. You're all right otherwise. Here, come on. Try if you can stand on it. The mare'll take us both, and I want to get back, if I can, before that pony of yours goes in with an empty saddle. I'll be for the lampreys for sure, if Ambrosius sees him."
"It wasn't your fault? Is he so unjust?"
"He'll reckon it was, and he wouldn't be far wrong. Come on now, try it."
"No, give me a moment. And don't worry about Ambrosius. The pony hasn't gone home. He's stopped a little way up the ride. You'd better go and get him."
He was kneeling over me, and I could see him faintly against the sky. He turned his head to peer along the ride. Beside us, the mare stood quietly, except for her restless ears and the white edge to her eye. There was silence, except for an owl starting up, and far away on the edge of sound another, like its echo.
"It's pitch dark 20 feet away," said Cadal. "I can't see a thing. Did you hear him stop?"
"Yes."
It was a lie, but this was neither the time nor the place for the truth.
"Go and get him, quickly. On foot. He hasn't gone far."
I saw him stare down at me for a moment. Then he got to his feet without a word and started off up the ride. As well as if it had been daylight, I could see his puzzled look. I was reminded sharply of Cerdic that day at King's Fort. I leaned back against the stump. I could feel my bruises, and my ankle ached, but for all that there came flooding through me, like a drink of warm wine, the feeling of excitement and release that came with the power. I knew now that I had had to come this way, that this was to be another of the hours when not darkness, nor distance, nor time meant anything. The owl floated silently above me, across the ride. The mare cocked her ears at it, watching without fear. There was the thin sound of bats somewhere above. I thought of the crystal cave and Gallopus' eyes when I told him of my vision. He had not been puzzled, not even surprised. It came to me to wonder, suddenly, how Belasius would look. and I knew he would not be surprised either. Hoofs sounded softly in the deep turf. I saw Asta first, approaching ghostly grey, then Cadal like a shadow at his head.
"He was there, all right," he said, "and for a good reason. He's dead lame. Must have strained something."
"Well, at least he won't get home before we do."
"There'll be trouble over this night's work, that's for sure, whatever time we get home. Come on, then. I'll put you up on Rufa."
With a hand from him, I got cautiously to my feet. When I tried to put weight on the left foot, it still hurt me quite a lot, but I knew from the feel of it that it was nothing but a wrench and would soon be better. Cadal threw me up on the mare's back, unhooked the reins from the bow, and gave them into my hand. Then he clicked his tongue to Asta, and led him slowly ahead.
"What are you doing?" I asked. "Surely she can carry us both."
"There's no point. You can see how lame he is. He'll have to be led. If I take him in front, he can make the pace. The mare will stay behind him. You all right up there?"
"Perfectly, thanks." The grey pony was indeed dead lame. He walked slowly beside Cadal with drooping head, moving in front of me like a smoke beacon in the dusk. The mare followed quietly. It would take, I reckoned, a couple of hours to get home, even without what lay ahead. Here again was a kind of solitude, no sounds but the soft plodding of the horse's hoofs, the creak of leather, the occasional small noises of the forest round us. Cadal was invisible, nothing but a shadow beside the moving wraith of mist that was Asta. Perched on the big mare at a comfortable walk, I was alone with the darkness and the trees. We had gone perhaps half a mile, when, burning through the boughs of a huge oak to my right, I saw a white star, steady.
"Cadal, isn't there a shorter way back? I remember a track off to the south, just near that oak tree. The mist's cleared right away, and the stars are out. Look, there's the bear."
His voice came back from the darkness.
"We'd best head for the road."
But in a pace or two he stopped the pony at the mouth of the south-going track, and waited for the mare to come up.
"It looks good enough, doesn't it?" I asked. "It's straight and a lot drier than this track we're on. All we have to do is keep the bear at our backs, and in a mile or two we should be able to smell the sea. Don't you know your way about the forest?"
"Well enough. It's true this would be shorter, if we can see our way. Well—"
I heard him loosen his short stabbing sword in its sheath.
"Not that there's likely to be trouble, but best be prepared. So keep your voice down, will you, and have your knife ready.
And let me tell you one thing, young Merlin. If anything should happen, then you'll ride for home and leave me to it. Got that?" "Ambrosius' orders again?"
"You could say so."
"All right, if it makes you feel better. I promise I'll desert you at full speed. But there'll be no trouble."
He grunted.
"Anyone would think you knew."
I laughed.
"Oh, I do."
The starlight caught, momentarily, the whites of his eyes and the quick gesture of his hand. Then he turned without speaking, and led Asta into the track going south. 8. Though the path was wide enough to take 2 riders abreast, we went in single file, the brown mare adapting her long, comfortable stride to the pony's shorter and very lame step. It was colder now. I pulled the folds of my cloak round me for warmth. The mist had vanished completely with the drop in temperature. The sky was clear, with some stars, and it was easier to see the way. Here the trees were huge, oaks mainly, the big ones massive and widely spaced, while between them saplings grew thickly and unchecked, and ivy twined with the bare strings of honeysuckle and thickets of thorn. Here and there pines showed fiercely black against the sky. I could hear the occasional patter as damp gathered and dripped from the leaves, and once the scream of some small creature dying under the claws of an owl. The air was full of the smell of damp and fungus and dead leaves and rich, rotting things. Cadal trudged on in silence, his eyes on the path, which in places was tricky with fallen or rotting branches. Behind him, balancing on the big mare's saddle, I was still possessed by the same light, excited power. There was something ahead of us, to which I was being led, I knew, as surely as the Merlin had led me to the cavern at King's Fort. Rufa's ears pricked, and I heard her soft nostrils flicker. Her head went up. Cadal had not heard, and the grey pony, preoccupied with his lameness, gave no sign that he could smell the other horses. But even before Rufa, I had known they were there. The path twisted and began to go gently downhill. To either side of us, the trees had retreated a little, so that their branches no longer met overhead, and it was lighter. Now to each side of the path were banks, with outcrops of rock and broken ground, where in summer there would be foxgloves and bracken, but where now only the dead and wiry brambles ran riot. Our horses' hoofs scraped and rang as they picked their way down the slope. Suddenly Rufa, without checking her stride, threw up her head and let out a long whinny. Cadal, with an exclamation, stopped dead, and the mare pushed up beside him, head high, ears pricked towards the forest on our right. Cadal snatched at her bridle, pulled her head down, and shrouded her nostrils in the crook of his arm. Aster had lifted his head too, but he made no sound. "Horses," I said softly. "Can't you smell them?" I heard Cadal mutter something that sounded like, "Smell anything, it seems you can. You must have a nose like a bitch fox." Then, hurriedly starting to drag the mare off the track. "It's too late to go back. They'll have heard this bloody mare. We'd best pull off into the forest." I stopped him. "There's no need. There's no trouble there, I'm certain of it. Let's go on." "You talk fine and sure, but how can you know?" "I do know. In any case, if they meant us harm, we'd have known of it by now. They've heard us coming long since, and they must know it's only 2 horses, and one of them lame." But he still hesitated, fingering his short sword. The prickles of excitement fretted my skin like burrs. I had seen where the mare's ears were pointing, at a big grove of pines 50 paces ahead, and set back above the right of the path. They were black even against the blackness of the forest. Suddenly I could wait no longer. I said impatiently, "I'm going anyway. You can follow or not, as you choose." I jerked Rufa's head up and away from him, and kicked her with my good foot, so that she plunged forward past the grey pony. I headed her straight up the bank and into the grove. The horses were there. Through a gap in the thick roof of pines, a cluster of stars burned, showing them clearly. There were only 2, standing motionless, with their heads held low and their nostrils muffled against the breast of a slight figure, heavily cloaked and hooded against the cold. The hood fell back as he turned to stare. The oval of his face showed pale in the gloom. There was no one else there. For one startled moment I thought that the black horse nearest me was Ambrosius' big stallion. Then, as it pulled its head free of the cloak, I saw the white blaze on its forehead, and knew in a flash like a falling star why I had been led here. Behind me, with a scramble and a startled curse, Cadal pulled Aster into the grove. I saw the grey gleam of his sword as he lifted it. "Who's that?" I said quietly, without turning. "Put it up. It's Belasius. At least that's his horse. Another with it, and the boy. That's all." He advanced. His sword was already sliding back into its housing. "By the dog, you're right. I'd know that white flash anywhere. Hey, Ulfin, well met. Where's your master?" Even at 6 paces, I heard the boy gasp with relief. "Oh, it's you, Cadal. My lord Merlin. I heard your horse whinny. I wondered. Nobody comes this way." I moved the mare forward and looked down. His face was a pale blur, upturned, the eyes enormous. He was still afraid. "It seems Belasius does," I said. "Why?" He tells me nothing, my lord." Cadal said roundly, "Don't give us that. There's not much you don't know about him.
You're never more than an arm's length from him, day or night. Everybody knows that. Come on, out with it. Where's your master?"
He won't be long."
"We can't wait for him," said Cadell. "We want a horse. Go and tell him we're here, and my Lord Merlin's hurt, and the pony's lame, and we've got to get home quickly."
"Well, why don't you go? For pity's sake, what's the matter with you?" "I can't. He said I must not. He forbade me to move from here, as he forbade us to leave the road in case we came this way," I said. "Yes. Now, your name's Ulfin, is it? Well, Ulfin, never mind the horse. I want to know where Belasius is." I don't know. You must at least have seen which way he went?" No, my lord."
"By the dog!" exclaimed Cadell. "Who cares where he is, as long as we get the horse? Look, boy, have some sense. We can't wait half the night for your master. We've got to get home. If you tell him the horse was for my Lord Merlin, he won't eat you alive this time, will he?" Then, as the boy stammered something, "Well, all right. Do you want us to go and find him ourselves and get his leave?" The boy moved then, jamming a fist to his mouth like an idiot. "No, you must not. You must not." "By Mithras," I said. It was an oath I cultivated at the time, having heard Ambrosius use it. "What's he doing? Murder?" On the word, the shriek came. Not a shriek of pain, but worse, the sound of a man in mortal fear. I thought the cry contained a word, as if the terror was shaped, but it was no word that I knew. The scream rose unbearably, as if it would burst him, then was chopped off sharply, as if by a blow on the throat. In the dreadful silence that followed, a faint echo came, in a breath from the boy Ulfin. Cadell stood frozen as he had turned, one hand holding his sword, the other grasping Asta's bridle. I wrenched the mare's head round and lashed the reins down on her neck. She bounded forward, almost unseating me. She plunged under the pines towards the track. I lay flat on her neck as the boughs swept past us, hooked a hand in her neck strap, and hung on like a tick. Neither Cadell nor the boy had moved, or made a sound. The mare went down the bank with a scramble and a slither, and as we reached the path I saw, so inevitably that I felt no surprise, nor indeed any thought at all, another path, narrow and overgrown, leading out of the track to the other side, just opposite the grove of pines. I hauled on the mare's mouth, and when she jibbed, trying to head down the broader track for home, I lashed her again. She laid her ears flat and went into the path at a gallop. The path twisted and turned, so that almost straightaway our pace slackened, slowed, became a heavy canter. This was the direction from which that dreadful sound had come. It was apparent even in the starlight that someone had recently been this way. The path was so little used that winter grass and heather had almost choked it, but something, had been thrusting a way through. The going was so soft that even a cantering horse made very little noise. I strained my ears for the sound of Cadell coming after me, but could not hear him. It occurred to me only then that both he and the boy must have thought that, terrified by the shriek, I had run, as Cadell had bidden me, for home. I pulled Rufa to a walk. She slowed willingly, her head up, her ears pricked forward. She was quivering. She, too, had heard the shriek. A gap in the forest showed 300 paces ahead, so light that I thought it must mark the end of the trees. I watched carefully as we approached it, but nothing moved against the sky beyond. Then, so softly that I had to strain my ears to make sure it was neither wind nor sea, I heard chanting. My skin prickled. I knew now where Belasius was, and why Ulfin had been so afraid. And I knew why Belasius had said, "Keep to the road and be home before dark." I sat up straight. The heat ran over my skin in little waves, like cat's paws of wind over water. My breathing became shallow and fast.
For a moment I wondered if this was fear. Then I knew it was still excitement. I halted the mare and slid silently from the saddle. I led her 3 paces into the forest, knotted the rein over a bough, and left her there. My foot hurt when I put it to the ground, but the twinges were bearable, and I soon forgot them as I limped quickly towards the singing and the lighter sky. 9. I had been right in thinking that the sea was near. The forest ended in it, a stretch of sea so enclosed that at first I thought it was a big lake, until I smelled the salt and saw, on the narrow shingle, the dark slime of seaweeds. The forest finished abruptly, with a high bank where exposed roots showed through the clay which the tides had gnawed away year after year at the land's edge. The narrow strand was mainly of pebbles, but here and there bars of pale sand showed, and greyish, glimmering fans spreading fern-like between them, where shallow water ran seawards. The bay was very quiet, almost as if the frost of the past weeks had held it icebound. Then, a pale line under the darkness, you could see the gap between the far headlands where the wide sea whitened. To the right, the south, the black forest climbed to a ridge, while to the north, where the land was gentler, the big trees gave shelter. A perfect harbour, you would have thought, till you saw how shallow it was, how at low tide the shapes of rock and boulder struck black out of the water, shiny in the starlight with weed. In the middle of the bay, so centred that at first I thought it must be man-made, was an island, what must rather be an island at high tide, but was now a peninsula, an oval of land joined to the shore by a rough causeway of stones, certainly man-made, which ran out like a naval cord to join it to the shingle. In the nearer of the shallow harbours made by the causeway and the shore, a few small boats, coracles, I thought, lay beached like seals. Here, low beside the bay, there was mist again, hanging here and there among the boughs like fishing nets hung out to dry. On the water's surface it floated in patches, spreading slowly, till it curdled and thinned and then wisped away to nothing, only to thicken again elsewhere, and smoke slowly across the water. It lay round the base of the island so densely that this seemed to float on cloud, and the stars that hung above reflected a grey light from the mist that showed me the island clearly. This was egg-shaped rather than oval, narrow at the causeway end, and widening towards the far end, where a small hill, as regular in shape as a beehive, stood up out of the flat ground. Round the base of this hillock stood a circle of the standing stones, a circle broken only at the point facing me, where a wide gap made a gateway from which an avenue of the stones marched double, like a colonnade, straight down to the causeway. There was neither sound nor movement. If it had not been for the dim shapes of the beached boats, I would have thought that the shriek, the chanting, were figments of a dream. I stood just inside the edge of the forest, with my left arm round a young ash tree and the weight on my right foot, watching with eyes so completely adjusted to the dark of the forest that the mist-illumined island seemed as light as day. At the foot of the hill, directly at the end of the central avenue, a torch flared suddenly. It lit, momentarily, an opening, low in the face of the hill, and clearly in front of this, the torch-bearer, a figure in a white robe. I saw then that what I had taken to be banks of mist in the shadow of the cromlechs were groups of motionless figures, also robed in white. As the torch lifted, I heard the chanting begin again, very softly, and with a loose and wandering rhythm that was strange to me. Then the torch and its bearer slowly sank earthwards, and I realized that the doorway was a sunken one, and he was descending a flight of steps into the heart of the hill. The others crowded after him, groups clotting, coalescing round the doorway, then vanishing like smoke being sucked into an oven door. The chanting still went on, but so faint and muffled that it sounded no more than the humming of bees in a winter hive. No tune came through, only the rhythm, which sank to a mere throb in the air, a pulse of sound felt rather than heard, which little by little tightened and quickened till it beat fast and hard, and my blood with it. Suddenly it stopped. There was a pause of dead stillness, but a stillness so charged that I felt my throat knot and swell with tension. I found I had left the trees and stood clear on the turf above the bank, my injury forgotten, my feet planted apart, flat and squarely on the ground, as if my body were rooted through them and straining to pull life from the earth as a tree pulls sap. And like the shoot of a tree growing and thrusting, the excitement in me grew and swelled, beating through somehow from the depths of the island and along the naval cord of the causeway, bursting up through flesh and spirit, so that when the cry came at length, it was as if it had burst from my own body. A different cry, this time, thin and edged, which might have meant anything, triumph or surrender or pain. A death cry, this time not from the victim, but from the killer. And after it, silence. The night was fixed and still. The island was a closed hive, sealed over whatever crawled and hummed within. Then the leader, I assumed it was he, though this time the torch was out, appeared suddenly like a ghost in the doorway and mounted the steps. The rest came behind, moving not as people move in a procession, but slowly and smoothly, in groups breaking and forming, contained in pattern like a dance, till once more they stood parted into two ranks beside the cromlechs. Again, complete stillness. Then the leader raised his arms. As if at a signal, white and shining like a knife blade, the edge of the moon showed over the hill. The leader cried out, and this, the third cry, was unmistakably a call of triumphant greeting, and he stretched his arms high above his head, as if offering up what he held between his hands. The crowd answered him, chant and counter-chant. Then, as the moon lifted clear of the hill, the priest lowered his arms and turned. What he had offered to the goddess, he now offered to the worshippers. The crowd closed in. I had been so intent on the ceremony at the centre of the island that I had not watched the shore or realized that the mist, creeping higher, was now blurring the avenue itself. My eyes, straining through the dark, saw the white shapes of the people as part of the mist that clotted, strayed, and eddied here and there in knots of white. Presently I became aware that this, in fact, was what was happening. The crowd was breaking apart, and the people, in twos and threes, were passing silently down the avenue, in and out of the barred shadows which the rising moon painted between the stones. They were making for the boats. I have no idea how long it had all taken, but as I came to myself, I found that I was stiff, and where I had allowed my cloak to fall away, I was soaked with mist. I shook myself like a dog, backing again into the shelter of the trees. Excitement had spilled out of me, spirit as well as body, in a warm gush down my thighs, and I felt empty and ashamed. Dimly I knew that this was something different. This had not been the force I had learned to receive and foster, nor was this spilled-out sensation the aftermath of power. That had left me light and free and keen as a cutting blade. Now I felt empty as a licked pot, still sticky and smelling with what it had held. I bent, stiff-sinewed, to pull a swatch of wet and pallid grass and cleaned myself, scrubbing my hands and scooping mist drops off the turf to wash my face. The water smelled of leaves and of the wet air itself, and made me think of Gallipus and the holy well and the long cup of horn. I dried my hands on the inside of my cloak, drew it about me, and went back to my station by the ash tree. The bay was dotted with the retreating coracles. The island had emptied, all but one tall white figure who came, now, straight down the centre of the avenue. The mist cloaked, revealed, and cloaked him again. He was not making for a boat. He seemed to be heading straight for the causeway, but as he reached the end of the avenue, he paused in the shadow of the final stone and vanished. I waited, feeling little except weariness and a longing for a drink of clear water and the familiarity of my warm and quiet room. There was no magic in the air. The night was as flat as old sour wine. In a moment, sure enough, I saw him emerge into the moonlight of the causeway. He was clad now in a dark robe. All he had done was drop his white robe off. He carried it over his arm. The last of the boats was a speck dwindling in the darkness. The solitary man came quickly across the causeway. I stepped out from under the trees and down onto the shingle to meet him. 10. Belasius saw me even before I was clear of the tree's shadow. He made no sign except to turn aside as he stepped off the causeway. He came up, unhurried, and stood over me, looking down. "Ah." It was the only greeting, said without surprise. "I might have known. How long have you been here?" "I hardly know. Time passed so quickly. I was interested." He was silent. The moonlight, bright now, fell slanting on his right cheek. I could not see the eyes veiled under the long, dark lids, but there was something quiet, almost sleepy about his voice and bearing. I had felt the same after that releasing cry there in the forest. The bolt had struck, and now the bow was unstrung. He took no notice of my provocation, asking merely, "What brought you here?" "I rode down when I heard the scream." "Ah," he said again, then, "Down from where?" "From the pine grove where you left your horse." "Why did you come this way? I told you to keep to the road." "I know, but I wanted a gallop, so we turned off into the main logging track, and I had an accident with Astor. He's wrenched a foreleg, so we had to lead him back. It was slow, and we were late, so we took a shortcut." "I see. And where is Cadell?" "I think he thought I'd run for home, and he must have gone after me. At any rate, he didn't follow me down here." "That was sensible of him," said Belasius. His voice was still quiet, sleepy almost, but cat-sleepy, velvet sheathing a bright dagger point. "But in spite of what you heard, it did not in fact occur to you to run for home?" "Of course not." I saw his eyes glint for a moment under the long lids. "Of course not?" "I had to know what was going on." "Ah. Did you know I would be here?" "Not before I saw Ulfin and the horses, no, and not because you told me to keep to the road, either. But shall we say I knew something was abroad in the forest tonight, and that I had to find it." He regarded me for a moment longer. I had been right in thinking he would not look surprised. Then he jerked his head. "Come, it's cold, and I want my cloak." As I followed him up the grating shingle, he added, over his shoulder, "I take it that Ulfin is still there." "I should think so. You have him pretty efficiently frightened." "He has no need to be afraid, as long as he keeps away and sees nothing." "Then it's true he doesn't know?" "Whatever he knows or doesn't know," he said indifferently, "he has the sense to keep silent. I have promised him that if he obeys me in these things without question, then I shall free him in time to escape." "Escape? From what?" "Death, when I die. It is normal to send the priest's servants with them." We were walking side by side up the path. I glanced at him. He was wearing a dark robe, more elegant than anything I had seen at home, even the clothes Camlach wore. His belt was of beautifully worked leather, probably Italian, and there was a big round brooch at his shoulder, where the moonlight caught a design of circles and knotted snakes in gold. He looked, even under the film which tonight's proceedings had drawn over him, Romanized, urbane, intelligent. I said, "Forgive me, Belasius, but didn't that kind of thing go out with the Egyptians? Even in Wales we would think it old-fashioned." "Perhaps. But then you might say the goddess herself is old-fashioned, and likes to be worshipped in the ways she knows. And our way is almost as old as she is, older than men can remember, even in songs or stones. Long before the bulls were killed in Persia, long before they came to Crete, long before even the sky gods came out of Africa, and these stones were raised to them, the goddess was here in the sacred grove. Now the forest is closed to us, and we worship where we can, but wherever the goddess is, be it stone or tree or cave, there is the grove called Nemet, and there we make the offering. I see you understand me." "Very well. I was taught these things in Wales. But it's a few 100 years since they made the kind of offering you made tonight." His voice was smooth as oil. "He was killed for sacrilege. Did they not teach you?" He stopped dead, and his hand dropped to his hip. His tone changed. "That's Cadal's horse." His head went round like a hunting dog's. "I brought it," I said. "I told you my pony went lame. Cadal will have gone home. I suppose he took one of yours." I unhitched the mare and brought her out into the moonlight of the open path. He was settling the dagger back in its sheath. We walked on, the mare following, her nose at my shoulder. My foot had almost ceased to hurt. I said, "So, death for Cadal, too? This isn't just a question of sacrilege, then? Your ceremonies are so very secret. Is this a matter of a mystery, Belasius, or is what you do illegal?" "It is both secret and illegal. We meet where we can. Tonight we had to use the island. It's safe enough. Normally there's not a soul would come near it on the night of the equinox. But if word came to Budek, there would be trouble. The man we killed tonight was a king's man. He's been held here for 8 days now, and Budek's scouts have been searching for him. But he had to die." "Will they find him now?" "Oh, yes. A long way from here, in the forest. They will think a wild boar ripped him." Again that slanting glance. "You could say he died easily in the end. In the old days he would have had his navel cut out, and would have been whipped round and round the sacred tree until his guts were wrapped round it like wool on a spindle." "And does Ambrosius know?" "Ambrosius is a king's man, too." We walked for a few paces in silence. "Well, and what comes to me, Belasius?" "Nothing." "Isn't it sacrilege to spy on your secrets?" "You're safe enough," he said dryly. "Ambrosius has a long arm. Why do you look like that?" I shook my head. I could not have put it into words, even to myself. It was like suddenly having a shield put into your hand when you are naked in battle. He said, "You weren't afraid?" "No." "By the goddess, I think that's true. Ambrosius was right. You have courage." "If I have, it's hardly the kind that you need admire. I thought once that I was better than other boys because there were so many of their fears I couldn't share or understand. I had others of my own, of course, but I learned to keep them to myself. I suppose that was a kind of pride, but now I am beginning to understand why, even when danger and death lie openly waiting in the path, I can walk straight by them." He stopped. We were nearly at the grove. "Tell me why." "Because they are not for me. I have feared for other men, but never in that way for myself. Not yet. I think what men fear is the unknown. They fear pain and death because these may be waiting round any corner. But there are times when I know what is hidden and waiting, or when, I told you,
I see it lying straight in the pathway. And I know where pain and danger lie for me, and I know that death is not yet to come, so I am not afraid. This isn't courage." He said slowly, "Yes, I knew you had the sight. It comes only sometimes, and at the gods' will, not mine." I had said too much already. He was not a man to share one's gods with. I said quickly to turn the subject, "Belasius, you must listen to me. None of this is Ulfin's fault. He refused to tell us anything, and would have stopped me if he could." "You mean that if there is any paying to be done, you're offering to do it?" "Well, it seems only fair, and after all, I can afford to." I laughed at him, secure behind my invisible shield. "What's it to be? An old-fashioned religion like yours must have a few minor penalties held in reserve. Shall I die of the cramps in my sleep tonight, or get ripped by a boar next time I ride in the forest without my black dog?" He smiled for the first time. "You needn't think you'll escape quite freely. I've a use for you and this sight of yours, be sure of that. Ambrosius is not the only one who uses men for what they are worth, and I intend to use you. You have told me you were led here tonight. It was the goddess herself who led you, and to the goddess you must go." He dropped an arm round my shoulders. "You are going to pay for this night's work, Merlin Emrys, in coin that will content her. The goddess is going to hunt you down, as she does all men who spy on her mystery, but not to destroy you. Oh no, not Actaeon, my apt little scholar, but Endymion. She will take you into her embrace. In other words, you are going to study until I can take you with me to the sanctuary and present you there." I would have liked to say, "Not if you wrapped my guts round every tree in the forest," but I held my tongue. "Take power where it is offered," he had said, and, remembering my vigil by the ash tree, there had been power there, of a kind. We should see. I moved, but courteously, from under the arm round my shoulders, and led the way up into the grove. If Ulfin had been frightened before, he was almost speechless with terror when he saw me with his master, and realized where I had been. "My lord, I thought he had gone home. Indeed, my lord, Cadal said—" "Hand me my cloak," said Belasius, "and put this thing in the saddlebag." He threw down the white robe which he had been carrying. It fell loosely, unfolding, near the tree Asta was tied to, and as it dropped near him, the pony shied and snorted. At first I thought this was just at the ghostly fall of white near his feet, but then I saw black on the white, dimmed even as it was by the darkness of the grove, the stains and splashing, and I smelled, even from where I stood, the smoke and the fresh blood. Ulfin held the cloak up mechanically. "My lord!" He was breathless with fear, and the effort of holding the restive horse at the same time. "Cadal took the pack-horse. We thought my lord Merlin had gone back to the town. Indeed, sir, I was sure myself that he had gone that way. I told him nothing. I swear—" "There's a saddlebag on Cadal's mare. Put it there." Belasius pulled his cloak on and fastened it, then reached for the reins. "Hand me up." The boy obeyed, trying, I could see, not only to excuse himself, but to gauge the strength of Belasius' anger. "My lord, please believe me. I said nothing. I'll swear it by any gods there are." Belasius ignored him. He could be cruel, I knew. In fact, in all the time I knew him, he never once spared a thought for another's anxiety or pain. More exactly, it never occurred to him that feeling could exist, even in a free man. Ulfin must have seemed at that moment less real to him than the horse he was controlling. He swung easily to the saddle, saying curtly, "Stand back." Then to me, "Can you manage the mare if we gallop? I want to get back before Cadal finds you're not home and sets the place by the ears." "I can try. What about Ulfin? What about him? He'll walk your pony home, of course. He swung his horse round and rode out between the pine boughs. Ulfin had already run to bundle up the blood-stained robe and stuff it in the brown mare's saddlebag. He hurried now to give me his shoulder, and somehow between us I scrambled into the saddle and settled myself. The boy stood back, silent, but I had felt how he was shaking. I suppose that for a slave it was normal to be so afraid. It came to me that he was even afraid to lead my pony home alone through the forest. I hung on the rein for a moment and leaned down. Ulfin, he's not angry with you. Nothing will happen. I swear it. So don't be afraid. Did you see anything, my lord? Nothing at all. In the way that mattered, this was the truth. I looked down at him soberly. A blaze of darkness, I said, and an innocent moon, but whatever I might have seen, Ulfin, it would not have mattered. I am to be initiated. So you see why he is not angry. That is all. Here, take this. I slid my dagger from its sheath and flicked it to quiver point down in the pine needles. If it makes you easier, I said, but you won't need it. You will be quite safe. Take it from me. I know. Lead my pony gently, won't you? I kicked the mare in the ribs and headed her after Belasius. He was waiting for me. That is to say, he was going at an easy canter, which quickened to a hand gallop as I caught him up. The brown mare pounded behind him. I gripped the neck strap and clung like a burr. The track was open enough for us to see our way clearly in the moonlight. It sliced its way uphill through the forest to a crest from which, momentarily, one could see the glimmer of the town's lights. Then it plunged downhill again, and after a while we rode out of the forest onto the salt plains that fringed the sea. Belasius neither slackened speed nor spoke. I hung on to the mare, watched the track over her shoulder, and wondered whether we would meet Cadell coming back for me with an escort, or if he would come alone. We splashed through a stream fetlock deep, and then the track, beaten flat along the level turf, turned right in the direction of the main road. I knew where we were now. On our ride out I had noticed this track branching off just short of a bridge at the forest's edge. In a few minutes we would reach the bridge and the made road. Belasius slackened his horse's pace and glanced over his shoulder. The mare thudded alongside. Then he put up a hand and drew rein. The horses slowed to a walk. Listen. Horses. A great many horses, coming at a fast trot along the paved road. They were making for the town. A man's voice was briefly raised. Over the bridge came a flurry of tossing torches, and we saw them, a troop riding close. The standard in the torchlight showed a scarlet dragon. Belasius' hand came hard down on my rein, and our horses stopped. "Ambrosius men," he said. At least that is what he began to say when, clear as cockcrow, my mare whinnied, and a horse from the troop answered her. Someone barked an order. The troop checked. Another order, and horses headed our way at the gallop. I heard Belasius curse under his breath as he let go my rein. "This is where you leave me. Hang on now, and see you guard your tongue. Even Ambrosius' arm cannot protect you from a curse." He lashed my mare across the quarters, and she jumped forward, nearly unseating me. I was too busy to watch him go, but behind me there was a splash and a scramble as the black horse jumped the stream and was swallowed by the forest seconds before the soldiers met me and wheeled to either side to escort me back to their officer. The grey stallion was fidgeting in the blaze of torches under the standard. One of my escorts had hold of the mare's bit and led me forward. He saluted. "Only the one, sir. He's not armed." The officer pushed up his visor. Blue eyes widened, and Uther's too well-remembered voice said, "It had to be you, of course. Well, Merlin the bastard, what are you doing here alone, and where have you been?"
11. I didn't answer straight away. I was wondering how much to say. To any other officer I might have told a quick and easy half-truth, but Uther was likely to ride me hard, and for anyone who had been at a meeting, both secret and illegal, Uther was not just any officer. He was dangerous. Not that there was any reason for me to protect Belasius, but I did not owe information or explanation to anyone but Ambrosius. In any case, to steer aside from Uther's anger came naturally. So I met his eyes with what I hoped was an expression of frankness. "My pony went lame, sir, so I left my servant to walk him home, and took my servant's horse to ride back myself." As he opened his mouth to speak, I hoisted the invisible shield that Belasius had put into my hand. "Usually your brother sends for me after supper, and I didn't wish to keep him waiting." His brows snapped down at my mention of Ambrosius, but all he said was, "Why that way, at this hour? Why not by the road?" "We'd gone some way into the forest when Astor hurt himself. We had turned east at the crossways into the logging track, and there was a path branching south from that which looked like a quicker way home, so we took it. The moonlight made it quite easy to see." "Which path was this?" "I don't know the forest, sir. It climbed the ridge and then down to a ford about a mile downstream." He considered me for a moment, frowning. "Where did you leave your servant?" "A little way along the second path. We wanted to be quite sure that it was the right way before he let me come on alone. He'll be about climbing the ridge now, I should think." I was praying, confusedly but sincerely, to whatever god might be listening, that Cadal was not at the moment riding back from town to find me. Uther regarded me, sitting his fidgeting horse as if it did not exist. It was the first time I had realized how like his brother he was, and for the first time, too, I recognized something like power in him, and understood, young as I was, what Ambrosius had told me about his brilliance as a captain. He could judge men to a hair's breadth. I knew he was looking straight through me, scenting a lie, not knowing where or why, but wondering, and determined to find out. For once he spoke quite pleasantly, without heat, even gently. "You're lying, aren't you?" "Why?" "It's quite true, my lord. If you look at my pony when he comes in—" "Oh, yes, that was true. I've no doubt I'll find he's lame, and if I send men back up the path, they'll find Cadal leading him home. But what I want to know," I said quickly, "not Cadal, my lord, Ulfin. Cadal had other duties, and Belasius sent Ulfin with me." "Two of a kind." The words were contemptuous. "My lord?" His voice cracked suddenly with temper. "Don't bandy words with me, you little catamite. You're lying about something, and I want to know what. I can smell a lie a mile off." Then he looked past me, and his voice changed. "What's that in your saddlebag?" A jerk of his head at one of the soldiers flanking me. A corner of Belasius' robe was showing. The man thrust his hand into the bag and pulled it out. On the soiled and crumpled white, the stains showed dark and unmistakable. I could smell the blood even through the bubbling resin of the torches. Behind Uther the horses snorted and tossed their heads, scenting it, and the men looked at one another. I saw the torchbearers eyeing me askance, and the guard beside me muttered something under his breath. Uther said violently, "By all the gods below! So that was it! One of them, by Mithras! I should have known. I can smell the holy smoke on you from here. All right, bastard. You that's so mighty free with my brother's name, and so high in his favour. We'll see what he has to say to this. What have you to say for yourself now? There's not much point in denying it, is there?" I lifted my head. Sitting the big mare, I could meet him almost eye to eye. "Deny? I'm denying that I've broken a law or done anything the Count wouldn't like.
And those are the only two things that matter, my Lord Uther. I'll explain to him."
"By God, you will!"
"So Ulfin took you there?" I said sharply, "Ulfin had nothing to do with it. I had already left him. In any case, he is a slave, and does as I bid him." He spurred his horse suddenly, right up to the mare. He leaned forward, gripping the folds of my cloak at the neck, and tightening the grip till he half lifted me from the saddle. His face was thrust close to mine, his armed knee hurting my leg as the horses stamped and sidled together. He spoke through his teeth. "And you do as I bid you. Hear that? Whatever you may be to my brother, you obey me too." He tightened the grip still further, shaking me. "Understand, Merlin Emrys?" I nodded. He swore as my brooch pin scratched him and let me go. There was a streak of blood on his hand. I saw his eyes on the brooch. He flicked his fingers to the torchbearer, and the man pushed nearer, holding the flame high. "He gave you that to wear? The red dragon?" Then he stopped short, as his eyes came up to my face and fixed there, stared, widened. The intense blue seemed to blaze. The grey stallion sidled, and he curbed it sharply, so that the foam sprang. "Merlin Emrys." He said it again, this time to himself, so softly that I hardly caught it. Then suddenly he let out a laugh, amused and gay and hard, not like anything I had heard from him before. "Well, Merlin Emrys, you'll still have to answer to him for where you've been tonight." He wheeled his horse, flinging over his shoulder to the men. "Bring him along, and see he doesn't fall off. It seems my brother treasures him." The grey horse jumped under the spur, and the troop surged after him. My captors, still holding the brown mare's bridle, pounded after, with me between them. The druid's robe lay trampled and filthy in the dirt, where the troop had ridden over it. I wondered if Belasius would see it and take warning. Then I forgot him. I still had Ambrosius to face. Cadal was in my room. I said with relief, "Well, thank the gods you didn't come back after me. I was picked up by Uther's lot, and he's blazing mad because he knows where I went." "I know," said Cadal grimly. "I saw it." "What do you mean?" "I did ride back for you. I'd made sure you'd had the sense to run for home when you heard that noise, so I went after you. When I saw no sign of you on the way, I just thought you must have got a tidy turn of speed out of the mare. The ground was fair smoking under me, I can tell you. Then when you guessed what was happening, where Belasius was." "Aye?" He turned his head as if to spit on the floor, recollected himself, and made the sign against the evil eye. "Well, when I got back here, and no sign of you, I knew you must have gone straight down to see what was going on. High-handed little fool. Might have got yourself killed, meddling with that lot." "So might you. But you went back." "What else could I do? You should have heard what I was calling you, too. Proper little nuisance was the least of it. Well, I was about half a mile out of town when I saw them coming, and I pulled aside and waited for them to pass. You know that old posting station, the ruined one? I was there. I watched them go by, and you at the back under guard, so I guessed he knew. I followed them back to town as close as I dared, and cut home through the side streets. I've only just got in." "He found out, then?" I nodded, beginning to unfasten my cloak. "Then there'll be the devil to pay, and no mistake," said Cadal. "How did he find out?" "Belasius had put his robe in my saddlebag, and they found it. They think it was mine." I grinned. If they'd tried it for size, they'd have had to think again. But that didn't occur to them. They just dropped it in the mud and rode over it. "About right, too." He had gone down on one knee to unfasten my sandals. He paused, with one in his hand. "Are you telling me Belasius saw you? Had words with you?" "Yes, I waited for him, and we walked back together to the horses. Ulfin's bringing Asta, by the way."
He ignored that. He was staring, and I thought he had lost colour.
"Uther didn't see Belasius," I said. "Belasius dodged in time. He knew they'd heard one horse, so he sent me forward to meet them. Otherwise, I suppose they'd have come after us both. He must have forgotten I had the robe, or else chanced their not finding it. Anybody but Uther wouldn't even have looked. You should never have gone near Belasius. It's worse than I thought. Here, let me do that. Your hands are cold."
He pulled the dragon brooch off and took my cloak.
"You want to watch it, you do. He's a nasty customer. They all are, come to that, and him most of all." "Did you know about him?" "Not to say no. I might have guessed. It's right up his street, if you ask me. But what I meant was, they're a nasty lot to tangle with." "Well, he's the archdruid, or at least the head of this sect, so he'll carry some weight. Don't look so troubled, Cadal. I doubt if he'll harm me, or let anyone else harm me." "Did he threaten you?" I laughed. "Yes, with a curse. They say these things stick. They say the druids can send a knife after you that'll hunt you down for days, and all you know is the whistling noise in the air behind you just before it strikes. They say all sorts of things. Cadal, can I have another tunic that's decent? Did my best one come back from the fuller? And I want a bath before I go to the Count."
He eyed me sideways as he reached in the clothes chest for another tunic.
"Uther will have gone straight to him. You know that?"
I laughed.
"Of course. I warn you, I shall tell Ambrosius the truth." "All of it?" "All of it." "Well, I suppose that's best," he said. "If anyone can protect you from them—" "It's not that. It's simply that he ought to know. He has the right. Besides, what have I to hide from him?"
He said uneasily,
"I was thinking about the curse. Even Ambrosius might not be able to protect you from that." "Oh, that to the curse."
I made a gesture not commonly seen in noblemen's houses.
"Forget it. Neither you nor I have done wrong, and I refuse to lie to Ambrosius. Some day I'll see you scared, Merlin." "Probably. Weren't you even scared of Belasius?" "Should I be?" I was interested. "He'll do me no harm."
I unhooked the belt of my tunic and threw it on the bed. I regarded Cadal.
"Would you be afraid if you knew your own end, Cadal?" "Yes, by the dog. Do you?" "Sometimes, in snatches. Sometimes I see it. It fills me with fear."
He stood still, looking at me, and there was fear in his face.
"What is it, then?" "A cave. The crystal cave. Sometimes I think it is death, and at other times it is birth, or a gate of vision, or a dark limbo of sleep. I cannot tell. But some day I shall know. Till then, I suppose I am not afraid of much else. I shall come to the cave in the end, as you—"
I broke off.
"As I what?"
he said quickly.
"What'll I come to?"
I smiled.
"I was going to say, as you will come to old age."
"That's a lie," he said roughly. "I saw your eyes. When you're seeing things, your eyes go queer. I've noticed it before. The black spreads and goes kind of blurred, dreaming-like, but not soft. No, your whole look goes cold, like cold iron, as if you neither saw nor cared about what's going on round you. And you talk as if you were just a voice and not a person, or as if you'd gone somewhere else and left your body for something else to speak through, like a horn being blown through to make the sound carry. Oh, I know I've only seen it a couple of times, for a moment, but it's uncanny, and it frightens me."
"It frightens me too, Cadal."
I had let the green tunic slide from my body to the floor. He was holding out the grey wool robe I wore for a bedgown. I reached absently for it, and sat down on the bed's edge, with it trailing over my knees. I was talking to myself rather than Cadal. It frightens me, too. You're right, that's how it feels, as if I were an empty shell with something working through me. I say things, see things, think things, till that moment I never knew of. But you're wrong in thinking I don't feel. It hurts me. I think this may be because I can't command whatever speaks through me. I mean, I can't command it yet. But I shall. I know this, too. Some day I shall command this part of me that knows and sees, this God, and that really will be power. I shall know when what I foretell is human instinct, and when it is God's shadow. And when you spoke of my end, what was that? I looked up. Oddly enough, it was less easy to lie to Cadal than it had been to Uther. But I haven't seen your death, Cadal. No one's but my own. I was being tactless. I was going to say, as you will come to a foreign grave somewhere. I smiled. I know this is worse than hell to a Breton, but I think it will happen to you. That is, if you stay as my servant. His look lightened, and he grinned. This was power, I thought, when a word of mine could frighten men like this. He said, "Oh, I'll do that, all right. Even if he hadn't asked me to, I'd stay. You've an easy way with you that makes it a pleasure to look after you." "Have I? I thought you found me a high-handed little fool, and a nuisance besides." "There you are, you see. I'd never have dared say that to anyone else your class, and all you do is laugh, and you twice royal." "Twice royal? You can hardly count my grandfather as well as my—" I stopped. What stopped me was his face. He had spoken without thought, then, on a quick gasp, had tried to catch the words back into his mouth and unspeak them. He said nothing, just stood there, with the soiled tunic in his hand. I stood up slowly, the forgotten bedgown falling to the floor. There was no need for him to speak. I knew. I could not imagine how I had not known before. The moment I stood before Ambrosius in the frosty field, and he stared down in the torchlight. He had known, and 100 others must have guessed. I remembered now the sidelong looks of the men, the mutterings of the officers, the deference of servants which I had taken for respect for Ambrosius' commands, but which I saw now was deference to Ambrosius' son. The room was still as a cave. The brazier flickered, and its light broke and scattered in the bronze mirror against the wall. I looked that way. In the firelit bronze, my naked body showed slight and shadowy, an unreal thing of firelight and darkness shifting as the flames moved. But the face was lit, and in its heavily defined planes of fire and shadow, I saw his face as I had seen it in his room, when he sat over the brazier waiting for me to be brought to him, waiting for me to come so that he could ask me about Ninian. And here again the sight had not helped me. Men that have God's sight, I have found, are often human blind. I said to Cadal, "Everybody knows?" He nodded. He didn't ask what I meant. "It's rumoured. You're very like him sometimes." "I think Uther may have guessed. He didn't know before?" "No. He left before the talk started to go round. That wasn't why he took against you." "I'm glad to hear it," I said. "What was it, then? Just because I got across him over that business of the standing stone?" "Oh, that, and other things." "Such as?" Cadal said bluntly, "He thought you were the Count's catamite. Ambrosius doesn't go for women much. He doesn't go for boys either, come to that. But one thing Uther can't understand is a man who isn't in and out of bed with someone 7 nights a week. When his brother bothered such a lot with you, had you in his house and set me to look after you and all that, Uther thought that's what must be going on, and he didn't half like it." "I see.
He did say something like that tonight, but I thought it was only because he'd lost his temper. If he'd bothered to look at you, or listen to what folks were saying, he'd have known fast enough. He knows now. I spoke with sudden, complete certainty. He saw it, back there on the road, when he saw the dragon brooch the Count gave me. I'd never thought about it, but of course he would realize the Count would hardly put the royal cipher on his catamite. He had the torch brought up, and took a good look at me. I think he saw it then. A thought struck me. And I think Belasius knows. "Oh, yes," said Cadell. "He knows." "Why?" "The way he talked, as if he knew he daren't touch me. That would be why he tried to scare me with the threat of a curse. He's a pretty cool hand, isn't he? He must have been thinking very hard on the way up to the grove. He daren't put me quietly out of the way for sacrilege, but he had to stop me talking somehow. Hence the curse. And also—" I stopped. "And also what?" "Don't sound so startled. It was only another guarantee I'd hold my tongue." "For the God's sake, what?" I shrugged, realized I was still naked, and reached for the bedgown again. "He said he would take me with him to the sanctuary. I think he would like to make a druid of me." "He said that?" I was getting familiar with Cadell's sign to avert the evil eye. "What will you do?" "I'll go with him, once at least." "Don't look like that, Cadell. There isn't a cat's chance in a fire that I'll want to go more than once." I looked at him soberly. "But there's nothing in this world that I'm not ready to see and learn, and no God that I'm not ready to approach in his own fashion. I told you that truth was the shadow of God. If I am to use it, I must know who he is. Do you understand me?" "How could I? What God are you talking about?" "I think there is only one. Oh, there are gods everywhere, in the hollow hills, in the wind and the sea, in the very grass we walk on and the air we breathe, and in the blood-stained shadows where men like Belasius wait for them. But I believe there must be one who is God himself, like the great sea and all the rest of us, small gods and men and all, like rivers. We all come to him in the end. Is the bath ready?" 20 minutes later, in a dark blue tunic clipped at the shoulder by the dragon brooch, I went to see my father. 12. The secretary was in the anteroom, rather elaborately doing nothing. Beyond the curtain I heard Ambrosius' voice speaking quietly. The two guards at the door looked wooden. Then the curtain was pulled aside and Uther came out. When he saw me, he checked, hung on his heel as if to speak, then seemed to catch the secretary's interested look, and went by with a swish of the red cloak and a smell of horses. You could always tell where Uther had been. He seemed to soak up scents like a washcloth. He must have gone straight to his brother before he had even cleaned up after the ride home. The secretary, whose name was Sollius, said to me, "You may as well go straight in, sir. He'll be expecting you." I hardly even noticed the "sir." It seemed to be something I was already accustomed to. I went in. He was standing with his back to the door, over by the table. This was strewn with tablets, and a stylus lay across one of them as if he had been interrupted while writing. On the secretary's desk near the window, a half-unrolled book lay where it had been dropped. The door shut behind me. I stopped just inside it, and the leather curtain fell closed with a ruffle and a flap. He turned. Our eyes met in silence, it seemed, for interminable seconds. Then he cleared his throat and said, "Ah, Merlin." And then, with a slight movement of the hand, "Sit down." I obeyed him, crossing to my usual stool near the brazier. He was silent for a moment, looking down at the table. He picked up the stylus, looked absently down at the wax, and added a word. I waited. He scowled down at what he had done, scored it out again, then threw the stylus down and said abruptly, "Uther has been to see me." "Yes, sir." He looked up under frowning brows. "I understand he came on you riding alone beyond the town." I said quickly, "I didn't go out alone. Cadal was with me." "Cadal?" "Yes, sir." "That's not what you told Uther." "No, sir." His look was keen now, arrested. "Well, go on." "Cadal always attends me, my lord. He's more than faithful. We went north as far as the logging track in the forest, and a short way along that my pony went lame. So Cadal gave me his mare, and we started to walk home." I took a breath. "We took a shortcut, and came on Belasius and his servant. Belasius rode part of the way home with me, but it didn't suit him to meet Prince Uther, so he left me." "I see." His voice gave nothing away, but I had the feeling that he saw quite a lot. His next question confirmed it. "Did you go to the Druids' Island?" "You know about it?" I said, surprised. Then, as he did not answer, waiting in cold silence for me to speak, I went on. "I told you Cadal and I took a shortcut through the forest. If you know the island, you'll know the track we followed. Just where the path goes down to the sea, there's a pine grove. We found Ulfin, that's Belasius' servant, there with the 2 horses. Cadal wanted to take Ulfin's horse and get me home quickly, but while we were talking to Ulfin, we heard a cry, a scream, rather, from somewhere east of the grove. I went to see. I swear I had no idea the island was there, or what happened there, nor had Cadal, and if he'd been mounted, as I was, he'd have stopped me. But by the time he'd taken Ulfin's horse and set off after me, I was out of sight, and he thought I'd taken fright and gone home, which is what he told me to do, and it wasn't until he got right back here that he found I hadn't come this way. He went back for me, but by that time I'd come up with the troop." I thrust my hands down between my knees, clutching them tightly together. "I don't know what made me ride down to the island. At least I do. It was the cry. So I went to see. But it wasn't only because of the cry. I can't explain, not yet." I took a breath. "My lord—" "Well?" "I ought to tell you. A man was killed there tonight, on the island. I don't know who he was, but I heard that he was a king's man who has been missing for some days. His body will be found somewhere in the forest, as if a wild beast had killed him." I paused. There was nothing to be seen in his face. "I thought I should tell you." "You went over to the island?" "Oh, no. I doubt if I'd be alive now if I had. I found out later about the man who was killed. It was sacrilege, they said. I didn't ask about it." I looked up at him. "I only went down as far as the shore. I waited there in the trees and watched it, the dance and the offering. I could hear the singing. I didn't know then that it was illegal. It's forbidden at home, of course, but one knows it still goes on, and I thought it might be different here. But when my Lord Uther knew where I'd been, he was very angry. He seems to hate the Druids." "The Druids?" His voice was absent now. He still fidgeted with the stylus on the table. "Ah, yes. Uther has no love for them. He is one of Mithras' fanatics, and light is the enemy of darkness, I suppose." "Well, what is it?" This sharply to Solius, who came in with an apology and waited just inside the door. "Forgive me, sir," said the secretary. "There's a messenger from King Budek. I told him you were engaged, but he said it was important. Shall I tell him to wait?" "Bring him in," said Ambrosius. The man came in with a scroll. He handed it to Ambrosius, who sat down in his great chair and unrolled it. He read it, frowning. I watched him. The flickering flames from the brazier spread, lighting the planes of the face which already, it seemed, I knew as well as I knew my own.
The heart of the brazier glowed, and the light spread and flashed. I felt it spreading across my eyes as they blurred and widened. "Merlin Emrys? Merlin?" The echo died to an ordinary voice. The vision fled. I was sitting on my stool in Ambrosius' room, looking down at my hands, clasping my knees. Ambrosius had risen and was standing over me, between me and the fire. The secretary had gone, and we were alone. At the repetition of my name I blinked and roused myself. He was speaking. "What do you see, there in the fire?" I answered without looking up. "A grove of whitethorn on a hillside, and a girl on a brown pony, and a young man with a dragon brooch on his shoulder, and the mist knee-high." I heard him draw a long breath. Then his hand came down and took me by the chin and lifted my face. His eyes were intent and fierce. "It's true, then, this sight of yours. I have been so sure, and now, beyond all doubt, it is true. I thought it was, that first night by the standing stone, but that could have been anything. A dream, a boy's story, a lucky guess to win my interest. But this, I was right about you." He took his hand from my face and straightened. "Did you see the girl's face?" I nodded. "And the man's?" I met his eyes then. "Yes, sir." He turned sharply away and stood with his back to me, head bent. Once more he picked up the stylus from the table, turning it over and over with his fingers. After a while he said, "How long have you known?" "Only since I rode in tonight. It was something Cadal said. Then I remembered things, and how your brother stared tonight when he saw me wearing this." I touched the dragon brooch at my neck. He glanced, then nodded. "Is this the first time you have had this vision?" "Yes. I had no idea. Now it seems strange to me that I never even suspected, but I swear I did not." He stood silent, one hand spread on the table, leaning on it. I don't know what I had expected, but I had never thought to see the great Aurelius Ambrosius at a loss for words. He took a turn across the room to the window, and back again, and spoke. "This is a strange meeting, Merlin. So much to say, and yet so little. Do you see now why I asked so many questions? Why I tried so hard to find what had brought you here?" "The gods at work, my lord. They brought me here," I said. "Why did you leave her?" I had not meant the question to come out so abruptly, but I suppose it had been pressing on me so long that now it burst out with the force of an accusation. I began to stammer something, but he cut me short with a gesture, and answered quietly. "I was 18, Merlin, with a price on my head if I set foot in my own kingdom. You know the story, how my cousin Budek took me in when my brother the king was murdered, and how he never ceased to plan for vengeance on Vortigern, though for many years it seemed impossible. But all the time he sent scouts, took in reports, went on planning. And then, when I was 18, he sent me over myself, secretly, to Gorlois of Cornwall, who was my father's friend, and who has never loved Vortigern. Gorlois sent me north with a couple of men he could trust, to watch and listen and learn the lie of the land. Some day I'll tell you where we went and what happened, but not now. What concerns you now is this. We were riding south near the end of October, towards Cornwall to take ship for home, when we were set upon and had to fight for it. They were Vortigern's men. I don't know yet whether they suspected us, or whether they were killing, as Saxons and foxes do, for wantonness and the sweet taste of blood. The latter, I think, or they would have made surer of killing me. They killed my 2 companions, but I was lucky. I got off with a flesh wound and a knock on the head that struck me senseless, and they left me for dead. This was at dusk. When I moved and looked about me, it was morning, and a brown pony was standing over me, with a girl on his back staring from me to the dead men and back again, with never a sound. The first glimmer of a smile, not at me, but at the memory. I remember trying to speak, but I had lost a lot of blood, and the night in the open had brought on a fever. I was afraid she would take fright and gallop back to the town, and that would be the end of it. But she did not. She caught my horse and got my saddlebag, and gave me a drink. Then she cleaned the wound and tied it up, and then, God knows how, got me across the horse and out of that valley. There was a place she knew of, she said, nearer the town, but remote and secret. No one ever went there. It was a cave with a spring. "What is it?" "Nothing," I said. "I should have known." "Go on. No one lived there then?" "No one. By the time we got there, I suppose I was delirious. I remember nothing. She hid me in the cave, and my horse too, out of sight. There had been food and wine in my saddlebag, and I had my cloak and a blanket. It was late afternoon by then, and when she rode home she heard that the 2 dead men had already been found, with their horses straying nearby. The troop had been riding north. It wasn't likely that anyone in the town knew there should have been 3 corpses found. So I was safe. Next day she rode up to the cave again, with food and medicines. And the next day, too. He paused. "And you know the end of the story." "When did you tell her who you were?" "When she told me why she could not leave Maridunum and go with me. I had thought till then that she was perhaps one of the Queen's ladies. From her ways and her talk, I knew she had been bred in a king's house. Perhaps she saw the same in me. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered, except that I was a man and she a woman. From the first day we both knew what would happen. You will understand how it was when you are older." Again the smile, this time touching mouth as well as eyes. "This is one kind of knowledge I think you will have to wait for, Merlin. The sight won't help you much in matters of love." "You asked her to go with you, to come back here?" He nodded. "Even before I knew who she was. After I knew, I was afraid for her, and pressed her harder, but she would not come with me. From the way she had spoken, I knew she hated and feared the Saxons, and feared what Vortigern was doing to the kingdoms. But still, she would not come. It was one thing, she said, to do what she had done, but another to go across the seas with the man who, when he came back, must be her father's enemy. We must end it, she said, as the year was ending, and then forget. He was silent for a minute, looking down at his hands. I said, "And you never knew she had borne a child?" "No. I wondered, of course. I sent a message the next spring, but got no answer. I left it then, knowing that if she wanted me, she knew, all the world knew, where to find me. Then I heard, it must have been nearly 2 years later, that she was betrothed. I know now that this was not true, but then it served to make me dismiss it from my mind." He looked at me. "Do you understand that?" I nodded. "It may even have been true, though not in the way you'd understand it, my lord. She vowed herself to the church when I should have no more need of her. The Christians call that a betrothal." "So?" He considered for a moment. "Whatever it was, I sent no more messages. And when, later on, there was mention of a child, a bastard, it hardly crossed my mind that it could be mine. A fellow came here once, a travelling eye doctor who had been through Wales, and I sent for him and questioned him, and he said yes, there was a bastard boy at the palace of such and such an age, red-haired, and the king's own." "Dineus," I said. "He probably never saw me. I was kept out of the way, and my grandfather did sometimes explain me away to strangers as his own. He had a few scattered around, here and there." "So I gathered.
So the next rumour of a boy, possibly the king's bastard, possibly his daughter's, I hardly listened to. It was all long past, and there were pressing things to do, and always there was the same thought. If she had borne a child to me, would she not have let me know? If she had wanted me, would she not have sent word? He fell silent then, back in his own thoughts. Whether I understood it all then, as he talked, I do not now recollect. But later, when the pieces shook together to make the mosaic, it was clear enough. The same pride which had forbidden her to go with her lover had forbidden her, once she discovered her pregnancy, to call him back. And it helped her through the months that followed. More than that, if, by flight or any other means, she had betrayed who her lover was, nothing would have stopped her brothers from travelling to Budek's court to kill him. There must, knowing my grandfather, have been angry oaths enough about what they would do to the man who had fathered her bastard. And then time moved on, and his coming grew remote and then impossible, as if he were indeed a myth and a memory in the night. And then the other long love stepped in to supersede him, and the priests took over, and the winter tryst was forgotten. Except for the child, so like his father. But once her duty to him was done, she could go to the solitude and peace which, all those years ago, had sent her riding alone up the mountain valley, as later I was to ride out alone by the same path, and looking perhaps for the same things. I jumped when he spoke again. How hard a time of it did you have, as a no-man's child? Hard enough. You believe me when I say I didn't know? I believe anything you tell me, my lord. Do you hate me for this? Very much, Merlin? I said slowly, looking down at my hands. There is one thing about being a bastard and a no-man's child. You are free to imagine your father. You can picture for yourself the worst and the best. You can make your father for yourself, in the image of the moment. From the time I was big enough to understand what I was, I saw my father in every soldier and every prince and every priest. And I saw him, too, in every handsome slave in the kingdom of South Wales. He spoke very gently, above me. And now you see him in truth, Merlin Emrys. I asked you, do you hate me for the kind of life I gave you? I didn't look up. I answered, with my eyes on the flames. Since I was a child, I have had the world to choose from for a father. Out of them all, Aurelius Ambrosius, I would have chosen you. Silence. The flames leapt like a heartbeat. I added, trying to make it light. After all, what boy would not choose the king of all Britain for his father? His hand came hard under my chin again, turning my head aside from the brazier and my eyes from the flames. His voice was sharp. What did you say? What did I say? I blinked up at him. I said I would have chosen you. His fingers dug into my flesh. You called me king of all Britain. Did I? But this is... He stopped. His eyes seemed to be burning into me. Then he let his hand drop and straightened. Let it go. If it matters, the god will speak again. He smiled down at me. What matters now is what you said yourself. It isn't given to every man to hear this from his grown son. Who knows, it may be better this way, to meet as men, when we each have something to give the other. To a man whose children have been underfoot since infancy, it is not given suddenly. To see himself stamped on a boy's face, as I am stamped on yours. Am I so like? They say so. And I see enough of Uther in you to know why everyone said you were mine. Apparently he didn't see it, I said. Is he very angry about it, or is he only relieved to find I'm not your catamite after all? You knew about that.
He looked amused. "If he'd think with his brains instead of his body sometimes, he'd be the better for it. As it is, we deal together very well. He does one kind of work, as I another, and if I can make the way straight, he'll make a king after me. If I have no—" He bit off the word. In the queer little silence that followed, I looked at the floor. "Forgive me." He spoke quietly, equal to equal. I spoke without thought. For so long a time I have been used to the idea that I had no son. I looked up. "It's still the truth in the sense you mean, and it's certainly the truth as Uther will see it." "Then, if you see it the same way, my path is the smoother." I laughed. "I don't see myself as a king. Half a king, perhaps, or more likely a quarter, the little bit that sees and thinks but can't do. Perhaps Uther and I between us might make one if you go. He's larger than life already, wouldn't you say?" But he didn't smile. His eyes had narrowed, with an arrested look. "This is how I have been thinking, or something like it. Did you guess?" "No, sir. How could I?" I sat up straight, as it broke on me. "Is this how you thought you might use me? Of course I realize now why you kept me here in your house and treated me so royally, but I've wanted to believe you had plans for me, that I could be of use to you. Belasius told me you used every man according to his capacity, and that even if I were no use as a soldier, you would still use me somehow. This is true?" "Quite true. I knew it straight away, before I even thought you might be my son, when I saw how you faced Uther that night in the field, with the visions still in your eyes, and the power all over you like a shining skin. No, Merlin, you will never make a king, or even a prince, as the world sees it. But when you are grown, I believe you will be such a man that, if a king had you beside him, he could rule the world. Now do you begin to understand why I sent you to Belasius?" "He is a very learned man," I said cautiously. "He is a corrupt and a dangerous man," said Ambrosius directly. "But he is a sophisticated and clever man, who has travelled a good deal and who has skills you will not have had the chance to master in Wales. Learn from him. I don't say follow him, because there are places where you must not follow him. But learn all you can." I looked up, then nodded. "You know about him?" It was a conclusion, not a question. "I know he is a priest of the old religion. Yes." "You don't mind this?" "I cannot yet afford to throw aside valuable tools, because I don't like the design," he said. "He is useful, so I use him. You will do the same, if you are wise." "He wants to take me to the next meeting." He raised his brows, but said nothing. "Will you forbid this?" I asked. "No." "Will you go?" "Yes," I said slowly and very seriously, searching for the words. "My lord, when you are looking for what I am looking for, you have to look in strange places. Men can never look at the sun, except downwards, at his reflection in things of earth. If he is reflected in a dirty puddle, he is still the sun. There is nowhere I will not look to find him." He was smiling. "You see, you need no guarding, except what Cadal can do." He leaned back against the edge of the table, half sitting, relaxed now and easy. "Emrys, she called you. Child of the light, of the immortals, divine. You knew that's what it meant?" "Yes." "Didn't you know it was the same as mine?" "My name?" I asked, stupidly. He nodded. "Emrys, Ambrosius, it's the same word. Merlinus Ambrosius. She called you after me." I stared at him. Yes,
Of course. It never occurred to me.
I laughed. Why do you laugh?
Because of our names. Ambrosius, Prince of Light. She told everyone that my father was the Prince of Darkness. I've even heard a song about it. We make songs of everything in Wales.
Some day you must sing it to me. Then he sobered suddenly. His voice deepened. Merlinus Ambrosius, child of the light, look at the fire now, and tell me what you see. Then, as I looked up at him, startled, he said urgently, Now, tonight, before the fire dies, while you are weary and there is sleep in your face, look at the brazier and talk to me. What will come to Britain? What will come to me and to Uther? Look now. Work for me, my son, and tell me. It was no use. I was awake, and the flames were dying in the brazier. The power had gone, leaving only a room with rapidly cooling shadows, and a man and a boy talking. But, because I loved him, I turned my eyes to the embers. There was utter silence, except for the hiss of ash settling and the tick of the cooling metal. I said, I see nothing but the fire dying down in the brazier and a burning cave of coal. Go on looking. I could feel the sweat starting on my body, the drops trickling down beside my nose, under my arms, into my groin till my thighs stuck together. My hands worked on one another, tight between my knees till the bones hurt. My temples ached. I shook my head sharply to clear it, and looked up. My lord, it's no use. I'm sorry, but it's no use. I don't command the god, he commands me. Some day it may be I shall see at will, or when you command me, but now it comes itself, or not at all. I spread my hands, trying to explain. It's like waiting below a cover of cloud, then suddenly a wind shifts it, and it breaks, and the light stabs down and catches me, sometimes full, sometimes only the flying edge of the pillars of sunlight. One day I shall be free of the whole temple. But not yet. I can see nothing. Exhaustion dragged at me. I could hear it in my voice. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm no use to you. You haven't got your prophet yet. No, said Ambrosius. He put a hand down and, as I stood, drew me to him and kissed me. Only a son, who has had no supper and who is tired out. Go to bed, Merlin, and sleep the rest of the night without dreaming. There is plenty of time for visions. Good night. I had no more visions that night, but I did have a dream. I never told Ambrosius. I saw again the cave on the hillside, and the girl Ninian coming through the mist, and the man who waited for her beside the cave. But the face of Ninian was not the face of my mother, and the man by the cave was not the young Ambrosius. He was an old man, and his face was mine. Book 3. The Wolf. 1. I was 5 years with Ambrosius in Brittany. Looking back now, I see that much of what happened has been changed in my memory, like a smashed mosaic which is mended in later years by a man who has almost forgotten the first picture. Certain things come back to me plain, in all their colours and details. Others, perhaps more important, come hazy, as if the picture had been dusted over by what has happened since: death, sorrow, changes of the heart. Places I always remember well, some of them so clearly that I feel even now as if I could walk into them, and that if I had the strength to concentrate, and the power that once fitted me like my robe, I might even now rebuild them here in the dark, as I rebuilt the giant's dance for Ambrosius all those years ago. Places are clear, and ideas, which came to me so new and shining then, but not always the people. Sometimes now, as I search my memory, I wonder if here and there I have confused them one with another, Belasius with Gallopus, Cadel with Cerdic,
The Breton officer whose name I forget now was my grandfather's captain in Maridunum, who once tried to make me into the kind of swordsman that he thought even a bastard prince should want to be. But as I write of Ambrosius, it is as if he were here with me now, lit against this darkness, as the man with the cap was lit on that first frost-enchanted night in Brittany. Even without my robe of power, I can conjure up against the darkness his eyes, steady under frowning brows, the heavy lines of his body, the face which seems so young to me now, engraved into hardness by the devouring, goading will that had kept his eyes turned westward to his closed kingdom, for the 20-odd years it took him to grow from child to commerce and build, against all the odds of poverty and weakness, the striking force that grew with him, waiting for the time. It is harder to write of Uther, or rather, it is hard to write of Uther as if he were in the past, part of a story that has been over these many years. Even more vividly than Ambrosius, he is here with me, not here in the darkness. It is the part of me that was Merlin that is here in the darkness. The part that was Uther is out there in the sunlight, keeping the coasts of Britain whole, following the design I made for him, the design that Gallopus showed to me on a summer's day in Wales. But there, of course, it is no longer Uther of whom I write. It is the man who was the sum of us, who was all of us. Ambrosius, who made me, Uther, who worked with me, myself, who used him as I used every man who came to my hand, to make Arthur for Britain. From time to time news came from Britain, and occasionally with it, through Gorlice of Cornwall, news of my home. It seemed that after my grandfather's death, Camlach had not immediately deserted the old alliance with his kinsman Vortigern. He had to feel himself more secure before he would dare break away to support the Young Men's Party, as Vortimer's faction was called. Indeed, Vortimer himself had stopped short of open rebellion, but it seemed clear that this must come eventually. King Vortigern was back between the landslide and the flood. If he was to stay king of the British, he must call on his Saxon wife's countrymen for help, and the Saxon mercenaries year by year increased their demands till the country was split and bleeding under what men openly called the Saxon Terror, and, in the West especially, where men were still free, rebellion only waited for a leader of leaders. And so desperate was Vortigern's situation becoming that he was forced against his better judgment to entrust the armed forces in the West more and more to Vortimer and his brothers, whose blood at least carried none of the Saxon taint. Of my mother there was no news, except that she was safe in St. Peter's. Ambrosius sent her no message. If it came to her ears that a certain Merlinus Ambrosius was with the Count of Brittany, she would know what to think. But a letter or message direct from the king's enemy would endanger her unnecessarily. She would know, said Ambrosius, soon enough. In fact, it was 5 years before the break came, but the time went by like a tide race. With the possibility of an opening developing in Wales and Cornwall, Ambrosius' preparations accelerated. If the men of the West wanted a leader, he had every intention that it should be not Vortimer but himself. He would bide his time and let Vortimer be the wedge, but he and Uther would be the hammer that drove after it into the crack. Meanwhile, hope in less Britain ran high. Offers of troops and alliances poured in. The countryside shook to the tramp of horses and marching feet, and the streets of the engineers and armourers rang far into the night as men redoubled their efforts to make 2 weapons, in the time that before it had taken to make 1. Now, at last, the break was coming, and when it came, Ambrosius must be ready, and with no chance of failure. One does not wait half a lifetime gathering the material to make a killing spear, and then loose it at random in the dark. Not only men and materials, but time and spirit and the very wind of heaven must be right for him, and the gods themselves must open the gate. And for this, he said, they had sent me to him.
It was my coming just at such a time, with words of victory, and full of the vision of the unconquered God, which persuaded him, and even more important, the soldiers with him, that the time was at last approaching when he could strike with the certainty of victory. So, I found, to my fear, he rated me. Be sure I had never asked him again how he intended to use me. He made it clear enough, and between pride and fear and longing, I fought to learn all that I could be taught, and to open myself for the power which was all I could give him. If he had wanted a prophet ready to hand, he must have been disappointed. I saw nothing of importance during this time. Knowledge, I suppose, blocked the gates of vision. But this was the time for knowledge. I studied with Belasius till I outran him, learning, as he had never done, how to apply the calculations which to him were as much an art as songs were to me. Even songs, indeed, I was to use. I spent long hours in the street of the engineers, and had frequently to be dragged by a grumbling cadal from some oily piece of practical work which unfitted me, as he said, for any company but a bath slave's. I wrote down, too, all I could remember of Gallipus' medical teaching, and added practical experience by helping the army doctors whenever I could. I had the freedom of the camp and the town, and with Ambrosius' name to back me, I took to this freedom like a hungry young wolf to his first full meal. I learned all the time, from every man or woman I met. I looked, as I had promised, in the light and the dark, at the sunshine and at the stale pool. I went with Ambrosius to the shrine of Mithras below the farmstead, and with Belasius to the gatherings in the forest. I was even allowed to sit silently at meetings between the Count and his captains, though nobody pretended that I would ever be much use in the field. "Unless," said Uther once, half amused, half malicious, "he is to stand above us like Joshua holding the sun back, to give us more time to do the real work. Though, joking apart, he might do worse. The men seem to think of him as something halfway between a courier of Mithras and a splinter of the true cross, saving your presence, brother. And I'm damned certain he'd be more use stuck up on a hill like a lucky charm where they can see him, than down in the field where he wouldn't last 5 minutes." He had even more to say when, at the age of 16, I gave up the daily sword practice which gave a man the minimum training in self-defence. But my father merely laughed and said nothing. I think he knew, though as yet I did not, that I had my own kind of protection. So I learned from everyone. The old women who gathered plants and cobwebs and seaweeds for healing, the travelling peddlers and quack healers, the horse doctors, the soothsayers, the priests. I listened to the soldiers talk outside the taverns, and the officers talk in my father's house, and the boys talk in the streets. But there was one thing about which I learned nothing. By the time I left Brittany at 17, I was still ignorant of women. When I thought about them, which happened often enough, I told myself that I had no time, that there was a lifetime still ahead of me for such things, and that now I had work to do which mattered more. But I suppose the plain truth is that I was afraid of them. So I lost my desires in work, and indeed I believe now that the fear came from the god. So I waited and minded my own business, which, as I saw it then, was to fit myself to serve my father. One day I was in Tremorinus' workshop. Tremorinus, the master engineer, was a pleasant man who allowed me to learn all I could from him, gave me space in the workshops and material to experiment with. This particular day I remember how when he came into the workshop and saw me busy over a model at my corner bench, he came over to have a look at it. When he saw what I was doing, he laughed. "I'd have thought there were plenty of those around without troubling to put up any more." I was interested in how they got them there. I tilted the scale model of the standing stone back into place. He looked surprised. I knew why. He had lived in Les Britain all his life,
and the landscape there is so seamed with the stones that men do not see them any more. One walks daily through a forest of stone, and to most men it seems dead stone. But not to me. To me they still said something, and I had to find out what. But I did not tell Tremorinus this. I added merely, I was trying to work it out to scale. I can tell you something straight away. That's been tried, and it doesn't work. He was looking at the pulley I had rigged to lift the model. That might do for the uprights, but only the lighter ones, and it doesn't work at all for the capstones. No, I'd found that out. But I'd had an idea. I was going to tackle it another way. You're wasting your time. Let's see you getting down to something practical, something we need and can use. Now, that idea of yours for a light mobile crane might be worth developing. A few minutes later, he was called away. I dismantled the model and sat down to my new calculations. I had not told Tremorinus about them. He had more important things to think about, and in any case he would have laughed if I had told him I had learned from a poet how to lift the standing stones. It had happened this way. One day, about a week before this, as I walked by the water that guarded the town walls, I heard a man singing. The voice was old and wavering and hoarse with overuse, the voice of a professional singer who has strained it above the noise of the crowd, and through singing with the winter cold in his throat. What caught my attention was neither the voice nor the tune, which could hardly be picked out, but the sound of my own name. Merlin, Merlin, where art thou going? He was sitting by the bridge with a bowl for begging. I saw that he was blind, but the remnant of his voice was true, and he made no gesture with his bowl as he heard me stop near him, but sat as one sits at a harp, head bent, listening to what the strings say, with fingers stirring as if they felt the notes. He had sung, I would judge, in kings' halls. Merlin, Merlin, where art thou going so early in the day with thy black dog? I have been searching for the egg, the red egg of the sea serpent, which lies by the shore in the hollow stone. And I go to gather cresses in the meadow, the green cress and the golden grasses, the golden moss that gives sleep, and the mistletoe high on the oak, the druid's bough that grows deep in the woods by the running water. Merlin, Merlin came back from the wood and the fountain. Leave the oak and the golden grasses, leave the cress in the water meadow, and the red egg of the sea serpent in the foam by the hollow stone. Merlin, Merlin, leave thy seeking. There is no diviner but God. Nowadays this song is as well known as the one of Mary the Maiden, or the King and the Grey Seal, but it was the first time I had heard it. When he knew who it was who had stopped to listen, he seemed pleased that I should sit beside him on the bank and ask questions. I remember that on that first morning we talked mostly of the song, then of himself. I found he had been as a young man on Mona, the Druid's Isle, and knew Carnarvon, and had walked on Snowdon. It was in the Druid's Isle that he had lost his sight. He never told me how, but when I told him that the seaweeds and cresses that I hunted along the shore were only plants for healing, not for magic, he smiled and sang a verse I had heard my mother sing, which, he said, would be a shield. Against what, he did not say, nor did I ask him. I put money into his bowl, which he accepted with dignity, but when I promised to find a harp for him, he went silent, staring with those empty eye sockets, and I could see he did not believe me. I brought the harp next day. My father was generous, and I had no need even to tell him what the money was for. When I put the harp into the old singer's hands, he wept, then took my hands and kissed them. After that, right up to the time I left Brittany, I often sought him out. He had travelled widely, in lands as far apart as Ireland and Africa. He taught me songs from every country, Italy and Gaul, and the White North, and older songs from the East, strange wandering tunes which had come westward, he said,
from the islands of the east with the men of old who had raised the standing stones, and they spoke of laws long forgotten except in song. I do not think he himself thought of them as anything but songs of old magic, poets' tales. But the more I thought about them, the more clearly they spoke to me of men who had really lived, and work they had really done, when they raised the great stones to mark the sun and moon, and build for their gods and the giant kings of old. I said something once about this to Tremoranus, who was kindly as well as clever, and who usually managed to find time for me, but he laughed and put it aside, and I said no more. Ambrosius technicians had more than enough to think about in those days, without helping a boy to work out a set of calculations of no practical use in the coming invasion. So I let it be. It was in the spring of my 18th year that the news came finally from Britain. Through January and February, winter had closed the seaways, and it was not till early March, taking advantage of the cold, still weather before the gales began, that a small trading boat put into port, and Ambrosius got news. Stirring news it was, literally so, for within a few hours of its coming, the Count's messengers were riding north and east, to gather in his allies at last, and quickly, for the news was late. It appeared that Vortimer had finally, some time before, broken with his father and the Saxon queen. Tired of petitioning the High King to break with his Saxon allies and protect his own people from them, several of the British leaders, among them the men of the West, had persuaded Vortimer to take matters into his own hands at last, and had risen with him. They had declared him king, and rallied to his banner against the Saxons, whom they had succeeded in driving back south and eastwards, till they took refuge with their longships in the Isle of Thanet. Even there Vortimer pursued them, and through the last days of autumn and the beginning of winter had beleaguered them there until they pleaded only to be allowed to depart in peace, packed up their goods and went back to Germany, leaving their women and children behind them. But Vortimer's victorious kingship did not last long. It was not clear exactly what had happened, but the rumour was that he had died of poison treacherously administered by a familiar of the Queen. Whatever the truth of the matter, he was dead, and Vortigern, his father, was once more in command. Almost his first act had been, and again the blame was imputed to his wife, to send yet again for Hengist and his Saxons to return to Britain. "With a small force," he had said, "nothing but a mobile peacekeeping force to help him impose order and pull together his divided kingdom." In fact, the Saxons had promised 300,000 men. So rumour said, and though it was to be supposed that rumour lied, it was certain at any rate that Hengist planned to come with a considerable force. There was also a fragment of news from Maridunum. The messenger was no spy of Ambrosius. The news we got was, as it were, only the larger rumours. These were bad enough. It seemed that my uncle Camlach, together with all his nobles, my grandfather's men, the men that I knew, had risen with Vortimer and fought beside him in the 4 pitched battles against the Saxons. In the second, at Episford, Camlach had been killed, along with Vortimer's brother Catigan. What concerned me more was that after Vortimer's death, reprisals had been levelled at the men who had fought with him. Vortigern had annexed Camlach's kingdom to join his own lands of Ghent, and, wanting hostages, had repeated his action of 25 years earlier. He had taken Camlach's children, one of them still an infant, and lodged them in the care of Queen Rowena. We had no means of knowing if they were still alive, nor did we know if Olwen's son, who had met the same fate, had survived. It seemed unlikely. Of my mother there was no news. 2 days after the news came, the spring gales began, and once more the seas were locked against us and against news. But this hardly mattered. Indeed, it worked both ways. If we could get no news from Britain, they could have none of us, and of the final accelerated preparations for the invasion of Western Britain. For it was certain that the time had now come. It was not only a case of marching to the relief of Wales and Cornwall, But if there were to be any men left to rally to the Red Dragon would have to fight for his crown this coming year. "You'll go back with the first boat," said Ambrosius to me, but without looking up from the map which was spread on the table in front of him. I was standing over by the window. Even with the shutters closed and curtains drawn, I could hear the wind, and beside me the curtains stirred in the draught. I said, "Yes, sir," and crossed to the table. Then I saw his finger was pointing on the map. "I'm to go to Maridunum?" He nodded. "You'll take the first westbound boat, and make your way home from wherever it docks. You are to go straight up to Galapus, and get what news there is from him. I doubt if you would be recognized in the town, but take no risks. Galapus is safe. You can make him your base." "There was no word from Cornwall, then?" "Nothing, except a rumour that Gorlois was with Vortigern." "With Vortigern?" I digested this for a moment. "Then he didn't rise with Vortimer?" "As far as my information goes, no." "He's trimming, then?" "Perhaps. I find it hard to believe. It may mean nothing. I understand he has married a young wife, and it may only be that he kept within walls all winter to keep her warm, or that he foresaw what would happen to Vortimer, and preferred to serve my cause by staying safe and apparently loyal to the High King. But until I know, I cannot send to him directly. He may be watched. So you are to go to Galapus for the news from Wales. I'm told Vortigern's holed up there somewhere, while the length of eastern Britain lies open to Hengist. I'll have to smoke the old wolf out first, then weld the west against the Saxons. But it will have to be fast. And I want Caerleon." He looked up then. "I'm sending your old friend with you, Marek. You can send word back by him. Let's hope you find all well. You'll want news yourself, I dare say." "It can wait," I said. He said nothing to that, but raised his brows at me, and then turned back to the map. "Well, sit down, and I'll brief you myself. Let's hope you can get away soon." I indicated the swaying curtains. "I shall be sick all the way." He looked up from the map and laughed. "By Mithras, I hadn't thought of that. Do you suppose I shall be, too? A damned undignified way to go back to one's home." "To one's kingdom," I said. 2. I crossed in early April, and on the same ship as before. But the crossing could not have been more different. This was not Merlin, the runaway, but Merlinus, a well-dressed young Roman with money in his pocket and servants in attendance. Where Merlin had been locked naked in the hold, Merlinus had a comfortable cabin, and marked deference paid him by the captain. Cadal, of course, was one of my servants, and the other, to my own amusement, though not his, was Marek. Hanno was dead, having overreached himself, I gathered, in a little matter of blackmail. Naturally, I carried no outward sign of my connection with Ambrosius, but nothing would part me from the brooch he had given me. I wore this clipped inside the shoulder of my tunic. It was doubtful whether anyone would have recognized in me the runaway of 5 years ago, and certainly the captain gave no sign. But I held myself aloof, and was careful to speak nothing but Breton. As luck would have it, the boat was going straight to the mouth of the Towy, and would anchor at Maridunum, but it had been arranged that Cadal and I were to be put off by boat as soon as the trader arrived in the estuary. It was, in fact, my previous journey in reverse, but in the most important respect there was no difference. I was sick all the way. The fact that this time I had a comfortable bunk and Cadal to look after me, instead of sacks and a bucket in the hold, made not the slightest difference to me. As soon as the ship nosed out of the small sea and met the windy April weather of the bay, I left my brave stance in the bows and went below and lay down. We had what they tell me was a fair wind, and we crept into the estuary and dropped anchor just before dawn, 10 days before the Ides of April. It was a still dawn, misty and cold. It was very quiet. The tide was just on the turn, beginning its flow up the estuary, and as our boat left the ship's side, the only sound was the hiss and chuckle of water along her sides and the soft splash of the paddles. Far away, faint and metallic, I could hear cocks crowing. Somewhere beyond the mist, lambs were crying, answered by the deeper bleating of sheep. The air smelled soft, clear and salty, and in some curious way of home. We kept well out to the centre of the stream, and the mist hid us from the banks. If we spoke at all, it was in whispers. Once, when a dog barked from the bank, we heard a man speak to it almost as clearly as if he had been in the boat with us. This was sufficient warning, and we kept our voices down. It was a strong spring tide, and took us fast. This was as well, for we had made anchor later than we should, and the light was growing. I saw the sailors who rowed us glance anxiously upwards and then lengthen their stroke. I leaned forward, straining my eyes for a glimpse of the bank I could recognize. Cadell said in my ear, "Glad to be back?" "That depends on what we find. Mithras, but I'm hungry."
"That's not surprising," he said with a sour chuckle. "What are you looking for?"
"There should be a bay, white sand with a stream coming down through the trees, and a ridge behind it with a crest of pines. We'll put in there." He nodded. The plan was that Cadell and I should be landed on the side of the estuary away from Maridunum, at a point I knew from which we could make our way unseen to join the road from the south. We would be travellers from Cornwall. I would do the talking, but Cadell's accent would pass with any but a native Cornishman. I had with me some pots of salve and a small chest of medicines, and if challenged could pass as a travelling doctor, a disguise that would serve as a pass to more or less anywhere I wanted to go. Marek was still on board. He would go in with the trader, and disembark as usual at the wharf. He would try to find his old contacts in the town, and pick up what news he could. Cadell would go with me to the cave of Galapus, and act as connecting link with Marek to pass over what information I got. The ship was to lie for 3 days in the Towie. When she sailed, Marek would take the news back with her. Whether I and Cadell would be with him would depend on what we found. Neither my father nor I forgot that after Camlach's part in the rebellion, Vortigern must have been through Maridunum like a fox through a hen-run, and maybe his Saxons with him. My first duty was to get news of Vortigern and send it back. My second, to find my mother and see that she was safe. It was good to be on land again. Not dry land, for the grass at the head of the ridge was long and soaking, but I felt light and excited as the boat vanished under the mist, and Cadell and I left the shore and made our way inland towards the road. I don't know what I expected to find in Maridunum. I don't even know that I cared overmuch. It was not the homecoming that made my spirits lift, but the fact that at last I had a job to do for Ambrosius. If I could not yet do a prophet's work for him, at least I could do a man's work, and then a son's. I believe that all the time I was half hoping that I would be asked to die for him. I was very young. We reached the bridge without incident. Luck was with us there, for we fell in with a horse trader who had a couple of nags in hand which he hoped to sell in the town. I bought one of them from him, haggling just enough to prevent suspicion. He was pleased enough with the price to throw in a rather worn saddle. By the time the transaction was finished, it was full light and there were 1 or 2 people about, but no one gave us more than a cursory glance, except for one fellow, who, apparently recognizing the horse, grinned and said, to Cadell rather than to me, "Were you planning to go far, mate?" I pretended not to hear, but from the corner of my eye saw Cadell spread his hands, shrug, and turn his eyes up in my direction. The look said, all too plainly, "I only follow where he goes, and he's crazy anyway." Presently the towpath was empty. Cadell came alongside, and hooked a hand through the neck strap. "He's right, you know. This old screw won't get you far. How far is it, anyway?" "Probably not nearly as far as I remember. 6 miles at the outside." "Uphill most of the way, you said?" "I can always walk."
I smoothed a hand along the skinny neck. "He's not as much of a wreck as he looks, you know. There's not much wrong that a few good feeds won't put right. Then at least you won't have wasted your money. What are you looking at over that wall?" "That's where I used to live." We were passing my grandfather's house. It looked very little changed. From the cob's back I could just see over the wall to the terrace where the quince tree grew, its brilliant, flame-coloured blossoms opening to the morning sun. And there was the garden where Camlach had given me the poisoned apricot. And there the gate where I had run in tears. The cob plodded on. Here was the orchard, the apple trees already swelling with buds, the grass springing rough and green round the little terrace where Moravik would sit and spin, while I played at her feet. And here, now, was the place I had jumped over the wall the night I ran away. Here was the leaning apple tree where I had left Asta tethered. The wall was broken, and I could see in across the rough grass where I had run that night, from my room where Kerdik's body lay on its funeral pyre. I pulled the cob to a halt and craned to see further. I must have made a clean sweep that night. The buildings were all gone, my room, and along with it 2 sides of the outer court. The stables, I saw, were still the same. The fire had not reached them then. The 2 sides of the colonnade that had been destroyed had been rebuilt in a modern style that seemed to bear no relation to the rest. Big, rough stones and crude building, square pillars holding up a timber roof, and square, deep windows. It was ugly and looked comfortless. Its only virtue would be that it was weatherproof. You might as well, I thought, settling back in the saddle and putting the cob in motion, live in a cave. "What are you grinning at?" asked Caddo. "Only at how Roman I've become. It's funny, my home isn't here any more. And to be honest, I don't think it's in less Britain either." "Where, then?" "I don't know. Where the Count is, that's for sure. That will be this sort of place, I suppose, for some time to come." I nodded towards the walls of the old Roman barracks behind the palace. They were in ruins, and the place was deserted. So much the better, I thought. At least it didn't look as if Ambrosius would have to fight for it. Give Uther 24 hours, and the place would be as good as new. And here was St. Peter's, apparently untouched, showing no sign either of fire or spear. "You know something," I said to Caddo, as we left the shadow of the nunnery wall and headed along the path towards the mill. "I suppose if I have anywhere I can call a home, it's the cave of Galapus." "Doesn't sound all that Roman to me," said Caddo. "Give me a good tavern any day, and a decent bed and some mutton to eat, and you can keep all the caves there are." Even with this sorry horse, the way seemed shorter than I remembered it. Soon we had reached the mill and turned up across the road and into the valley. Time fell away. It seemed only yesterday that I had come up this same valley in the sunshine, with the wind stirring Asta's grey mane. Not even Asta's, for there under the same thorn tree was surely the same half-wit boy watching the same sheep as on my very first ride. As we reached the fork in the path, I found myself watching for the ringdove. But the hillside was still, except for the rabbit scuttering among the young bracken. Whether the cob sensed the end of his journey, or whether he merely liked the feel of grass under his feet and a light weight on his back, he seemed to quicken his step. Ahead of me now I could see the shoulder of the hill, beyond which lay the cave. I drew rein by the hawthorn grove. "Here we are. It's up there, above the cliff." I slipped out of the saddle and handed the reins to Caddo. "Stay here and wait for me. You can come up in an hour." I added, on an afterthought, "And don't be alarmed if you see what you think is smoke. It's the bats coming out of the cave." I had almost forgotten Cadal's sign against the evil eye. He made it now, and I laughed and left him. 3. Before I had climbed round the little crag to the lawn in front of the cave, I knew. Call it foresight. There was no sign. Silence, of course, but then there usually had been silence as I approached the cave. This silence was different. It was only after some moments that I realized what it was. I could no longer hear the trickle of the spring. I mounted to the top of the path, came out on the sward, and saw. There was no need to go into the cave to know that he was not there, and never would be again. On the flat grass in front of the cave mouth was a scatter of debris. I went closer to look. It had been done not so very long ago. There had been a fire here, a fire quenched by rain before everything could properly be destroyed. There was a pile of sodden rubbish, half-charred wood, rags, parchment gone again to pulp, but with the blackened edges still showing. I turned the nearest piece of scorched wood over with my foot. From the carving on it, I knew what it was, the chest that had held his books, and the parchment was all that remained of the books themselves. I suppose there was other stuff of his among the wreck of rubbish. I didn't look further. If the books had gone, I knew everything else would have gone too, and Gallopus with them. I went slowly towards the mouth of the cave. I paused by the spring. I could see why there had been no sound. Someone had filled in the basin with stones and earth and more wreckage thrown out of the cave. Through it all the water welled still, sluggishly, oozing in silence over the stone lip and down to make a muddy morass of the turf. I thought I could see the skeleton of a bat, picked clean by the water. Strangely enough, the torch was still on the ledge high beside the mouth of the cave, and it was dry. There was no flint or iron, but I made fire and, holding the torch before me, went slowly inside. I think my flesh was shivering, as if a cold wind blew out of the cave and went by me. I knew already what I should find. The place was stripped. Everything had been thrown out to burn. Everything, that is, except the bronze mirror. This, of course, would not burn, and I suppose it had been too heavy to be looted. It had been wrenched from the wall and stood propped against the side of the cave, tilted at a drunken angle. Nothing else. Not even a stir and whisper from the bats in the roof. The place echoed with emptiness. I lifted the torch high and looked up towards the crystal cave. It was not there. I believe that for a couple of pulses of the torchlight I thought he had managed to conceal the inner cave and was in hiding. Then I saw. The gap into the crystal cave was still there, but chance, call it what you will, had rendered it invisible except to those who knew. The bronze mirror had fallen so that, instead of directing light towards the gap, it directed darkness. Its light was beamed and concentrated on a projection of rock which cast clear across the mouth of the crystal cave a black wedge of shadow. To anyone intent only on the pillage and destruction in the cave below, the gap would be hardly visible at all. "Gallopus?" I said, trying it out on the emptiness. "Gallopus?" There was the faintest of whispers from the crystal cave, a ghostly sweet humming like the music I had once listened for in the night. Nothing human. I had not expected it. But still I climbed up to the ledge, knelt down and peered in. The torchlight caught the crystals, and threw the shadow of my harp, trembling, clear round the lighted globe. The harp stood, undamaged, in the centre of the cave. Nothing else, except the whisper dying round the glittering walls. There must be visions there, in the flash and counter-flash of light, but I knew I would not be open to them. I put a hand down to the rock and vaulted, torch streaming, back to the floor of the cave. As I passed the tilted mirror, I caught a glimpse of a tall youth running in a swirl of flame and smoke. His face looked pale, the eyes black and enormous. I ran out onto the grass. I had forgotten the torch which flamed and streamed behind me. I ran to the edge of the cliff and cupped a hand to my mouth to call Cadal, but then a sound from behind me made me whip round and look upwards. It was a very normal sound. A pair of ravens and a carrion crow had risen from the hill and were scolding at me. Slowly, this time. I climbed the path that led up past the spring and out on the hillside above the cave. The ravens went higher, barking. 2 more crows made off low across the young bracken. There was a couple still busy on something lying among the flowering blackthorn. I whirled the torch and flung it streaming to scatter them. Then I ran forward. There was no telling how long he had been dead. The bones were picked almost clean. But I knew him by the discoloured brown rags that flapped under the skeleton, and the one old broken sandal which lay flung nearby among the April daisies. One of the hands had fallen from the wrist, and the clean, brittle bones lay near my foot. I could see where the little finger had been broken and had set again, crookedly. Already through the bare ribcage, the April grass was springing. The air blew clean and sunlit, smelling of flowering gorse. The torch had been stubbed out in the fresh grass. I stooped and picked it up. I should not have thrown it at them, I thought. His birds had given him a seemly way going. A step behind me brought me round, but it was only Cadell. "I saw the birds go up," he said. He was looking down at the thing under the blackthorn bushes. "Gallopus?" I nodded. "I saw the mess down by the cave. I guessed. I hadn't realized I had been here so long. Leave this to me." He was stooping already. "I'll get him buried. Go you and wait down where we left the horse. I can maybe find some sort of tool down yonder, or I could come back. No, let him lie in peace under the thorn. We'll build the hill over him and let it take him in. We do this together, Cadell." There were stones in plenty to pile over him for a barrow, and we cut sods with our daggers to turf it over. By the end of summer the bracken and foxgloves and young grasses would have grown right over and shrouded him. So we left him. As we went downhill again, past the cave, I thought of the last time I had gone this way. I had been weeping then, I remembered, for Cerdic's death, for my mother's loss, and Gallopus, for who knew what foreknowledge of the future. "You will see me again," he had said. "I promise you that." Well, I had seen him, and some day, no doubt, his other promise would come true in its own fashion. I shivered, caught Cadell's quick look, and spoke curtly. "I hope you had the sense to bring a flask with you. I need a drink." 4. Cadell had brought more than a flask with him. He had brought food, salt mutton and bread, and last season's olives in a bottle with their own oil. We sat in the lee of the wood and ate, while the cob grazed near us, and below in the distance the placid curves of the river glimmered through the April green of the fields and the young wooded hills. The mist had cleared, and it was a beautiful day. "Well," said Cadell at length, "what's to do?" "We'll go to see my mother. If she's still there, of course." Then, with a savagery that broke through me so suddenly that I had hardly known it was there, "By Mithras, I'd give a lot to know who did that up yonder." "Why, who could it be except Vortigern?" "Vortimer, Placentius, anyone. When a man's wise and gentle and good," I added bitterly, "it seems to me that every man's hand is against him. Gallopus could have been murdered by an outlaw for food, or a herdsman for shelter, or a passing soldier for a drink of water." "That was no murder." "What then?" "I meant that was done by more than one. Men in a pack are worse than lone ones. At a guess it was Vortigern's men, on their way up from the town." "You're probably right. I shall find out. You think you'll get to see your mother?" "I can try." "Did he have you any messages for her?" It was, I suppose, the measure of my relationship with Cadell that he dared to ask the question. I answered him quite simply. "If you mean, did Ambrosius ask me to tell her anything? No. He left it to me. What I do tell her depends entirely on what's happened since I left. I'll talk to her first, and judge how much to tell her after that. Don't forget,
I haven't seen her for a long time, and people change. I mean, their loyalties change. Look at mine. When I last saw her, I was only a child, and I have only a child's memories. For all I know, I misunderstood her utterly, the way she thought and the things she wanted. Her loyalties may lie elsewhere, not just the church, but the way she feels about Ambrosius. The gods know there'd be no blame to her if she had changed. She owed Ambrosius nothing. She took good care of that. He said thoughtfully, his eyes on the green distance threaded by the glinting river. The nunnery hadn't been touched. Exactly. Whatever had happened to the rest of the town, Vortigern had let St. Peter's be. So, you see, I have to find out who is in which camp before I give any messages. What she hasn't known about for all these years, it won't hurt her to go on not knowing for as many more days. Whatever happens, with Ambrosius coming so soon, I mustn't take the risk of telling her too much. He began to pack away the remains of the meal while I sat, chin on hand, thinking, my eyes on the bright distance. I added slowly, "It's simple enough to find out where Vortigern is now, and if Hengist's landed already, and with how many men. Marek will probably find out without too much trouble. But there were other soundings the Count wanted me to take, things they'll hardly know about in the nunnery. So, now that Gallopus is dead, I'll have to try elsewhere. We'll wait here till dusk, then go down to St. Peter's. My mother will be able to tell me who I can still go to in safety." I looked at him. Whatever king she favours, she's not likely to give me away. That's true enough. Well, let's hope they'll let her see you. If she knows who's asking for her, I imagine it will take more than a word from the abbess to stop her from seeing me. Don't forget, she's still a king's daughter. I lay back on the warm grass, my hands behind my head. Even if I'm not yet a king's son. But, king's son or no, there was no getting into the nunnery. I had been right in thinking that there had been no damage done here. The high walls loomed unbroken and unscarred, and the gates were new and solid, of oak hinged and bolted with iron. They were fast shut, nor, mercifully, did any welcoming torch burn outside. The narrow street was empty and unlit in the early dusk. At our urgent summons, a small square window in the gate opened, and an eye was applied to the grille. "Travellers from Cornwall," I said softly. "I must have word with the Lady Ninian." "The lady who?" It was the flat, toneless voice of the deaf. Wondering irritably why a deaf portress should be put at the gate, I raised my voice a little, going closer to the grille. "The Lady Ninian. I don't know what she calls herself now, but she was sister of the late king. Is she with you still?" "Aye, but she'll see nobody. Is it a letter you have? She can read." "No, I must have speech with her. Go and take word to her. Tell her it's one of her family." "Her family?" I thought I saw a flicker of interest in the eyes. "They're most of them dead and gone. Do you not get news in Cornwall? Her brother the king died in battle last year, and the children have gone to Vortigern. Her own son's been dead these 5 years. I knew that. I'm not her brother's family, and I'm as loyal as she is to the High King. Go and tell her that, and look, take this for your devotions." A pouch passed through the grille and was grabbed in a quick monkey snatch. "I'll take a message for you. Give me your name. I don't say she'll see you, mind, but I'll take her your name." "My name's Emrys." I hesitated. "She knew me once. Tell her that. And hurry. We'll wait here." It was barely 10 minutes before I heard the steps coming back. For a moment I thought it might be my mother, but it was the same old eyes that peered at me through the grille, the same clawed hand laying hold of the bars. "She'll see you." "Oh, no, not now, young master. You can't come in. nor she can't come out yet, not till prayers is over. Then she'll meet you on the river walk, she says. There's another gate in the wall there, but not to let anyone see you. Very well. We'll be careful. I could see the whites of the eyes turning as she tried to see me in the shadows. Knew you? She did. Straight away. Emrys, eh? Well, don't worry that I'll say aught. These be troubled times, and the least said the better, no matter what about. What time? An hour after moonrise. You'll hear the bell. I'll be there, I said, but the grille was already shut. There was a mist rising again from the river. This would help, I thought. We went quietly down the lane which skirted the nunnery walls. It led away from the streets, down towards the towpath. What now? Asked Caddo. It's 2 hours yet till moonrise, and by the look of the night we'll be lucky if we ever see a moon at all. You'll not risk going into the town? No, but there's no sense in waiting about in this drizzle. We'll find a place out of the wet where we can hear the bell. This way. The stable-yard gate was locked. I wasted no time on it, but led the way to the orchard wall. No lights showed in the palace. We scrambled over where the wall was broken and walked up through the damp grass of the orchard and into my grandfather's garden. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and growing things, mint and sweetbriar and moss, and young leaves heavy with wet. Last year's ungathered fruit squelched under our feet. Behind us the gate creaked, emptily. The colonnades were empty, the doors shut, the shutters fastened close over the windows. The place was all darkness and echoes and the scuttle of rats. But there was no damage that I could see. I suppose that when Vortigern took the town, he had meant to keep the house for himself, and had somehow persuaded or forced his Saxons to bypass it in their looting, as, from fear of the bishops, he had forced them to bypass St. Peter's. So much the better for us. We should at least have a dry and comfortable wait. My time with Tremorinus had been wasted indeed if I could not have picked every lock in the place. I was just saying as much to Caddo when suddenly, round the corner of the house, treading softly as a cat on the mossy flagstones, came a young